Chapter 2485. C_T. These black ants were very large and had very strong killing power. Zichen believed that if he ran a little later, he would have been submerged by the black ants in an instant. Just as he used his extreme speed to jump out of the black ant's back, he saw that the area in front of him was already densely covered by the black ants, and the number of layers was still increasing. There were still countless black ants rushing towards him at high speed. With a tap of his foot, he leaped into the air and flew more than 10 meters away. By using extreme speed, he was able to keep his steps light and not be swallowed by the ants. By the time he stabilized himself more than 10 meters away, the hole he was hiding in was no longer visible. All he could see was a dense mass of black ants, completely covering the hole. At this moment, the wind was still whistling, the earth was still shaking, and the roars of beasts and angry shouts were still ringing out. Zichen, who was retreating, couldn't be bothered to see who was fighting here. Losing his hiding place meant that he would soon be swallowed up by the dangerous night. The only thing he could do now was to find a place to hide as soon as possible. After deciding on a direction, he rushed forward without hesitation at an extremely fast speed. As he charged forward, he glanced into the distance from the corner of his eye and saw the scene there. There were 3 people who looked like shadows and a black bear that looked like a puppet. They were surrounding a fake divine beast that couldn't be seen clearly. The 2 sides were fighting. However, his sudden appearance caused the 3 of them to turn their heads in surprise. Zichen retracted his gaze from the corner of his eyes and began to speed up. He was definitely using his extreme speed. According to the old man, there was an inn not far away from the cave. This was also the place that the old man had specially chosen. If anything were to happen at night, he would be able to rush there and receive protection. Unexpectedly, just as Zichen was about to escape, a deafening roar was heard. It was the pseudo-divine beast that had been fighting with the 3 people and the black bear. It suddenly broke through their encirclement and headed forward. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but the direction in which the other party was charging was coincidentally the direction in which Zichen was escaping. The speed of this pseudo-divine beast was very fast. While the 3 of them and the bear were in a daze, it had already caught up with Zichen. Maybe it was because Zichen was blocking its way, or maybe it hated humans too much, or maybe it saw that Zichen was too weak. The pseudo-divine beast, which was running away, suddenly opened its bloody mouth and rushed towards Zichen. Advertisement: a strong wind swept over from behind, blowing Zichen's tattered robe. Even though he didn't turn around, he knew what was happening behind him. A cold light flashed in his eyes. With the bamboo basket on his back, he directly grabbed the snake's head and turned around to smash the pseudo-divine beast like an iron lock. After turning around, Zichen finally got a good look at the pseudo-divine beast. It looked like a wolf with a horn on its head. Apart from that, there was nothing special about it. However, such a thing was even more powerful than some saint beasts. Pa! The whistling snake's tail hit the wolf's head in an instant, making a crisp sound. After being hit by a huge force, the wolf's head turned in midair. Under the support of inertia, the side of its face continued to rush forward. Releasing his right hand that was grabbing the snake's head, Zichen clenched his fist and hit the wolf's face with all his strength. Pang! Another sound rang out, and the lone horned wolf was sent flying backwards. The powerful rebounding force caused Zichen's body to sway. Ignoring the pain in his right hand, he shook it and continued to charge forward with the puppet snake on his shoulder. Not far away, the 3 people and 1 bear who were about to charge forward were stunned when they saw the weak-looking guy in front of them send the lone horned wolf flying so cleanly. They were somewhat astonished, and their speed slowed down slightly. Roar! The roar of the beast continued to sound. This time, there was less fear and more anger. After the horned wolf landed on the ground, it once again pounced towards Zichen. Its pair of eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Get lost. A strong gust of wind blew in all directions, indicating that danger could descend at any time. Seeing the single-horned wolf charging at him again, Zichen was truly enraged. With a furious roar, he once again waved the puppet snake towards the single-horned wolf. In his hand, the puppet snake was like a long whip. It accurately struck the lone horned wolf, causing it to whimper in pain. However, Chen did not care at all. In an instant, he sped up and charged forward, striking the lone horned wolf's head with a punch. After knocking the unicorn wolf to the ground, Chen rushed forward again. His left leg was stuck on the struggling wolf's leg. His left and right hands clenched into fists, and like raindrops, his fists continuously hit the unicorn wolf's head. Each of Chen's attacks was filled with his full strength. Every time his fist landed, it would cause the ground to tremble. Peng! Peng! As the fists fell, the unicorn wolf's mouth was bleeding, and it let out a whimper. The three people and the bear in the distance were completely dumbfounded. It seemed that this was the first time they had seen a puppet master fight with a puppet. Not only was his fighting style strange, but his speed and strength were also ridiculously strong. Although the unicorn wolf had suffered some injuries under their siege, it was definitely not something that a person could deal with alone. But looking at the guy in front of them, he seemed to be fighting effortlessly. Not good, there's a divine ant. Just as they were watching Chen's battle in a daze, a cry of alarm came from the black bear's mouth. Hearing this cry of alarm, the other three people's expressions changed, and then they all wrapped themselves in black robes. The black robes covered their entire bodies. Even the place where their eyes were was covered by a layer of crystal. The sound of the wind suddenly became louder, and there was a rustling sound in it, which made Chen feel that something was wrong. The moment he turned his head, he saw a black wind coming from afar. It was like a real wind, and in that wind, there were countless black ants. They were entangled together, and with the help of the wind, they flew at a very fast speed. This scene gave Chen a big fright. He no longer cared about the unicorn wolf under him, got up, grabbed the puppet snake, and ran. The unicorn wolf, who had endured who knows how many punches from Chen, was still a little dizzy after getting up, and its body was swaying. However, its perception of danger was clearly superior to these people. Before it could stand firmly, it bent its body and instantly charged forward with all its strength. The wind blew, and the black ants in it brushed past the unicorn wolf's body. Only a dozen or so black ants landed on the unicorn wolf's body, while the rest continued to move forward with the wind. Their target was Chen. As for the three people and the black bear, they stood in the wind, allowing the black ants to pass by, but not a single one attacked them. The wind became stronger, and Chen could clearly feel that danger was approaching. And the speed at which the danger was approaching him was even faster than his running speed. He, who was moving forward, knew that he couldn't escape. In an instant, he turned around, swung the puppet snake, and smashed it forward. Pa! The puppet snake, which was close to 4 meters long, swept past, breaking the swarm of black ants at the front. Many of the black ants fell to the ground. Some died, while others struggled to crawl towards Chen. Pa! Pa! The puppet snake in Chen's hand danced continuously, and the sound of pa 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 continued to ring out. A large number of black ants were scattered and fell to the ground. However, the number of black ants was too great, and could be said to be innumerable. Adding the strong wind, after Chen had struck 5 times, the large swarm of black ants behind had already rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, Chen had become an ant-man. Is he dead? Not far away, the 3 people wearing special robes looked at Chen, who was surrounded by the swarm of black ants, and one of them muttered, "He's still not dead. Could it be that he's still a god?" Another voice rang out. It was actually a clear female voice. "This guy has some tricks up his sleeve. It's a pity that he died just like that." The third person sighed. The female who spoke first turned around, looked at the black bear, and said, "Isn't it because you were too reckless and destroyed his hiding place?" The black bear awkwardly scratched its bald head, and said embarrassedly, "Isn't that a mistake? Who knew that the horned wolf would be so strong?" Just as the 4 of them were talking, in front of them, where the black ants had completely covered, there was suddenly a 3-colored smoke rising. The moment the smoke appeared, it spread out in all directions. The black ants quickly melted and disappeared in the 3-colored smoke. That's the 3-colored poison smoke. They must have accidentally triggered the mechanism in the puppet snake. The black bear said in shock after seeing this scene. As the 3-colored poison smoke spread out, more and more black ants disappeared. These black ants clearly had some kind of intelligence. The continuous disappearance of their companions made them feel fear, and they immediately scattered. Those who ran fast could still live, while those who ran slow directly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the huge swarm of black ants from before scattered just like that. The 3 people and 1 bear looked forward, and even ignored the horned wolf not far away. Under normal circumstances, when the black ants covered the whole body, there would be nothing left when the black ants scattered. At this moment, something far beyond their expectations happened. After the tricolored poison mist became slightly diluted, a figure rushed out from it and ran away. The figure carried a bamboo basket on his back and a puppet snake on his shoulder. There were no injuries on his body, and even his running speed was as fast as before. How could this be? Looking at the figure that disappeared in a flash, the 3 people and 1 bear were stunned and speechless again. They had never seen anyone who could walk out of the 3-colored poison smoke unscathed. Moreover, that person's body did not have any light circulating around it. It was obvious that he did not take the special antidote pill. Just like that, they saw that person run and run, constantly releasing the 3-colored poison smoke to resolve the crisis, until he completely disappeared from the sight of the 3 people and 1 bear. The wind blew away, and the black ants disappeared. The horned wolf did not run far before the injuries on its body broke out, and it fell down with a few black ants on its body. Chapter 2486. C_T. While the 3 people and 1 bear were collecting their spoils of war, Chen was constantly entangled with the black ants, cursing his bad luck in his heart. Please read this book. Fortunately, the wind eventually weakened, and the black ants fell one by one, no longer relying on the wind to move forward. Chen seized the time to rush forward, not even looking back. He did not want to chase away the black ants, only to encounter a group of mosquitoes. After walking for about a few miles, he finally saw the inn that the old man had mentioned. In the inn, there were lights. Chen quickly went forward and knocked on the inn's door. After a moment, a man dressed as a waiter opened the door for him, and Chen walked in. The waiter looked at the battered Chen and said lightly, "You're still staying in this inn at this time of night?" Chen did not say anything. He took out a piece of black iron from the bamboo basket and threw it to the waiter. The waiter caught it, weighed it in his hand, and said, "You can only stay on the 1st floor for 1 night. Find a place to sit." This inn had a total of 2 floors. The 1st floor had some tables and chairs, similar to a tavern. The 2nd floor was the place to stay. At this moment, there were already a dozen people on this floor. It seemed that they were like Chen, who did not pay enough to stay on the 2nd floor. Some of them were in groups of 2 or 3, while others were in groups of 4. These people's eyes fell on Chen after he came in, and he could see some hostility in their eyes. His gaze swept across these people, and Chen saw an empty table. He ignored them and walked straight to it. Who knew that just as he moved, a black ant crawled out of the bamboo basket behind him and fell to the ground. POW. Chen stomped his foot down and crushed the black ant into pieces. Chen threw the puppet snake on his shoulder to the side and sat down on a chair. He asked, "Do you have water?" Perhaps it was because of the puppet snake, but the waiter poured water for Chen. Bang! There was a sound from the right. It was a black ant that had crawled out of the puppet snake's mouth and was trampled to death by Chen. In this short period of time, Chen had already trampled 5 black ants to death. Obviously, he had a great battle with the black ant earlier, and these were all left on his body by accident. The crowd, who had unfriendly expressions earlier, tactfully withdrew their gazes when they saw the ghastly black ant corpses. Chen. Suddenly, a pleasantly surprised voice sounded from the 2nd floor. Everyone subconsciously looked up and saw a young man appear at the top of the stairs, walking up to the 1st floor. "I thought you wouldn't come today. There's almost all the books you want to read. It's much more stable than the average website, and it updates faster. It's all text with no ads." The one who walked down the stairs was, of course, Huangtu. Speaking of which, in this world, only the other party would speak to him with such a tone and expression. "Something happened on the way, so I was delayed." Seeing Huangtu, a rare smile appeared on Chen's face. Huangtu, who came to Chen's side and was about to sit down, saw these black ants, and his expression couldn't help but change. He said, "You were attacked." Chen glanced at the puppet snake under his feet, nodded and said, "If it wasn't for it, I'm afraid I would have been completely defeated today." "What's going on?" Huangtu sat down. It seemed that because the other party was on the second floor, his identity was not to be trifled with, so the waiter took the initiative to pour water. "I don't know where this idiot came from, but he actually destroyed my hiding place in the middle of the night." Thinking of this, Chen's heart was filled with anger, and his voice couldn't help but raise a little. However, these words were extremely harsh to the ears of everyone present. Every single one of their expressions changed slightly. In this place, not many people dared to walk at night, and even fewer dared to fight at night. Only those hunters dared to walk at night, and every hunter was an ability user. "Are you talking about a hunter? I haven't seen a hunter yet." Huangtu asked curiously. "I don't know, I only know that it was 3 idiots and a bear." Chen didn't have a good impression of the 3 people and the bear, so he naturally didn't hold back. "Shh." Huangtu signaled Chen to be quiet, and whispered next to him, "Be quiet, those hunters are extremely powerful." Chen drank a mouthful of water, snorted softly, and said, "They did the idiotic thing, and they can't let others talk about it." If it wasn't for the tri-colored poison fog, Chen would have been completely defeated today. It was normal for Chen to be angry after almost losing his life. Moreover, this was obviously an unexpected disaster. If the other party's battle didn't affect him, how could such a thing happen? In this world, every hunter is an ability user, but every ability user may not be able to be a hunter. Hunters are recognized as strong, and naturally, they are respected. At this moment, Chen's words undoubtedly aroused the dissatisfaction of others, and for a moment, all kinds of gazes were directed at Chen. One of the 4 people sitting at the next table looked at Chen and said with dissatisfaction, "If you say hunters are idiots, then what are you?" Scram. Chen turned around and glared at the other party, his words cold. "You're courting death." A cold light flashed in the other party's eyes, and he grabbed the weapon beside him. Beside him, the other 3 people also stood up as they stared at Chen with a cold glint in their eyes. "Misunderstanding, everyone, this is a misunderstanding. My friend didn't mean that." Huangtu hurriedly stood up and waved his hand. "Huangtu, come up." At this moment, Huangtu's voice came from the second floor. Huangtu turned to look at the old ancestor on the second floor, and the other party's words were indifferent and firm. "We still have to hurry tomorrow, hurry up and rest." This sentence was not to be rejected. Huangtu looked at Chen with an apologetic smile, and after using his eyes to signal him not to cause trouble, he turned around and walked upstairs. However, after going upstairs, he did not rest. Instead, he watched from above. He understood the old ancestor's meaning very well, which was to stay away from Chen and not have anything to do with him. Originally, the 4 of them were still a little afraid of Huangtu, who came down from the second floor, but after Huangtu went upstairs, the 4 of them were completely relieved. Not only did their gazes at Chen become colder, but they also had a hint of provocation. "If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish," Chen said coldly. He had a stomach full of anger and had nowhere to vent it. At this moment, he did not mind killing a few more people. Shameless boasting. The 4 of them were obviously not afraid of trouble. They pretended to walk over, but the waiter not far away had no intention of stopping them. It seemed that this kind of thing often happened. Chen's hand went to his back, where he was carrying a long strip. Bang! 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 Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. It sounded hurried and powerful. "Open the door." At the same time, it was accompanied by a deep voice, strong and powerful. In this pitch-black night, the person who dared to knock on the door with such a tone was definitely an ability user. The waiter quickly went forward to open the door. The 4 people who were about to make a move also stopped. They returned to their seats and stood there, coldly watching this scene. The door of the inn was opened by the waiter, and a huge monster appeared in everyone's line of sight. It was a mechanical puppet similar to a black bear. It pushed the waiter away with one hand and said loudly, "Get out of the way." Pushing the waiter away, It walked in from outside the door, carrying the corpse of a horned wolf on its shoulder. Blood dripped down its shoulder and quickly dyed the floor red. The waiter stepped aside and looked down, as if he did not see this scene. He did not even ask the other party for the accommodation fee. After the mechanical puppet that looked like a black bear walked in, 3 more people covered in black robes walked in. Looking at the other party's attire, everyone couldn't help but recall what Zi Chen had said before. 3 idiots and a black bear. There was no doubt that the people the other party was talking about were the 3 hunters and the black bear in front of them. Seeing the 3 of them, Zi Chen's expression froze. Clearly, he did not expect to meet them here. What were these hunters doing here in the middle of the night instead of hunting those pseudo-divine beasts? Everyone's eyes fell on Zi Chen for a moment, making Zi Chen feel very unnatural. On the 2nd floor, Jiatu and Huangtu also guessed that the people Zi Chen was talking about were the 4 people in front of them. They looked at Zi Chen with some worry. Jiatu Kello appeared and signaled with his eyes that the other party was not allowed to go down. The Jiatu family would not participate in anything related to Zi Chen. "Mph, the idiots you were talking about are here." Not far away, one of the 4 people who had a conflict with Zi Chen sneered at him. His words were neither loud nor soft, enough for the people who came later to hear. "What did you say?" The black bear had just dropped the unicorn wolf's corpse when it heard these words. Its bare eyes stared at that person. The person cupped his fists and said, "Sir, you misunderstand. I said it for him to hear. Just now, this guy came here and boasted shamelessly that the 4 of you are 3 idiots and a black bear. How dare you? Who said that?" The black bear's voice rose a lot, and its words became very cold. The other party looked at Zi Chen without leaving a trace, which made the black bear step forward angrily, preparing to send the other party flying with a slap. The others watched from the side and sneered. It was obvious that this guy had offended these hunters and would not be able to survive. In this world, there were no rules. Whoever lived was the rule. The man who spoke also sneered and looked at Zi Chen with a gloating expression. Zi Chen had been silent, but he did not take out the hand on his back. He was already in a state of alert. If there was any danger, he would immediately take action. The black bear saw the bamboo basket and puppet snake beside Zi Chen, and its expression changed. The anger in its eyes lessened. The palm that was about to slap Zi Chen slowly landed on the table in front of Zi Chen. Then, the tall black bear leaned over, tilted its head, and looked at Zi Chen. The eyes that were originally filled with anger now had a glimmer of light. The loud voice sounded again, "Hey, it's actually you. Xiu Qi, Xiong Xian, come quickly. He's actually here." As he spoke, He Xiong sat down beside Zi Chen, showing no signs of hostility. The crowd, who thought that they would see an exciting battle, was stunned when they heard the black bear's surprised words. The man who was gloating and waiting to watch a good show was also dumbfounded. Chapter 2487. C_T. When He Xiong arrived in front of Zi Chen, everyone did not see the battle that they had imagined. After Black Bear saw Zi Chen, he seemed to be very happy and sat down as if they were very familiar with each other. Quick update: the website page is refreshing and there are few advertisements. I like this kind of website the most. The others around him were all stunned. I said you are an idiot, and you really think you are an idiot. Why don't you get lost? A clear female voice sounded, but it was a black-robed person who walked over, and then kicked He Xiong away without hesitation. As she moved forward, the other party untied the black robe on her body, revealing a tall figure, a curvaceous figure, and a beautiful face. Her long black hair was tied behind her back with a hairband, and she was wearing a purple tight suit. She held the untied black robe in her hand and sat next to Zi Chen. Her bright eyes looked at Zi Chen unscrupulously. He said I was a bear, but he didn't say I was an idiot. He was talking about the 3 of you. He Xiong, who was kicked away, muttered in dissatisfaction. He took a few steps back and pressed a mechanism with one hand. After coming to this world, Zi Chen saw a woman for the first time, and she was a beautiful and powerful ability user, which surprised him. If she was in the outside world, this woman would be a Saint King, and she would definitely be a top powerhouse. This kind of surprise caused his expression to change slightly, but he quickly controlled his emotions. Unlike the others, he only had eyes for this woman, and was attracted by her appearance. The other two black-robed people also took off their black robes and sat down. A hole appeared behind He Xiong, and a man who was not very tall walked out and sat down opposite Zi Chen. "My name is Xiu Qi, may I know your name?" On the other side of Zi Chen, a young man cupped his fist and said to Zi Chen. "Zi Chen." Zi Chen said lightly. Although he did not feel hostility from them, he did not let his guard down. "Brother Zi Chen, I'm sorry for what happened earlier." Xiu Qi once again clasped his fists towards Zi Chen and said apologetically. "Forget it. You guys didn't mean it." Zi Chen waved his hand. Their attitude made it impossible for him to pursue the previous matter. "My name is Tom. Zi Chen, you are really powerful. Not only did you beat up the lone horned wolf, but even that group of divine ants couldn't do anything to you," the man who walked out of the mechanical black bear said to Zi Chen. "Tom, you have to apologize first. This is all your fault," the woman who had been silent all this time said. The man named Tom scratched his head and said, "Oh, I'm really sorry. That lone horned wolf was too strong. I was careless and was sent flying, accidentally exposing your hiding place. However, I can see that you are very strong. Being a hunter is not a problem for you. Why didn't you come to the inn and instead hide in the cave?" Zi Chen wasn't used to Tang Pu being so talkative, so he didn't know how to respond. "Tom, you talk too much nonsense. Zi Chen, right? My name is Xiong Xian. Is this puppet snake yours? Could it be that you're the same as Tang Pu, a puppet master?" The beautiful woman looked at Zi Chen curiously. Zi Chen thought to himself, "You talk a lot of nonsense too. It seems like we aren't familiar enough to ask all sorts of questions, right?" However, he saw that the four of them didn't have any ill intentions, so he replied, "I'm not a puppeteer, and this puppet snake isn't mine." "Then why do you have it?" Xiong Xian asked, puzzled. "The puppeteer wanted to kill me, but I killed him. I saw that this puppet snake wasn't damaged at all, so I thought I could sell it for a good price." Zi Chen's answer left everyone speechless. The faces of the four people who had a conflict with Zi Chen turned ugly. They guessed that Zi Chen should be a puppeteer, and a puppeteer with a broken puppet at that. Such an existence's combat strength was almost zero. However, they didn't expect that he wasn't a puppeteer at all. That puppet snake was just his spoils of war. The four hunters didn't seem to have any hostility, but they were definitely not easy to talk to. They were called an idiot and a bear for no reason, but not only did they not get angry, they even apologized. This showed that Zi Chen's combat strength was very strong. Otherwise, an ordinary person would have died many times over. "Oh, so that's how it is. In that case, the tricolor poison mist isn't yours. How did you ignore the tricolor poison mist?" Tang Pu asked again. Zi Chen frowned slightly, not knowing how to answer. "Tom, don't be rude." Xiu Qi, the young man from before, glared at Tom. This was obviously a secret. How could he casually show it to others? The words on this side were naturally heard clearly by the others. After hearing that the other party ignored the tricolor poison mist, everyone's faces changed again. They were shocked in their hearts. "It's not that unreasonable. Actually, I don't know the reason. Maybe I'm naturally resistant to poison." Zi Chen shook his head and said casually. However, as soon as these words were spoken, the entire place became deathly silent. In this world, there were no innate skills. All innate skills could be called abilities. If it was really innate resistance to poison, then there would be a strong rejection of poison. In this way, one could become a poison master. Poison master, that was a profession that made many ability users tremble in fear. Zi Chen is a poison master. When Jiao Tu and Huang Tu heard this, their faces revealed a look of surprise. Perhaps in the outside world, a poison master was nothing, but in this world, a poison master's ability was extremely powerful. They were so powerful that they were immune to poison, so powerful that everyone feared them. They were almost the top existence in this world besides the gods. It could be said that the status of a poison master in this world was equivalent to the status of a harmonious spirit master in the star path. Jiu Kaluo snorted. He was very clear that Zi Chen only had a special physique. It was only luck that allowed him to block the tricolor poison. As for becoming a poison master that was immune to poison, that was simply impossible. These four fellows who were trying to be friendly obviously misunderstood Zi Chen's ability. Otherwise, Zi Chen would have been torn to shreds by the four of them. Xiu Qi and the woman named Xiong Xian exchanged glances, and then no longer asked this question. Xiong Xian tilted her head and looked at Zi Chen, and said, "You look so young. Is this your first time going to Instigate Town?" Zi Chen nodded. He knew the name of the town from the old man. "Are you going to trade or are you planning to stay there for a long time?" Xiong Xian asked again. "I'm going to find someone." "Oh, who is it? Tell me, maybe we know each other." "An old blacksmith, I think his surname is Wei." Seeing the other party being so enthusiastic, Zi Chen's heart moved, and he said the purpose of his visit. "You should be talking about old fart Wei, right? Not only does he know how to forge iron, he also knows how to refine weapons." "Are you looking for him to refine weapons?" Xiong Xian asked. "You know him?" Zi Chen was very surprised. He just casually said it, but he didn't expect the other party to actually know him. "Of course I know him. Old fart Wei lives next door to us, and has a good relationship with us." Xiu Qi laughed and said, "All these years, we have never seen anyone looking for old fart Wei. Who are you to him?" "A friend asked me to look for him. We didn't know each other before, but he said that he would let me follow old fart Wei from now on. Meeting is fate. Waiter, bring some wine and dishes." Xiu Qi said, "Today, we will have a good drink with brother Zi Chen. Good wine and good dishes." Tang Piu added, "If not, take this unicorn wolf and stew it. We have a good relationship with old fart Wei. Since you are looking for him, then we are considered to be on the same side. Tomorrow morning, we will bring you to him. If he is willing to take you in, then we will be neighbors." The man who had not spoken all this time laughed and said, looking very kind, "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Xiu Jin." Zi Chen could feel that after he said old fart Wei's name, these people became even more kind. That kind of kindness was completely sincere, and not deliberate. "Xiu Qi, Xiu Jin, Tang Piu, Xiong Xian, don't tell me they are the four demon hunter cultivators of Suhui Town?" Just at this time, a cry of surprise suddenly came from not far away. The four demon hunter cultivators, 2 men, 1 woman, and 1 puppet. This puppet referred to the puppet master. In Suhui Town, the 4 of them were quite famous. The 4 of them had different abilities, but their fighting strength was very strong. When combined, they were even more powerful. After guessing the identities of the 4 people, the surrounding people looked at the 4 of them with even more admiration. Just as the waiter was preparing the dishes, Xiu Qi took out a jade bottle from his bosom. After opening it, a ray of light burst out from the jade bottle. Xiu Qi tilted the jade bottle, and a drop of glowing liquid came out and landed in Xiu Qi's palm. Zi Chen looked at the drop of liquid curiously. He could feel a dense energy fluctuation from it. This was the first time he felt energy fluctuation ever since he came to this world. While Zi Chen was curiously sizing up the drop of liquid, the surrounding people's eyes were already wide open. Their faces were full of surprise. Looking at them, they could not wait to take the drop of liquid for themselves. Without thinking, they could guess that the drop of liquid was good stuff. Xiu Qi handed the drop of liquid to Zi Chen and said, "Originally, we were just here to say hello, and this matter is over. Who would have thought that you were actually looking for old fart Wei? This means that you are indeed one of us. Who knows, you might even be neighbors in the future. Just saying hello is not right. Killing the lone horned wolf, you have a share too. This can be considered as a reward and a greeting gift." "What is this?" Zi Chen did not take the drop of liquid. Instead, he looked at it and asked suspiciously. "Sacred Origin Liquid, also known as Ability Origin Liquid. It is good stuff that can awaken abilities," Xiu Qi said. "There's such a thing?" Zi Chen's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Although this world has only one set of laws, it is still very mysterious. Xiu Qi looked at Zi Chen and smiled, This thing's main use is to strengthen the body, and awaken abilities is relatively small. But if you gather enough of it, you can still awaken abilities. Placing the drop of sacred origin liquid in front of Zichen, Xiuqi smiled. I've given you a greeting gift as compensation. Don't think it's too little. This thing is very hard to get. Chapter 2488. C_T, Sacred Origin Liquid, also known as Ability Source Liquid, was a unique product of this world. It was very different from the source liquids produced on the planets outside. This was the most basic and important thing in this world. It was the goal of many people. But at the same time, too many people might not even obtain a single drop of it after arriving in this world. This drop of sacred origin liquid attracted everyone's attention. In front of it, even Xiong Xian's appearance didn't seem that attractive anymore. This is too valuable. I can't accept it. Zichen took in everyone's expressions. He shook his head and refused. One couldn't accept a reward without doing anything, let alone something so valuable. Just take it. We won't lose out. This lone-horned wolf can still be exchanged for 2 more drops. If you hadn't stopped it, we wouldn't have gotten a single drop. Seeing that Zichen still had the intention to refuse, Xiong Xian said unhappily, how can a man be so wishy-washy? Hurry up and take it. It's not like it's a big deal. Since Xiong Xian had spoken, Zichen naturally wouldn't be able to justify himself if he continued to refuse. He smiled and took it. Isn't that right? Xiong Xian looked at Zichen and smiled. Actually, we don't have any good intentions. After you've tasted the sweetness this time, you'll definitely not forget the sacred origin liquid. When the time comes, you'll have to join our team and we'll hunt together. Xiong Xian's words were half an invitation and half a way to resolve Zichen's awkwardness. Zichen shook his head and said, forget it. I almost died earlier. I don't have the strength to walk in the dark yet. You don't have the strength, but you have the equipment. If you're willing to be a hunter, we can provide you with the equipment. It's actually very simple. You just need a set of special clothes to block the divine mosquitoes and divine ants in the dark. Xiuqi looked at Zichen, who was still holding the sacred origin liquid, and said, this thing doesn't need to be refined. Just swallow it. You can do it now. Zichen nodded and swallowed the sacred origin liquid. As he swallowed, he clearly heard the sound of saliva being swallowed from all around him. As the drop of sacred origin fluid entered his stomach, Zichen felt a familiar energy appear in his stomach. This energy seemed to be full of life, and immediately spread towards his limbs and bones. Just like how natural treasures tempered one's body in the outside world, or how the rainbow sacred tree strengthened Zichen's body, this drop of sacred source fluid also strengthened Zichen's body. However, it didn't require a cultivation technique to control it and could perfectly enhance the overall strength of his body. All abilities originate from the body. Only a powerful body can stimulate the emergence of abilities. Seeing Zichen's slightly puzzled expression, Xiuqi took the initiative to explain. Zichen could understand this explanation. Perhaps this was the reason why the Jiatu family's 5 quotas all required a saint-level physical body. After the drop of sacred origin liquid was gone, everyone looked at Zichen with envy and some resentment. Of course, it was inevitable that they were taking pleasure in his misfortune. Although it was common knowledge that a drop of sacred origin liquid couldn't awaken abilities, everyone still felt that Zichen had wasted this drop of sacred origin liquid. Perhaps this was the only way to make them feel a little better. The waiter had prepared some food and wine, and there was even rare meat among them. For Zichen, who had come to this world, this was truly a high-class thing. The quality of the wine was also pretty good. At the very least, it was much smoother than what the old man usually drank. The 5 ability users ate and drank in front of everyone. Gato Kello brought Gato and Huangtu back into the room. It was clear that he really didn't want to have anything to do with Zichen. They drank until the next day, when the sky was bright, but the 5 of them still didn't change their expressions. Even Xiong Xian was a heroine. Here, alcohol tolerance represents strength. Zichen, you are indeed very strong. In fact, alcohol tolerance represented physical strength. When Zichen came here, his physical body had already entered the saint level, and was stronger than many saint kings. This was also the reason why he could use the broken blade to slaughter saint kings after coming to this world. After Xiu Qi paid the bill, the group of 5 left the inn and headed for Sohui town. There weren't any more twists and turns along the way. When they were about to reach the town, the alcohol from the previous night had dissipated, and they were extremely sober. "Let's go and find old Fart Wei," Tang Piyu, who was holding the puppet snake for Zi Chen, said as they walked to the town's gate. From the outside, the town looked like a small city. It was surrounded by towering stone walls. In Tang Piyu's words, these walls were to prevent pseudo-divine beasts from suddenly attacking the town at night. The old man had come to Sohui town before, but not many times. As for why he didn't stay here, Zi Chen had asked before, but the old man hadn't said anything. After arriving at the town today, Zi Chen finally understood. In this place, there were many people with abilities. Although they were far from being able to walk everywhere, but just by casually walking a short distance, one would be able to see one or several ability users. Living with these ability users, one would undoubtedly have to be on tenterhooks. How could it be more comfortable than living in a small mountain village? There was only one entrance to the town. After entering, one would have to go deeper into the town. In this town, old Fart Wei had his own shop, but the area was extremely small. Outside the shop, there were some black iron and a few weapons that didn't seem to be very popular. "Old Fart Wei, this time we went out, we brought back a friend for you." Seeing the blacksmith shop from afar, Tang Piyu shouted loudly. This place was relatively remote, and was only suitable for people to live in, but not for a shop. Compared to the shops on the road, old Fart Wei's shop was really not ostentatious. He believed that the business wouldn't be good. "This old man has no friends." An old voice came from the blacksmith shop, followed by the sound of iron striking. "You didn't before, but now you definitely do. His name is Zi Chen, and he specially came to find you. Quickly come out and take a look." Tang Piyu shouted towards the blacksmith shop, turned his head and said to Zi Chen, "Zi Chen, don't go in. It's dirty and messy inside. After greeting old Fart Wei, you can stay at our place. Our place is clean and spacious." "That's right, Zi Chen, this old Fart Wei is good in every way, but he's too lazy. If he was more diligent, he wouldn't have to force himself to live." Xiong Xian said with a smile. "Old man, quickly come out. Otherwise, I'll smash your shop." The sound of iron striking suddenly stopped, and the old voice came out from the blacksmith shop again. "Don't, this old man's shop doesn't have anything valuable." Zi Chen saw an old man wearing a coarse robe, and his figure was not as sturdy as the other blacksmiths. He walked out from the blacksmith shop. After the other party appeared, his gaze fell on Zi Chen, and said, "You came to find me?" "Yes." Zi Chen nodded, and was about to explain his intentions, but before he could open his mouth, he heard old Fart Wei's voice. "Old Fart Zhon asked you to come, right? Is he not dead yet? His old body is still very healthy." Zi Chen knew that old Fart Zhon was that old man, surnamed Zhon Wu. "What did he ask you to come here for, to trade?" Old Fart Wei sized up Zi Chen. "He wants me to stay here and learn from you for a period of time." "Oh, come with me then." Old Fart Wei did not speak much, and did not ask about other things. He turned and walked towards the blacksmith shop, and Zi Chen could only follow behind. Tang Piyu passed the puppet snake to Zi Chen, and Zi Chen carried the bamboo basket, and prepared to follow with the puppet snake. "You're a puppet master?" Old Fart Wei asked without turning his head. "No, this is." Without waiting for Zi Chen to say that it was for sale, old Fart Wei interrupted him and said, "If it's not, then deal with it. The room is too small, and can't hold these useless things." Zi Chen turned his head, and looked at the few of them for help. "Leave it to me, it's easy to deal with these things." Tang Piyu smiled at Zi Chen, and volunteered to take it. Zi Chen smiled gratefully, and turned to enter the blacksmith shop. Entering the blacksmith shop, the first thing that entered his eyes were all black iron-grade ores, and occasionally, he would see some iron ingots, and a few semi-finished products. As for the real weapons, Zi Chen did not see a single one. The room was small, and the light was not enough. After entering, The high temperature emitted by the furnace made the air feel dry and hot. Put the things there, and you will be in charge of forging in the future. Old Fart Wei pointed to an empty corner and said. Zichen put down the bamboo basket, and then poured out all the black iron, revealing the holy black crystal wrapped in a coarse cloth at the bottom. After that, he untied the cloth, revealing the holy black crystal. In this dark room, there was suddenly a bright light, and it was so black that it was shining. The expressionless old Fart Wei, upon seeing the holy black crystal, revealed a look of surprise. Such a big piece of holy black crystal was very rare. He nodded and said, "It's not bad. Do you plan to sell it, or keep it for when you are familiar with it, to forge a weapon for yourself?" Zichen was hesitant, because he was not sure of the price of the holy black crystal. "Then keep it first. These black iron can still be used for a period of time." Looking at the hesitant Zichen, old Fart Wei had already decided for him. He looked at Zichen and said, "From now on, you will stay here to forge, and take care of your food and lodging. Don't worry about anything else, and when you have enough, you can leave. This old man will not force you. However, if you can't complete this old man's request, then you can take your things and get lost. Thank you, Senior, for taking me in." Zichen cupped his fists and thanked him gratefully. "Whether you thank me or not, we can talk about it later. For now, go and tell those people outside that you can't leave for the time being, and don't let them wait." "Yes." Zichen walked out of the blacksmith shop and informed the four of the old man's arrangements, which made them look very disappointed. However, they did not force Zichen, and told Zichen that he could look for them when he was free. This should be able to exchange for 2 to 3 drops of Saint Origin liquid. "Once it's done, I will give it to you." Tang Pu waved the puppet snake in his hand at Zichen, then left with Xiongxian and the rest. After watching the four leave, Zichen returned to the blacksmith shop. Old Fart Wei did not give him any time to rest, and Zichen began to forge on the same day. Chapter 2489. C_T. Clang. In the blacksmith shop, the heavy hammer fell, sparks flew everywhere, and a piece of black iron gradually changed shape. Clang. Clang. The clanging sound kept on ringing. It was very rhythmic. The one wielding the hammer was a young man, dressed in coarse hemp clothes, with delicate features and handsome features. On his forehead, sweat kept dripping down. He did not care about wiping the sweat off his forehead, and kept hammering the piece of black iron in front of him. Not far away, on an old and broken recliner, an old man was lying on it, resting with his eyes closed. Even in deep sleep, his mouth was still open, as if he was dreaming of something to be happy about. The young man who was forging was naturally Zichen. He had been here for 10 days. In these 10 days, he did not leave the house, and spent all day forging. Beside him, there was already a small pile of iron ingots. The one on the recliner was old Fart Wei. Ever since Zichen came here, he had never used a hammer, but every day, he would use his mouth. A few days ago, because Zichen used too much strength, he almost scolded Zichen to death. When he was awake, the old man was very strict, and could always pick out all kinds of problems. And when he was asleep, the old man's mouth would be open, as if he was having a good dream. The clanging sound of the hammer was like a beautiful melody, bringing the old man into dreamland, and he was unwilling to wake up. Around lunchtime, the old man naturally woke up. Seeing the pile of iron ingots in front of Zichen, he was stunned, but after covering up the surprise in his eyes, he frowned, and said unhappily, "Why is the speed so slow? The efficiency is too low." He walked forward, casually picked up a piece of iron ingot, and pointed to a certain place. "The strength here is too light, this place is too heavy, and here." The old man picked up a piece of iron ingot, and pointed out a few problems. Seeing Zichen constantly nodding his head, revealing an expression of humility, he reluctantly nodded his head. "You must be hungry again, right? If I can't finish my tasks every day, I won't have enough to eat. I'm losing out big time." After that, the old man muttered as usual and walked into the house. He was probably going to cook. After a whole morning of hammering, Zichen was already exhausted. At the same time, he was so hungry that his heart was stuck to his back. However, after hearing what the old man said earlier, he was too embarrassed to rest and could only continue hammering. It had to be said that, During these 10 days, although the old man had constantly squeezed him dry, the growth of his power had also been very obvious. Although he hadn't used his extreme speed yet, Zichen believed that he would be much faster than he had been 10 days ago if he used it now. Full text reading here. A strong physical body was the foundation of everything. During the few days that Zichen had been here, Xiongxian and the others had come to look for him once. After that, it was said that they were out on a mission and had not seen him since. Eat something. Old Fart Wei brought out a bowl of porridge and signaled Zichen to drink it. It had to be said that this simple bowl of porridge had quite a bit of energy. It was enough to sustain Zichen's workload for half a day. On the 11th day, a group of people walked in from outside the town. If Zichen was here, he would definitely be able to recognize 4 of them. They were the 4 saints from the Huoti clan who possessed the body of a saint. They were following the new ability user and were late by 10 days. Zichen didn't step out of his house and didn't pay attention to the outside world. After a few days, Xiongxian and the others returned and pulled Zichen to drink. Looking at their slightly worried expressions, Zichen could tell that they didn't have any gains this time. Zichen, don't just focus on hammering all day. It's completely useless. Only through constant fighting can one strengthen and improve their abilities. At the table, Tang Piyu tried to persuade Zichen just like before. Zichen smiled bitterly. Let's postpone this matter for now. Old Fart Wei still has many missions to complete. Speaking of Old Fart Wei, Xiongxian's eyes were filled with resentment. Zichen, don't be fooled by Old Fart Wei. He's treating you as a laborer. Working for him day and night, he's squeezing you dry and not giving you any rewards. Why don't you follow us out to hunt for pseudo-divine beasts? If you're lucky, you can get a drop of Saint Source liquid. Using the Saint Source liquid to increase your strength is much faster than hammering. Xiongxian and the others had their eyes on Zichen's fighting strength and wanted to rope him in. Zichen also looked forward to hunting in the outside world, but once he thought of that strict old man, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Moreover, the growth of his strength was indeed very fast, unlike what the others had said about it being slow. Even after they finished drinking, Zichen didn't agree to their request. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't tell Old Fart Wei. Yes, this is the place. Use your strength here. Clang. Increase your strength, it's still too light. Clang. Clang. A new day, a new mission. Zichen started hammering again. After Xiongxian and the others rested for a while, they went out to hunt pseudo-divine beasts again. These few days, Old Fart Wei didn't sleep. Instead, he was guiding Zichen on how to use his strength. According to the old man's guidance, Zichen's hammering movements became lighter and more adept at controlling his strength. Old Fart Wei, who looked very strict, was actually very satisfied with this disciple of his. He was so satisfied that he would grin foolishly every time he slept. It was obvious that Zichen made him very satisfied. But every time he woke up, he would become so strict. He was worried that Zichen would be too arrogant. In the path of refining, talent was important, but hard work was even more important. For a month, Zichen hammered the iron block. After a month, Zichen began to refine weapons under the old man's supervision. In the past, Zichen knew how to refine weapons. He even knew many techniques that had been lost. However, they all relied on energy to operate. Now that there was no energy, Zichen's techniques could not be used. However, his foundation was still there, so it was still easy to use them. After scrapping 2 weapons in a row, Zichen spent 3 days and finally forged a decent weapon. It was a long saber, very sharp, and emitted a black light. Not bad. For the first time in more than a month, the old man nodded his head, expressing his approval of Zichen. This blade can be sold outside. This shop can be considered to have opened for business. After staying here for such a long time, Zichen had seen a few people come to look at weapons. Unfortunately, there were no decent weapons here, so there were no successful transactions. Zichen suspected that if this continued, the old man's surplus would be eaten up. In this way, Zichen successfully became a permanent worker in the blacksmith shop. He began to refine weapons for sale. Gradually, The shop also had business, and the first transaction was completed. According to the old man's vague instructions, the weapons Zi Chen made would have a little flaw. They did not look perfect. This was a deliberate move in this dangerous place. Of course, only the two of them could see the flaw. Other people who did not understand weapons would not be able to see it. The store's business gradually improved, and Zi Chen's weaponsmithing skills also became more and more adept. By the third month, Zi Chen's weaponsmithing weapons had already gained some fame. The weapons were bought as soon as they appeared. Later on, before they were even made, they were already reserved in advance. With a bowl of porridge in the morning, noon, and night, Zi Chen's strength was also constantly increasing. Compared to 3 months ago, it had changed a lot. In this regard, Zi Chen was even infatuated with this kind of increase in strength. If he was in the outside world now, he believed that in these 3 months, his saint-level physical body would have undergone a great change. Although he did not dare to say that it was comparable to a saint weapon, it was definitely much stronger than before. Moreover, if he continued to grow like this, Zi Chen believed that one day, his physical body would grow to a level comparable to a saint weapon. At that time, he would be able to catch a saint weapon with his bare hands. With the increase in strength, Zi Chen gradually felt some changes in his body. These changes seemed to be the signs of an ability. For the people in this world, true ability was actually a change in the body. It was an ability that was derived from one's body. For example, Zi Chen's previous extreme speed ability was an extension of the cultivation method. It was not an ability that was derived from one's body. Just as Zi Chen was gradually falling in love with the feeling of increasing strength and becoming fond of refining weapons, the old man suddenly stopped Zi Chen. "You've been here for a long time. Your understanding of refining weapons is already very deep. It's time for you to go out and train. Are you chasing me away?" Zi Chen looked at the old man in astonishment. "I'm not chasing you away. I'm just letting you go out and train. The 4 of them came back a long time ago, but after knowing that the weapons you refined were extremely popular, they did not disturb you." The old man looked at Zi Chen and said, "With your skills, you can completely rely on yourself here. However, I believe that this is not your main purpose for coming here. Go out and see some blood with them. Otherwise, after a long period of refining weapons, your courage will gradually be wiped out." Zi Chen was originally intelligent, so he quickly understood the old man's meaning. "Since you're already a master refiner, you can't be too shabby when you go out. I've already placed your new clothes in your room." After watching Zi Chen put down his hammer and leave, old Fat Wei could not help but sigh. "Zi Chen, this old man is really out of ideas. For the past 3 months, you've been consuming a drop of sacred source liquid every 2 days. This old man's secret stash has already been emptied. Your strength is increasing, but your ability has not awakened. What you lack is not an increase in strength, but an instantaneous awakening." Previously, Tang Piyu and the rest had said that Zi Chen's strength would increase very slowly because of his forging. However, Zi Chen did not feel that way. Instead, he felt that his strength was increasing very quickly. In fact, he did not know that the thin porridge he drank every day contained diluted sacred source liquid. On average, he drank a drop every 2 days. As time passed, Zi Chen's strength increased too quickly. A drop of sacred source liquid every 2 days was no longer enough to sustain Zi Chen's consumption. Left with no choice, old Fat Wei signaled for Zi Chen to go out and train. After washing up and changing into a new black robe, Zi Chen stood in front of Xiong Xian and the others. The 4 of them were clearly stunned as they stared at the handsome young man in front of them in disbelief. Chapter 2490. C_T. You are Zi Chen? Looking at the handsome young man in front of her, Xiong Xian's beautiful eyes lit up, and she said with some disbelief. Read the full text. The other 3 also had exaggerated expressions. "What, you don't recognize me after not seeing me for just over a month?" Zi Chen looked at the 4 of them and chuckled. On his back, he carried a sheathed long saber. His figure was slender, and with the smile on his face, he looked handsome and charming. "Are you really Master Zi Chen?" Tang Piyu's eyes were wide open. Although he had known Zi Chen for a long time, every time he saw Zi Chen, He was wearing coarse clothes with his hair casually draped over his shoulders. He was obviously handsome, but not like now. Zichen smiled but did not say anything. Xiongxian stepped forward and pinched Zichen's face with her jade-like hands. She said with some infatuation, "Wow, Zichen, you are so handsome." Zichen took 2 steps back, unable to stand the other party's approach. "Zichen, why did you come to us instead of refining weapons?" After joking around, Xiuqi looked at Zichen and said. Sitting on the chair where Xiongxian sat before, Zichen said, "Old Fart Wei gave me a break, so I came to see if you guys wanted to go out. I can go with you guys." When they heard this, their faces immediately showed surprise. Xiongxian stood beside Zichen and said, "The old man is really willing to let you go? I heard that you are now a master refiner. The weapons you refine are now in short supply. Now that the old man let you go, won't he lose a lot?" Zichen shrugged and said, "I don't know what he is thinking. In short, I am free now. Do you guys want to go out?" Of course. Without waiting for the others to speak, Xiongxian took the initiative and said, "Last time we met a 2-headed tiger and couldn't beat it. Since you are here, we will definitely be able to kill it this time. Have you prepared everything for the trip?" Zichen asked. "It's been prepared for a long time. After knowing that you've become a master refiner, we thought that we wouldn't need it." Tang Piyu took the lead and walked into the room. A moment later, he took out a package and placed it on the table. Tang Piyu said, "There are night suits and some tricolored poison mist inside, in case we need to use it at a critical moment." Zichen opened the package. When he saw the 2 items, he said, "I'll take them, but I don't have sacred source liquid to pay for them, so I'll owe you for now." "When are we leaving?" "There's no time like the present." "Let's do it now," Xiujin said. The group of 5 left Sohui town and headed towards the place Xiongxian had mentioned. "Zichen, with you joining us this time, we'll definitely gain a lot," Tang Piyu said as he walked in front while Black Bear followed behind him. In the last battle, they had a clear understanding of Zichen's combat strength. Whether it was his strength or his speed, they were all very surprised. He believed that if everyone joined forces this time, they would definitely reap a great harvest. Soon, night fell. After eating some food, the 5 of them took out their night suits and changed into them. These clothes were made of special materials and were very effective against the natural enemies of the night, black ants and divine mosquitoes. The night wind was very strong. Amidst the whistling wind, Zichen could often see large numbers of divine mosquitoes and black ants flying past. The divine mosquitoes were a little better, as they had yet to display their terrifying killing power. However, wherever the black ants passed, tall and sturdy trees would turn to dust and disappear. After traveling in the night for 4 hours, Tang Piyu, who had already entered the black bear puppet's body, said in a low voice, "Zichen, that 2-headed tiger is in a cave in the mountain ahead. There's a cave inside. I'll go in and lure it out." Tang Piyu began to speed up, while Zichen's group of 4 slowed down. Xiuqi instructed in a low voice, "Zichen, we'll make the first move later. You watch from the side. If that guy tries to escape, remember to stop him." Zichen nodded. In this cave, the sound of the wind was clearly weaker, and the divine mosquitoes and black ants would not come here. Stepping on the dirt mountain road, the 4 of them tried not to make any noise. When they were still some distance away from the cave, the 4 of them stopped. Xiuqi, Xiujin, and Xiongxian surrounded the cave in a triangular formation, while Zichen stood at a relatively far distance on guard. The sound of the wind gradually stopped, and no sound could be heard from the surroundings. The atmosphere was somewhat tense and oppressive. Roar. Suddenly, an angry roar sounded from the cave. Immediately after, Zichen saw a black shadow rush out. That black shadow was Tang Piyu, who was inside the puppet. Just as he reached the cave entrance, a 2-headed tiger caught up to him and slapped the black bear's back with its paw. Peng! With a loud sound, Tang Piyu's body flew forward and heavily smashed into a mound. Then, the 2-headed tiger rushed out of the cave, its eyes filled with murderous intent as it went straight for Tang Piyu. Go! After the 2-headed tiger appeared, Xiuqi and Xiujin flew forward. Both of them held a long sword in their hands. The tip of the sword was sharp, and it flashed with a cold light in the dark night. With Zichen's eyesight, he could naturally see that these two weapons were made by Old Fart Wei. Furthermore, they were flawless. It could be seen that Old Fart Wei treated his neighbors well. The two people who rushed forward tapped their feet and soared into the air. The long swords in their hands pierced towards the two-headed tiger's head. The two-headed tiger roared in mid-air. Its tiger claws stretched out in the air, wanting to slap the two swords down. At the same time, the mouths on the two heads opened, wanting to swallow the two after slapping away their weapons. From the current situation, the two-headed tiger's strength was obviously stronger than the two brothers. The two of them would definitely be at a disadvantage. However, they had cooperated for so long. Zichen believed that they would definitely have other methods. Thus, he continued to stay at the side and did not make a move. Seeing that the tiger claws were about to land on the long swords, Xiongxian, who had not made a move, suddenly had a flash of light in her eyes. That was a real light. It was not reflected light, but came from Xiongxian's eyes. The moment the light appeared, the two-headed tiger's movements slowed down. The tiger claws that were supposed to hit the sword light also paused. The two sword lights brushed past the tiger claws and pierced the two-headed tiger's head. The two-headed tiger was in pain. Its body fell forward and it let out an earth-shattering roar. Peng! The black shadow that Tang Pu had transformed into descended from the sky. With a strong force, it struck towards the two-headed tiger's head. Following a loud tremor, the two-headed tiger's body was sent flying more than 10 meters away. After Xiu Jin and Xiu Qi landed, they did not hesitate to charge forward with their swords and surrounded the two-headed tiger. At this moment, the two-headed tiger had other wounds on its body. It looked like they had been left behind before. Following the two's attacks, new wounds were left behind. The two-headed tiger was in pain, constantly roaring. Looking at the battle, Zichen finally understood the cooperation between the four of them. Xiu Jin and Xiu Qi were mainly responsible for killing the enemy. Xiongxian, who had an eye technique, was responsible for critical moments. Needless to say, Tang Pu, who had fused with the puppet, was a meat shield, the kind that could take a beating. The cooperation between the four of them was very tacit. If one person rashly joined in, it would disrupt the tacit cooperation. That was why Zichen was watching from the side. Last time, they had besieged the two-headed tiger and did not kill it. It could be seen that the other party was very strong. This time was the same. With their close cooperation, they had the upper hand. However, as the two-headed tiger gradually adjusted from the sneak attack, the strength of a pseudo-divine beast was completely displayed. Peng! The two-headed tiger raised its claws and suddenly slapped down. Tang Pu was directly sent flying. Immediately after, the two-headed tiger leaped up. After dodging Xiu Qi's attack, it opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Xiu Jin. Xiongxian's eyes flashed, and the two-headed tiger's movements slowed. Xiu Jin blocked in front of him with his sword, preventing the two-headed tiger from biting. However, the two-headed tiger's claws fell, and Xiu Jin was also sent flying. After landing, the two-headed tiger gave up on Tang Pu and went straight for Xiu Qi. Of course, it had intelligence. It knew how hard the shell on Tang Pu's body was, so it went directly to Xiu Qi. Xiu Qi leaped up and stabbed the two-headed tiger with her sword. The two-headed tiger's movements were very agile. It waved its tiger claws to block, and its whole body pressed down on Xiu Qi. The two mouths on its two heads opened at the same time and bit towards Xiu Qi. Scram! With a shout, Tang Pu quickly rushed over and used his body to knock the two-headed tiger away, saving Xiu Qi. Even so, there were still 3 bloody scars on Xiu Qi's face. They were caused by the tiger's teeth. Standing to the side, Xiongxian's eyes were shining. At this moment, she was very nervous. With the strength of the 4 of them, it was very difficult to fight this two-headed tiger. This time, because of Zichen's participation, they decided to eliminate the other party. However, in today's battle, the strength displayed by the two-headed tiger was clearly stronger than last time. This made her feel very troubled. Xiu Jin, who was sent flying, also rushed up again. The 3 of them began to besiege the two-headed tiger, barely managing to control the situation. For a time, there were all kinds of chaotic fighting scenes. Xiong Xian, who was hiding at the side, helped the three of them from time to time. Zi Chen stayed at a further place and watched the evenly matched battle. He knew that if the battle continued, the four of them would be unable to defeat the two-headed tiger due to exhaustion. He tightened the scabbard on his back, preparing to find an opportunity to attack. Swoosh! The two-headed tiger, who was fighting, suddenly retreated a few steps. Then, it exerted strength and leaped up, circling around the three of them. Not good, it's trying to escape. When the three of them saw this scene, they all shouted and rushed up. No! This beast is going to attack Xiong Xian. Xiong Xian, quickly get out of the way. Xiao Qi sensed that something was wrong and immediately shouted. However, it was too late. The two-headed tiger had already planned this attack. Moreover, Xiong Xian was not good at speed. Xiong Xian's eyes flashed. The two-headed tiger's body paused in midair for a moment before it sped up again. Using this move continuously, Xiong Xian had exhausted a lot of energy. At this moment, the effect on the two-headed tiger was very limited. The three of them did not arrive in time. Xiong Xian also did not manage to escape in time. The two-headed tiger arrived in front of Xiong Xian and bit at her. Chapter 2491. C_T. Xiong Xian's ability was eye techniques. Apart from that, her strength and defense were relatively weak. Now that she was facing the twin-headed tiger's attack, she had lost the initiative and could not even escape. Facing this attack, she could only close her eyes and wait for death to arrive. Pa! A soft sound suddenly rang out, and a strong wind blew Xiong Xian's long black hair into a mess. The death that she imagined did not happen. When she opened her eyes, she saw the twin-headed tiger stop in front of her. A black scabbard was stuck in the twin-headed tiger's wide-open mouth. A slender and strong hand was holding the scabbard's hilt. The person who came was Zi Chen. At the crucial moment, he used the scabbard to block the twin-headed tiger's attack. One of the twin-headed tiger's mouth was stuck in the scabbard, while the other one could still attack. It opened its mouth wide and bit at Zi Chen. Swish! Zi Chen exerted force with the hand holding the scabbard. The broken saber was unsheathed, and a black light flashed. Zi Chen held the broken saber tightly in his right hand. Blue veins bulged on the back of his hand as he chopped down. Fart! The twin-headed tiger's tough skull was split open by Zi Chen's saber. A deep gash appeared, and the bones in the middle separated. The twin-headed tiger was in pain, and its two heads started to shake. The mouth that was biting the scabbard could not release the scabbard because it was exerting force. As for biting off the scabbard, that was obviously unrealistic. Zi Chen exerted force and pulled out the broken saber stuck in the twin-headed tiger's skull. As the twin-headed tiger whimpered in pain, he chopped down again. It was still the same position as before. There was no deviation. His attack was decisive, steady, and calm. Fart! The broken saber pierced the skull again. Blood splattered, splattering on Zi Chen's body and face. At that moment, Zi Chen was standing beside Xiong Xian. Xiong Xian, who had just escaped death, stared blankly at the scabbard. One of the heads of the two-headed tiger was stuck in the scabbard. Then, Zi Chen pulled out his saber and slashed at the other head, again and again. In Xiong Xian's eyes, Zi Chen's attack speed was not fast, but it was very stable. Every time the blade fell, it was exactly the same as the previous one, not even a millimeter off. As for the powerful two-headed tiger, it was unable to effectively counterattack or dodge Zi Chen's repeated slashes. Its head swayed left and right in pain, but Zi Chen was able to accurately pinpoint the point of attack during its swaying. Blood splattered onto Zi Chen's body, staining his night suit, his face, and even his eyes. In this dark night, Zi Chen looked somewhat evil and terrifying. Dollar Cotton, Flower Candy Talk, Pu. Finally, after slashing out 5 times, the head finally separated from the middle and died with a limp body. Roar! The other head finally let out a roar, and in this roar, the scabbard flew out of its mouth. The two-headed tiger that had lost its head did not die. It seemed even angrier. After turning around, it slapped at Zi Chen with its claws. On the side, Xiong Xian reacted, and a light flashed in her eyes. However, she did not know if the two-headed tiger was too angry, but this attack was fast and ruthless. It directly ignored Xiongxian's eye technique attack and accurately slapped Zichen's chest. Pa! With a loud bang, Zichen's robe on his chest shattered, and his body flew backwards. As he flew backwards, he still held the broken saber in his hand tightly. His blood-stained eyes did not panic, but were instead filled with calmness. After slapping Zichen, the remaining two-headed tiger did not pay attention to Xiongxian, who was close at hand. Its eyes were fixed on Zichen, and its eyes were filled with murderous intent as it pounced at Zichen. Clang! Looking at the two-headed tiger pouncing at him, Zichen blocked with his broken saber. With a clang, the broken saber collided with the tiger's claw. Zichen borrowed the force of the collision and retreated, scraping the ground. His night clothes rubbed against the ground, leaving a deep mark. The retreating Zichen's body rolled, and he stood upright with his saber. Boom! At the place where he turned, the tiger's claw fell, and soil flew everywhere. A huge tremor resounded in the mountain. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact, it all happened in an instant. By the time Xiuqi and the others reacted, one man and one tiger had already started fighting, and the scene was chaotic. The three people who rushed to Xiongxian did not know how to help. When they were fighting before, they were still some distance away from the two-headed tiger. After the two sides came into contact, they instantly separated, not daring to let it get close. Even Tang Pu, who possessed the mechanical puppet, did not dare to let the two-headed tiger get close to him. However, at this moment, Zichen was engaged in close combat with the two-headed tiger. One man and one tiger continuously dodged and moved, not giving them the slightest opportunity to intervene. Peng! The two-headed tiger's claw once again slammed into Zichen's chest. Zichen's robes instantly tore apart, and several deep wounds appeared on his chest. His body was sent flying backwards, smashing into the ground. It was just like the first time he had encountered the two-headed tiger's attack. Roar! The two-headed tiger rushed up like before, and its two claws pressed against Zichen's chest. It opened its bloody maw and viciously bit at Zichen. Facing this attack, Zichen's expression was calm. He did not panic at all. His right hand instantly flipped over, and the broken saber stood upright. Using all the strength in his body, he stabbed the broken saber upwards. Pu! The broken saber stabbed into the two-headed tiger's jaw, and then with great difficulty, it drained a lot of strength. The strength of Zichen's attack was constantly weakening. One man and one tiger, at this moment, both were fighting with their lives on the line. If Zichen could not kill his opponent, then he would definitely be bitten to death by his opponent. Life and death were decided in an instant. A fishy smell assailed the nostrils. The tiger's mouth stopped a few centimeters away from Zichen. Blood dripped down the broken saber and fell on Zichen's body. The broken saber directly pierced the two-headed tiger's head from its jaw, completely penetrating its brain. The moment before Zichen was about to be bitten, the broken saber extinguished the two-headed tiger's life force. This scene happened too quickly. It was so fast that it was far beyond everyone's expectations. Standing to the side, the four people who did not know how to help were still in a state of helplessness. When they suddenly saw that the battle was over, they were all stunned. Their expressions were very shocked. After a moment, Zichen's weak voice came from under the two-headed tiger's body. I said, if you guys don't help, I'll be crushed to death. Zichen's voice woke the four people up. They hurried forward. Among them, Tang Pu took the lead and directly lifted the two-headed tiger up, revealing Zichen, who looked like he had been drenched in blood. How are you? At this moment, Zichen looked very miserable. Xiuqi bent over and stretched out his hand. Zichen pretended to pull his hand up. The night clothes on his body had been torn in many places. The wound on his chest looked particularly ferocious even in the night. After getting up, Zichen shook his head and said, "It's not a big deal. I'm afraid that I can't use this night clothes." After hearing Zichen's words, Xiujin breathed a sigh of relief and said, "These are all small things. As long as he's fine, it's fine." Xiongxian walked over and looked at Zichen with a rare expression. She said in a low voice, "Zichen, Thank you very much this time. If it weren't for you, this time Zi Chen interrupted Xiong Xian's words and said indifferently, don't be so polite. We're all on a mission together. It's only right that we help each other. But Xiong Xian, your ability surprised me. After wiping the blood off his face, Zi Chen sat down next to her. The previous battle seemed very short, but in this short battle, Zi Chen had consumed a lot of energy. At this moment, he was very tired. However, the growth he had made during this period of forging was perfectly displayed through this battle. Whether it was his strength or speed, they had all increased by a lot. His strength was even stronger than Tang Piyu's puppet Black Bear. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to destroy one of the two-headed tiger's heads so easily. Zi Chen, your scabbard. Xiong Xian walked over from the side, holding the scabbard that had just flown out. Looking at the scabbard that was still intact, she asked curiously, what material is your scabbard made of? Is it sacred black crystal? It's actually so tough. Just now, the two-headed tiger kept biting the scabbard, but it didn't leave any marks on the scabbard. Compared to the weapons of Xiao Jin and the others, the quality of the scabbard was much better. This was because their weapons were either chipped or cracked. The damage was very serious. I got it by accident. I don't know what it was made of. Zi Chen took the scabbard and smiled. The origin of the broken sword was extraordinary. It should be one of the strongest sacred weapons on this life star. He had concealed it from Xiong Xian. In fact, the main reason was that Xiong Xian had just mentioned it. If he had to explain it, he was afraid that he couldn't explain it in just a few sentences. Thus, he had just said a few words. Xiong Xian didn't ask further. I haven't been here for a month, and this two-headed tiger has become even stronger. Luckily, Zi Chen came with us. Otherwise, I'm afraid we would have died here. Xiao Jin, who was standing guard for Zi Chen, recalled the previous battle and felt his heart palpitate. Indeed. According to the fighting competence of the two-headed tiger, I'm afraid it's equal to a second-level pseudo-divine beast. This time, we miscalculated. We didn't check carefully. We didn't notice that the two-headed tiger had suddenly leveled up. Xiao Qi walked over, sighing. They felt lucky that Zi Chen had come this time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Not only would Xiong Xian be in danger, but the three of them wouldn't be able to escape death. Tang Piyu's mechanical puppet carried the two-headed tiger, walking towards them. The battle was over. Everybody should leave now. Zi Chen, who was sitting on the ground to rest and applying healing medicine to his wounds, suddenly lifted his head. His calm eyes were filled with coldness as he said in a low voice, "Don't hide. Come out." Zi Chen's words made the other four bewildered. They all looked in a certain direction, but they didn't see anything. Chapter 2492. C_T. Following Zi Chen's gaze, the four of them didn't see anyone else, and they were slightly stunned. But after seeing Zi Chen's serious expression, their faces suddenly changed, and when they looked in that direction again, they were full of vigilance. The four of them quickly moved and protected Zi Chen. In such a dark night, it seemed that it was difficult to find traces of other people, and the possibility of the previous battle attracting other people was not very high. However, the possibility of attracting other pseudo-divine beasts was very high, and under normal circumstances, these pseudo-divine beasts were very powerful. The four of them no longer looked in that direction, but were on guard. This kind of situation had happened many times in their hunting career, and every time there would be a fierce battle. Fortunately, this time, they didn't suffer too much damage, and they should be able to deal with unexpected situations. Zi Chen didn't know what the four of them were thinking, and he didn't have time to care. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on a certain direction. Just like when he sensed the green snake that bit Huti Tangmi, Zi Chen was certain that there was someone there, definitely a person. "Since you're here, come out. Is it a scoundrel who can't see the light?" Zi Chen spoke again, his tone cold. Xiao Qi looked back at Zi Chen, ready to stop him and tell him that this situation was not necessarily a person. But after seeing Zi Chen's determined eyes, he swallowed the words he was about to say, and he had absolute trust in Zi Chen at this moment. A somewhat cold laugh suddenly sounded in the dark night, and it was in the direction Zi Chen was looking. A black shadow flashed there, and a figure wearing night clothes appeared, and it was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. "You're quite vigilant." A man's voice came from the mouth of the black shadow, and the black shadow walked over. And behind the black shadow, there was still a shadow flashing. "It's you, Longman." The moment she heard this voice, Xiong Xian's face changed, and she cried out involuntarily. Xiao Qi and Xiao Jin's faces also became very ugly. Tang Pu was hiding in the mechanical black bear, so no one could see the change in his expression, but it was probably not good. "You know each other?" Zi Chen frowned. This was somewhat different from some of his guesses. To be able to recognize the other party just by hearing his voice, it was clear that the two of them were very familiar with one another. There were two types of situations. One was a friend, and the other was an enemy, or a potential enemy. In Sohui Town, it's hard not to know him. "We are in trouble. This guy is a level 2 hunter." Xiao Qi smiled bitterly and said in a low voice. "Level 2 hunter? Hunters have different levels?" Zi Chen asked in surprise. "Hunters have different strengths and weaknesses because of their abilities. Take the four of us for example. We are the best of the best among the first-level hunters, but there is still a gap between us and the second-level hunters." Xiao Qi continued to speak in a low voice. A level 2 hunter's ability is equivalent to a second transformation. It's very powerful. In the entire Suhui town, there were no more than 10 level 2 hunters. And the one in front of us is Longman, who excels in strength. His combat power and defense are both ridiculously strong. "How strong?" Zi Chen asked. "He can kill the twin-headed tiger with his bare hands by himself." Hearing Xiao Qi's explanation, Zi Chen realized that he knew too little about the ability users in this world. His understanding of this mysterious world was still too low. "You guys have a grudge?" Judging from the four's reaction, the relationship between the two parties was not good, so Zi Chen asked. "Actually, it's not much of a grudge. He created a force and wanted to invite the four of us to join, but we didn't agree. The reason why we refused was because of him. Besides that, he had some thoughts about Xiong Xian and tried to do something bad. In a world where life and death were determined by fate, such a reason was enough to cause a grudge. It was reasonable for the four of them to be so nervous and afraid. A level 2 hunter was obviously much stronger than the four of them. Moreover, the other party did not come alone. There were some people following behind him. It could be said that they did not come with good intentions. As expected of a level 4 demon hunter, you can even kill a level 2 twin-headed tiger. Unfortunately, we have been eyeing it for a long time. I didn't expect you guys to beat us to it." The black shadow stopped a dozen meters away from the four of them. Behind him, there were shadows. It was the other people who were closing in on them. "If you want this twin-headed tiger, I'll give it to you." Xiao Qi looked at the figure still shrouded in night clothes and said, "Hee, you're generous." With a chuckle, Longman took off his night suit, revealing a face that still made people feel very gloomy even in the dark night. "Longman, we've always minded our own business. What do you want today?" Tang Pu took a step forward and blocked in front of Xiao Qi with his huge body. Longman glanced at Tang Pu and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He said, "You stupid bear, what right do you have to stand in front of me and talk? You." Tang Pu's eyes flashed coldly. "If you want to die, I can accompany you at any time. Just look at the bear skin you're wearing now. I guarantee that I can break it with one hit," Longman said coldly. Xiao Qi pulled Tang Pu's arm and motioned for him to step back. He looked at Longman and said, "What do you want?" "As expected of the person I thought highly of. Speaking of which, if you guys followed me and had my resources, the four of you should have advanced to level 2 long ago, right? It's a pity that such good talent is wasted just like that." Longman turned his head and looked at Xiong Xian. A glint flashed in his eyes. He said, "Xiong Xian, you made the wrong choice by following them." At this moment, Zi Chen looked at Xiong Xian's side profile and could see the anger on her face. However, Xiong Xian didn't get angry. From this, it could be seen that she was really afraid of Longman. At the same time, it also proved that Longman was strong. "Longman, I don't think we have any grudges. Usually, when we see you guys, The four of us will take a detour. If you really came for the twin-headed tiger, then we'll give it to you. Xiao Qi looked at Longman, who didn't answer the question, and said, if there's nothing else, we'll be leaving. Longman chuckled and said, do you think it's possible to leave? Then what do you want? When the four of them heard this, their hearts clearly tightened. At the same time, they took a step back. Even at this time, they still didn't forget to protect the injured Zichen behind them. Originally, we wanted to kill the twin-headed tiger, but we didn't expect you guys to beat us to it. Today, we'll take the twin-headed tiger away, but you guys have to make a choice. What choice? A choice between life and death. Join us and become a member of our Longman team. Death is rejection. Today, we'll fight to determine life and death. Longman's words were cold and firm. His meaning was very clear. Today, there were only two choices, and one of them had to be chosen. The four of them looked at each other. They all knew what kind of person Longman was. If they could join his team, they would have done so long ago. However, this person was not worthy of their trust. A cold light flashed in Longman's eyes. The flashing shadows were approaching and had already surrounded the five of them. From the looks of it, they would die if they didn't choose. Xiao Qi turned to look at the few of them, then looked at Zichen. She seemed to be in a difficult position. I'll join you. Let them go. Xiong Xian, who had been silent at the side, suddenly spoke. Xiong Xian, you. Xiao Qi and the others looked back at Xiong Xian in shock. Xiong Xian pursed her lips and didn't speak. She stared at Longman with firm eyes, waiting for his reply. Xiong Xian, if you want to join us, of course we welcome you. But I'm sorry. Today, all of you have to make a choice. Either you live or you die. Longman stared into Xiong Xian's eyes and said, of course, you can also choose to live and die with them. However, I can't bear to kill you. If you make the wrong choice, I'll make you suffer more. Zichen, who had been sitting cross-legged, stood up. The wound on his chest had been smeared with medicine, and the injury was slowly recovering. After standing up, he glanced around and his gaze finally fell on Longman. The latter was standing there proudly. His expression seemed to tell everyone that they had become turtles in a jar. However, no matter how disdainful and calm the other party's expression was, it was still difficult to hide the murderous intent in his heart. Just when the four of them didn't know what to do, Zichen suddenly spoke. Then let's cut the crap and have a battle of life and death. This time, not only was Longman stunned, even Xiao Qi and the others looked at Zichen in shock. Who are you? Do you have the right to speak here? Longman looked at Zichen and said with dissatisfaction, a cold light flashing in his gloomy eyes. You're hiding in the dark like a turtle. How can you not know who I am? After watching the battle just now, do you think I have the right to speak to you? Zichen responded sarcastically. How dare you? Longman shouted angrily. His eyes narrowed and flashed with murderous intent. Stop acting in front of me. Your target is only me. I'll stay. They can go. Under the stunned expressions of the others, Zichen said indifferently, or, your original intention was to silence them to prevent the news from leaking? Zichen, what's going on? You don't know Longman, right? Why does he want to kill you? Xiong Xian and the others looked at Zichen in confusion. I really don't know him, but only he should know why he wants to kill me. Zichen said to the gloomy Longman, if your target is only me, then let them go. How can you tell? Longman looked at Zichen and asked. Is it difficult? There's no deep hatred between you. As for the excuse of the double-headed tiger, it's too forced. You insist on letting the four of them make the choice of life and death because you're worried that we'll join forces. I believe that your intention is to silence them, and your ultimate goal will be to kill everyone. Including Xiong Xian. The expressions of the four changed again, but Longman smiled coldly and said, you're smart. In this case, it seems that I wasn't too cautious when I was so careful to target you. You're courting death. Tom was furious when he heard this and rushed towards Longman. Chapter 2493. C_T. In just a few words, Zichen had clarified the matter, and Longman's straightforward agreement caught the four of them off guard. Advertisement: unlike Zichen, the four of them had lived in Sohui town for a long time, so they knew Longman's methods very well. If the other party was really here to kill today, then no one would be able to leave alive. They had all witnessed Longman's strength, which was also the reason why they usually didn't deal with Longman and his team. Usually, they would avoid them if they could, but today, they couldn't avoid them. In the face of the life and death pressure brought by such a powerhouse, they would either be crushed by this pressure or explode under the pressure. For the current Tang Pu, it was clear that the latter was the case. He had erupted. This explosion came a little too fast, or rather, it was an explosion without any warning. Under this pressure, he simply didn't want to be killed by Longman. It could be said that impulse drowned out reason. Therefore, he rushed directly towards Longman. When his strong body moved forward, it brought with it a strong wind. One could see the speed of this attack. As he moved forward, his claws slapped towards Longman's head with a whistling sound. This was power. Tang Pu. Xiu Qi and the others obviously didn't expect Tang Pu's sudden strength. They only had time to let out a cry of surprise before Tang Pu was already in front of Longman. Longman stood there and didn't dodge. Instead, he looked at the attack with the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and a disdainful sneer appeared. A strong wind whistled. Seeing that the claw was about to tear his head apart, Longman took a step to the side. After dodging the attack, he slapped Tang Pu's chest. Bang! With a loud bang, Tang Pu's body trembled, and all the power he used to move forward was dissolved. Then, a huge force sent his body flying backward. While flying backwards, objects fell from the sky one after another, making crackling sounds. Xiu Qi and Xiu Jin worked together to block the flying Tang Pu. When they put him on the ground, the mechanical bear on his body had completely fallen apart, and a pale Tang Pu appeared from it. Fart! A mouthful of blood suddenly spat out, and Tang Pu's aura clearly became weak. With just one palm, he destroyed the mechanical bear and injured Tang Pu. It was hard to imagine if Longman would have killed Tang Pu without this mechanical black bear. This scene was clearly witnessed by Zichen, and his expression gradually turned solemn. He didn't know much about Longman, nor did he know how powerful a level 2 hunter was. However, the palm strike just now made him realize how powerful Longman was. It also made him realize the gap between them. Advertisement: if it had been him, Zichen would have been able to do the same thing with his extreme speed. However, it was impossible for him to destroy the mechanical marionette with a single palm strike. Furthermore, he still needed to use extreme speed, but the other party simply dodged and achieved the effect of his extreme speed. Then, with a simple palm strike, the mechanical marionette was already crippled. Zichen knew that he couldn't do that. Not only was there a gap between the two of them, but it was also not small. Zichen looked at Longman, who was also looking at Zichen. Neither of them said a word. Just as the corner of Longman's mouth curled into a mocking smile, Zichen unsheathed the broken saber in his hand and rushed forward. As he rushed forward, Zichen's speed became faster and faster. When he was in front of Longman, his speed was almost at its limit. Swoosh! A black light flashed, and the broken saber slashed directly at Longman's head. Longman stood still, but his right hand reached forward in an instant, grabbing Zichen's wrist with the saber. Swoosh! Just as Longman's hand was about to touch Zichen's wrist turned instantly and skillfully avoided the grab. Then, the broken saber slashed horizontally at Longman's abdomen. Longman's hand was like a snake, changing direction in midair and grabbing Zichen's wrist again. The two of them kept changing the direction of their attacks in such a short distance. There were several brief exchanges during this period, but they were all separated as soon as they made contact. Swoosh! After a few exchanges, Zichen's figure flashed and appeared on Longman's side without warning. The broken saber in his hand swept directly at Longman's neck. Longman cleverly took half a step back and turned his body with the help of the force. His palm touched the broken saber, causing the saber to change direction. This attack had the intention of using 4 tails to overcome 1,000 catties, causing Zichen's figure to stagger a little. Swoosh! Before his body was completely weightless, Zichen began the second flash. He changed direction again and took the initiative to attack after changing direction. There was no more verbal communication between the two of them. There was only the constant confrontation between the palm and the blade. Xiao Qi and the other three looked at the field in a daze. Zi Chen, who seemed to be tied with Longman for the time being, seemed to be on par with him. Their eyes were filled with shock. They never thought that Zi Chen would have such means. Without Longman's order, those people had been hiding in the dark and did not attack the four of them. They were also looking at the two of them fighting at the moment. Their eyes revealed surprise at Zi Chen's combat strength at the moment. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Zi Chen's figure flashed 9 times in a row, perfectly displaying the extreme speed of the 9 passing thunderbolts. The last few changes of his figure made Zi Chen look like a black shadow, wandering around Longman. With the last flash, Zi Chen's figure appeared 3 meters away. His figure stopped there, with his back to Longman. The broken saber was raised to the sky, and a piece of broken black cloth fell down along the blade. This was the most damage Zi Chen could do to Longman after using the 9 passing thunderbolts. However, it only broke the corner of his opponent's night clothes. Sweat dripped down from his forehead, wetting the previous wound, and waves of stinging pain came. When the people around saw the corner of his clothes falling to the ground, their faces were filled with shock. It was unbelievable to be able to make Longman suffer such a loss in a single exchange. Xiao Qi and the other three also widened their eyes. They, who were originally in despair, seemed to have seen the hope of defeating Longman at this moment. After personally fighting with Longman, Zi Chen had a clear understanding of level 2 hunters. He also had a clear understanding of Longman's strength. Under the situation where the other party did not know his background, he had used his bare hands to block the attack of his broken saber. At the same time, he had also dodged his extremely fast attack with the help of the 9 passing lightning. This was already very impressive. In this exchange, it seemed that Zi Chen had the upper hand. In fact, Zi Chen knew very well that if he could not kill his opponent, he would lose. Next, he would lose all the initiative against Longman. Not bad speed. Is this your awakened ability? Longman lowered his head and glanced at the torn corner of his clothes. He said indifferently, "Your speed performance is over. Isn't it time to see my speed?" With that, Longman turned around and rushed towards Zi Chen, whose back was facing him. As he charged forward, his figure changed constantly, leaving behind afterimages on the spot where he stood. His speed was very fast. At least, he was not slower than Zi Chen from before. Zi Chen's feet flashed, and the 9 passing thunderbolts appeared again. "You're too slow." However, as soon as the first flash appeared, Longman's voice sounded in his ears. Then, an attack went straight towards Zi Chen. Zi Chen's expression changed slightly. His figure flashed again. Facing such an attack, he could not block it at all when he had lost the initiative. If he rashly collided with such an attack without Tang Piyu's defense, he would be seriously injured even if he did not die. His figure kept flashing. In the eyes of the people in the distance, it was like a ray of light flying past. And in that ray of light, Longman had already split into dozens of clones, constantly colliding with this ray of light. The 9 passing thunderbolts was known as the ultimate 9 flashes. After flashing 9 times, there would be a pause. Under normal circumstances, the ultimate 9 flashes could kill all those of the same level in an instant. But now, in the case of the difference in speed between the two sides, the ultimate 9 flashes could only save Zi Chen's life. At the last flash, Zi Chen's figure was finally blocked by Longman. He struck at Zi Chen with his palm. Zi Chen dodged in an instant, but a small part of the force still landed on his shoulder. His body flew out just like that. During this time, he could hear the sound of his bones breaking. After 2 sounds, Zi Chen guessed that 2 of his ribs were broken. He coughed up blood in mid-air. After his body landed, he took more than 10 steps back before he could stabilize himself. After stabilizing his body, Zi Chen covered his shoulder with his left hand and held the broken saber tightly in his right hand. As for the scabbard, he had already thrown it away. The result of this confrontation was obvious. The hope in the eyes of Xiao Qi and the others was shattered. Looking at Zi Chen, who was coughing up blood, their faces were full of worry and they were about to step forward. Zi Chen held the broken saber in his hand and said, "Don't come over, I'm fine." The four people stopped and looked at Zi Chen worriedly. Longman's mouth twitched, but in the end, he sneered, "If you hadn't fought with the two-headed tiger, you would indeed have the qualifications to fight me with your extreme speed. Unfortunately, you were injured before, so your speed is much slower than mine." Looking at Longman's expression of shaking his head, it could be seen that he was implying that he didn't have a chance. "I still want to try again." Zi Chen's figure slowly straightened up and put down his left hand. He didn't even frown when the stinging pain came from his body. He pointed the broken saber at Longman in front of him. He only had eyes for Longman, and a blazing light burst out from his eyes. It was a desire for battle. Zi Chen's fighting spirit at this moment surprised Longman. This kind of person who liked to fight was very dangerous in this world, especially those who didn't have much ability. Because in this world, there were miracles. Maybe some kind of miracle would erupt in a moment of crisis. Longman didn't want to give the other party such a chance and didn't want any accidents to happen, so when he saw Zi Chen's fighting spirit rising, he smiled disdainfully, then gently waved his hand and said, "Kill him." The only way to prevent this kind of situation from happening was to chop the other party to death while besieging. The shadows that had been waiting for a long time immediately abandoned the four people and rushed toward Zi Chen. Zi Chen, whose fighting spirit was rising, saw these people coming and couldn't help but reach for his waist. Chapter 2494. C_T, a one-on-one battle suddenly turned into a group battle. The scene changed a little too quickly. Read the full text. Longman could have easily killed the enemy, but he didn't kill them. Instead, he let the others go. This approach was a little strange. Xiu Qi and the other three, who had been very worried about Zi Chen, heaved a sigh of relief when they saw these people rush forward. They weren't stupid. They knew that any change in expression at this moment might change the outcome of the battle. Therefore, they still revealed a worried look, but in their hearts, they were overjoyed. The four of them knew very well that these people couldn't do anything to Zi Chen. If they all went forward, they would all die. After all of them were killed, the five of them might have a chance of killing Longman if they joined forces. The seemingly dangerous situation had taken a turn for the better because of Longman's decision to wave his hand. Zi Chen didn't move from his spot. He just put his left hand on his waist. Most people didn't notice this subtle movement. Even if they did, they wouldn't care at all. Xiong Xian and the others knew very well what was on Zi Chen's waist, so they quietly waited for a miracle to happen. A miracle. It was indeed a miracle. Longman still had a disdainful smile on his face, as if he could already see Zi Chen being hacked to death. These people rushed toward Zi Chen with weapons in hand. They were getting faster and faster, and the distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. Kai. Seeing that the attacks were about to land on Zi Chen crushed the gourd on his waist. The three-colored poisonous fog emerged and instantly filled the entire place, enveloping everyone. Yeah. The injured Tang Pu clenched his fists and shouted at the spreading three-colored poisonous fog with an excited expression. Xiong Xian and the other two also had excited looks in their eyes. The three-colored poisonous fog was known to be highly toxic. Anyone who came into contact with it would die. This was Zi Chen's secret, and it was also Zi Chen's strongest means and reliance. At this moment, the three-colored poisonous fog had already enveloped everyone. It was obvious that these people had no chance of surviving. Just as the four of them completely relaxed, they suddenly heard Longman's faint voice from not far away. "Yeah. Do you think this scene looks very exciting?" The four of them turned around and looked at Longman, who appeared to be too calm, in surprise. "Isn't that so? That's the three-colored poison mist. One will die upon contact." Xiu Qi looked at Longman and said. But for some reason, she suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. "To think that you're the leader of the fourth demon hunter cultivator. You're simply an idiot. We're here to kill that guy. Do you think we'll be unprepared and know nothing about him?" Longman looked at Xiu Qi and smiled sarcastically. "When you didn't know him, I already had a comprehensive understanding of him, including his extreme speed ability and all his methods, even the scene when he awakened his ability. I know it all. What can we do even if we know? If we don't have an antidote for this tricolored poison mist, we'll die as soon as we touch it," Tom said in a deep voice. If it was any other three-colored poisonous fog, it would indeed be troublesome. But it's a pity that this was done by a bear like you. When you bought the tricolor poison mist, I had already bought the matching antidote. You're waiting to join forces with him to kill the pseudo-divine beast, but you don't know that we've been waiting for this day for a long time. Hearing this, Xiong Xian's face instantly turned pale, and she cried out involuntarily, "Doesn't that mean, Zi Chen, that's right, the tricolor poison mist he's making now not only can't save him, but it will also become his grave." While speaking, Longman looked at the tricolor poison mist. Xiu Qi and the other three covered their noses and retreated a distance, beginning to worry about Zi Chen who was in the poison mist. They thought that they could turn things around with confidence, but who knew that it would turn out like this? After so many twists and turns, they didn't know if Zi Chen could still resolve the crisis. Puff! At this moment, such a sound rang out in the poison mist. This was obviously the sound of a weapon cutting through, but they didn't know who had broken whose defense. Puff! Then, another soft sound rang out. The poison mist was still spreading, and no one could see what was happening in the poison mist. Even the people in the poison mist couldn't see the things around them clearly. Although they couldn't see the surroundings clearly, it was still very easy for these aptitude users to see and kill a person. All the aptitude users who entered the poison mist had a specially configured detoxification pill in their mouth. They came forward to kill Zi Chen, and also to let Zi Chen release the tricolor poison mist. However, the scene in front of them seemed to be different from what they expected. Just as they swallowed the detoxification pill and ignored the tricolor poison mist, Zi Chen disappeared from their sight. Over there! Suddenly, a cry of alarm rang out, and everyone saw a black shadow flash from somewhere, bringing with it a strong wind that blew away some of the tricolor poison mist. Everyone rushed forward in an instant, but just a few steps forward, they heard a puff sound. "How is it? Did you kill him?" In the tricolor poison mist, such a voice rang out. After that, there was silence, which obviously meant no. Over there! Another voice rang out, followed by the sound of a weapon tearing through the space. Puff! During this time, another clear sound rang out, followed by a bang sound, which should be the sound of a dead person's body hitting the ground. Who did it? Who is it? A questioning voice rang out from the tricolor poison mist, but this time, no one answered. Puff! 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 This time, there were three such voices coming from inside, followed by the sound of three people collapsing. Outside, listening to these sounds, Longman, who had a very calm expression, suddenly frowned. It seemed that the development of the matter was somewhat beyond his expectations. And the nervous four people couldn't help but feel happy when they heard such a sound. "What's going on? Quickly kill him," Longman, who was a little impatient from waiting, said in a deep voice. What answered him was two puff-puff sounds. The tricolor poison mist didn't disperse, and no one knew what was happening inside. At this moment, Zi Chen was standing in the poison mist, staring at the poison mist as if he could see through this poison mist. Swoosh! A long sword pierced through the poison mist and stabbed towards Zi Chen's back. Zi Chen's figure flashed like a ghost, and in an instant, he circled around and appeared behind the person holding the sword, and the broken sword in his hand swept across the person's neck. The ability user's eyes were wide open, and he fell down just like that. If one were to examine the corpses now, they would find that the way they died seemed to be very similar. Everyone's eyes were wide open, as if they had seen a ghost before they died, and they died with grievances. When an ability user was making his way through the poisonous fog, he saw the corpses at his feet one after another. His mood became heavy, cold sweat almost drenched his entire body. He listened to the popping sounds that came from time to time, thinking about his companions falling one after another. The pressure on him became extremely great, every step he took was difficult. Ah! Suddenly, a scream came out from the tricolor poison mist. This should be the first scream since the poison mist appeared. After this scream, there were no other sounds, which made the ability user more and more frightened. At this moment, the pressure of death overcame his fear of Longman, and he no longer thought about Longman's order, turned around, and prepared to escape. At this moment, he felt a strong wind blowing, and then saw a pair of cold eyes in front of him, staring at him. "Go to hell!" he shouted angrily, and the long sword in his hand slashed forward. Swoosh! The broken sword cut through a cloud of tricolor poison mist, but there was no sound of cutting. The pair of eyes disappeared, and the ability user took a few steps back in fear. At this moment, not far from him, the sound of a weapon breaking rang out, and another ability user died. Death was so close to him, but he couldn't even see the enemy's shadow. The ability user almost collapsed, and he couldn't care about anything else. He rushed forward, wanting to rush out of the poison mist. However, when he was about to reach the edge of the poison mist, he saw the pair of eyes looking directly at him again. He was frightened, and when he swung his sword, he also nervously retreated, and the long sword in his hand kept slashing. A large area of tricolor poison mist was cut apart, but Zichen's figure was still nowhere to be seen. In another direction, another companion fell. Just like this, the ability user rushed out 4 times, but he didn't succeed. Every time he met the pair of eyes, he was frightened and retreated in fear. In the 4 times he rushed out, 4 of his companions were killed. As time passed, the tricolor poison mist gradually began to dissipate, and the ability user became more and more frightened. When he met the pair of eyes for the 5th time, his whole person completely collapsed. "Go to hell! Go to hell! Go to hell!" He kept roaring, and the long sword in his hand slashed forward. It was a series of random slashes, without the slightest pattern. And just as he was slashing wildly, a person stood behind him, quietly watching him. This person's clothes were tattered, and his body was covered in blood. His face was very clean, and he looked young and handsome. Behind him, on his back, there were pairs of wings. There were a total of 5 pairs of wings, and they were gently flapping. After slashing wildly, the ability user seemed to have noticed that there was something unusual behind him. He put away his sword and slowly turned his head, and saw the face that still looked somewhat handsome in the dark night. "You!" The ability user saw Zichen, and his expression instantly became ferocious. The long sword in his hand was raised, and he was about to slash at Zichen. A flash of black sword light was first aimed at the opponent's neck. Before he died, the ability user saw the indifferent expression on Zichen's face, and the wings that appeared behind him. The moment his life force dissipated, he seemed to see Zichen using these wings to appear in front of him several times, scaring him off several times. Then, Zichen quickly went to the other companions, and killed them who also wanted to escape from the tricolor poison mist. What happened before was not an illusion, but an illusion created by his eyes due to the opponent's speed. This speed was undoubtedly much faster than a rank 2 longman. The tricolor poison mist finally dissipated, and only Zichen was still standing. Around him, the people who rushed up previously had all turned into corpses and collapsed. Chapter 2495. C_T. The scene of the 3-colored poison mist dissipating was somewhat unbearable to watch. Of course, this was for Longman. Looking at Zichen, who was still alive and doing well, his expression became very gloomy. In contrast to Longman, the eyes of Xiongxian and the others began to light up when they saw this scene, and they became very excited. The original impossibility seemed to have become a possibility at this moment. "How did you do it?" Longman, with a gloomy face, looked at Zichen and asked in a deep voice. He was not the only one who wanted to know the answer to this question. Xiongxian and the others also wanted to know the answer. These people had detoxification pills, and the 3-colored poison mist was ineffective against them, so how did Zichen kill them? "You'll know later." Zichen held the broken saber and walked forward step by step. The heavenly thunder wings that appeared on his back earlier had disappeared when the 3-colored poison mist dissipated. Longman's heart was bleeding as she looked at Zichen, who was walking towards her, and the people who had fallen. Although he would get a generous reward as long as he killed Zichen, and even the rewards of these dead people would belong to him, compared to the loss of these people, those rewards could not make up for it. These people could die at any time, and they could die at any time. However, this was only if he wanted them to die. But now, it was obviously not the time for them to seek the greatest benefit for him at the cost of their lives. In his eyes, killing intent burst out. No matter the result of today's deal, he would lose. Zichen moved forward slowly, adjusting his breath as he moved forward. He had just used the heavenly thunder wings to kill so many people, and he had consumed a lot of energy. As he moved forward, his breathing gradually adjusted. The continuous battles made his head gradually swell, as if something was about to rush out, making him feel a little uncomfortable. Now that he was facing a strong enemy, Longman, he could only dispel this discomfort and kill Longman first. Xiong Xian and the others also came in this direction. Judging from their expressions, it seemed that they wanted to join forces with Zi Chen to fight against Longman. "All of you, back off. I'll fight this battle myself," Zi Chen, who was moving forward, said in a deep voice. His tone was indisputable. He had a deep understanding of Longman's strength. If these people rashly went forward, they would only be courting death. The four of them didn't stop. At this moment, they displayed an extremely strong will to fight. They showed that they weren't afraid of death because they knew very well that only by working together would they have a chance to survive. Seeing that the four of them did not stop, Zi Chen could only speed up. His footsteps changed, and 9 fleeting thunderbolts appeared once more. Due to his injuries, his speed was slightly slower than before. Seeing Zi Chen in this state, Lang Man smiled coldly and rushed towards Zi Chen. He clenched his fist and punched Zi Chen's head. Please go here to read a book. From the point of view of Xiong Xian and the others, one of them was like a ray of light while the other was like an afterimage, rapidly approaching each other. In the next moment, they would collide. Buzz. However, just as the two were about to collide, Zi Chen's body suddenly shone with an intense light. The light illuminated the dark night, and Zi Chen's figure paused for a moment in the light. Then, he accelerated in an instant. His speed was several times faster than before. Puff. With a soft sound, Zi Chen, who had turned into a ray of light, arrived behind Lang Man, who was leaving afterimages, stabilized his body after taking a few steps forward. Xiong Xian and the other 3 were stunned by this sudden scene. They subconsciously stopped in their tracks, and then their gazes turned towards Zi Chen. In front of them, Zi Chen stood with his back facing Lang Man. This time, however, there were pairs of wings on his back. On those wings, there would occasionally be flashes of light, and the light was swimming like electric snakes. Such a strange pair of wings appeared on Zi Chen's body, which surprised the 4 of them. Moreover, the speed that Zi Chen burst out in an instant just now was indeed ridiculously fast. Their gazes shifted and fell on Lang Man. They saw that Lang Man's night clothes had been completely cut in the middle. There was a long knife mark on his chest, and blood was flowing along the knife mark. The most surprising thing was Lang Man's right hand, which was the hand that he had clenched into a fist just now. Now, only his arm was left. His fist was cut off from the wrist and fell to the place where the 2 of them had just touched. Obviously, this was the effect of Zi Chen's slash. Lang Man's right hand had neutralized too much of the slash's power. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be the knife mark on his chest, but his entire body would have been cut open by the broken knife. After advancing to a second-level hunter, not only would one's strength increase a lot, but one's body would also become stronger. In this confrontation, Lang Man lost his right hand, and Zi Chen had the upper hand with an absolute advantage. His chances of winning were much higher. Xiong Xian and the others also noticed this, which was why they didn't continue to move forward. After losing an arm, Longman wasn't as angry as Lin Li had imagined, nor did he show a look of exasperation and hysteria. Even the murderous intent in his eyes was disappearing bit by bit. However, his gaze became colder and colder, and there was still a sense of calmness in it. Zi Chen's change today was far beyond his expectations. He knew that this would be a difficult battle, and he couldn't be careless at all. He slowly turned around, ignoring the bleeding arm and the wound. He looked at Zi Chen and said, "You should be proud to be able to force me to this extent." Zi Chen turned around. After seeing Lang Man's calm expression at this moment, he became even more fearful of him. He held his sword in front of him and didn't say a word. Even a powerful second-level hunter would still die from excessive blood loss in this world. He wouldn't give Lang Man time to heal, so the longer this dragged on, the more powerful it would be for him. He could even conclude that Lang Man's death was a foregone conclusion. What he needed to do now was to guard against Lang Man's counterattack before his death. Without needing Zi Chen's signal, Xiongxian, and the others who had been on the battlefield for a long time began to retreat tactfully. With Zichen's speed, he was already in an invincible position. Lang Man, who was about to counterattack before his death, would most likely drag them down with him. Zichen didn't say a word. The thunder wings on his back were trembling slightly, guarding against any changes that might occur at any time. Lang Man's left hand tore off the rest of the night clothes on his body. He then placed it on his waist and pulled out a sword from it. It was a flexible sword that was completely wrapped around his waist. This kind of sword was rare in this world. The sword's body was as agile as a snake, reflecting a cold light in the dark night. I don't have much time left, but you're not any better. You've used up a lot of your energy in the battle with the two-headed tiger, and you've spent too much energy in the three-colored poison fog. That attack just now should be the strongest power and speed you can unleash, right? Blood gushed out from his body. Lang Man's words were still calm, but his expression was still calm. That's right. I'm not in a good condition, but killing you is not a problem. Zichen replied in a deep voice. There was no point in hiding in this kind of life-or-death situation. Then come at me. Lang Man began to charge forward. As a second-level hunter, he fully unleashed his speed and potential at this moment. He left more after-images as he charged forward, and his speed was much faster than before. Zichen didn't choose to dodge. Facing Lang Man in this state, dodging would only make him more passive. Now, he could only keep charging forward and block Lang Man's desperate attacks. Swoosh! The heavenly thunder wings flapped, and Zichen displayed his extreme speed once again. However, the continuous consumption and the worsening injuries caused his extreme speed to be greatly reduced at this moment. He couldn't even compare to Lang Man's speed, which had overdrawn his life force. Clang! In this extremely fast exchange, the sword and saber met, and there was a sound of vibration. Zichen didn't feel a strong force coming from the flexible sword. Instead, he saw the flexible sword wrapped around the saber like a poisonous snake, and then extended toward his arm. Puff! The tip of the sword instantly pierced Zichen's arm. It was like being bitten by a poisonous snake. Zichen's arm that was holding the broken saber exerted force, and his body began to retreat. The flexible sword was unraveled layer by layer, and Lang Man charged forward again. At a speed faster than Zichen, he arrived in front of Zichen and stabbed the sword at Zichen's heart. This time, the flexible sword no longer trembled, and it was as straight as a spear. Zichen's body bent backward, and the flexible sword brushed past his face. Just as he was about to dodge the attack, he saw the tip of the sword suddenly tremble again, and it slanted downward, going straight for his glabella. Swoosh! The thunder wings flapped, and Zichen rolled to the side, ready to dodge the fatal attack. However, his speed was slower than the tip of the sword. Just as his glabella was about to be pierced by the tip of the sword suddenly paused, allowing Zichen to dodge it. In the distance, Xiongxian's bright eyes instantly dimmed. Then, she coughed out blood as she suffered a backlash. Her vision turned black, and she fainted. Damn it! The calm Lang Man's eyes flashed with anger when he saw his sure-kill attack being resolved just like that. After dodging the attack with Xiongxian's help, just as Zichen stood up, he saw a kick at his chest. The powerful force instantly snapped several of Zichen's ribs, and his body flew backward. With his ribs broken and his organs shaken, Zichen coughed out blood again. At that moment, his entire body was in pain, but the most painful part wasn't his injuries, but his head. This was also the main reason why his speed, which was known as the fastest in the world, was so suppressed. Otherwise, his speed wouldn't be so weak. The pain caused Zichen to be unable to fight with all his strength. After his body fell to the ground, he held his head and spun a few times before rolling away. As a level 2 hunter, Lang Man's observation skills were extremely sharp. He had already noticed that Zichen's current condition wasn't right. This was definitely the best opportunity to kill Zichen. Hence, he charged forward without hesitation, slashing down with his sword again and again. The wounds on Zichen's body increased, and his headache became more intense, making it impossible for him to concentrate. Fart! Fart! Sword marks appeared on Zichen's body. If it wasn't for his extreme speed, he would have been killed by the flexible sword. Damn it, what the hell is this? Are you trying to kill me? Holding his head, Zichen, who could only dodge, cursed angrily. This kind of pain had reached the limit. If it wasn't for the fact that he was on a battlefield of life and death, Zichen would have fainted long ago. The crisis of death was still there, and Zichen didn't dare to faint. He didn't know if it was because of his cursing, or if the pain had reached its limit, but after the intense pain, the pain dissipated like a tide. Zichen's sensory world had an obvious change at this moment. Chapter 2496. C_T. The world of the past was a blur to Zichen. He could only vaguely sense some sort of danger. However, after the intense pain, Zichen's perception of the world became clear. It was as if there were many sensory tentacles extending from his mind, feeding back everything they sensed into his mind. In Zichen's mind, another three-dimensional image was formed. For example, right now, he could sense that the sword was heading straight for his head. This sword seemed to be very fast to the outside world, but in Zichen's perception, this sword seemed to have a trace to follow. With a thought, he dodged the attack. Unlike before, when Zichen was dodging, he didn't need to use his eyes to see. Then, Longman quickly thrusted his sword again. Zichen still didn't use his eyes to see, but he easily dodged the attack. His perception of the world had changed. It seemed as if his body had also undergone an indescribable change. Even though he was seriously injured, his reaction was still very fast. The current situation was very strange. Although he could see everything around him without using his eyes, it was similar to having spiritual thoughts and spiritual power in the outside world. However, in this world, this was a kind of awakening ability. It didn't come from cultivation techniques, but from Zichen's own soul. As a perfect soul, he had finally awakened this ability thanks to the nourishment of the sacred source fluid. The awakened ability didn't just allow him to sense his surroundings. It also seemed to allow him to control things. This feeling of control seemed to be telling Zichen that he had to choose something to control. Zichen tried to control other things around him that he could sense, such as the parts left behind by the mechanical black bear or the sharp flowers and plants. However, he realized that it was useless. Controlling the broken blade was also useless. The heavenly thunder wings didn't require any control either. At the moment, this ability seemed superfluous. Longman's attack was still ongoing. As his life force drained away, he became even more desperate. This was a true battle to the death. It was a true challenge to the limits. At this moment, even Zichen, who had undergone some sort of metamorphosis, found it increasingly difficult to dodge. Now, he only had two choices. One was to quickly find a way to break the situation, and the other was to persevere until Longman fell first. The latter was not very reliable, but the former seemed to be possible after Zichen suddenly awakened his ability. Quick update: the website is refreshing and has few advertisements. I love this kind of website the most. You must give it a good review. Thoughts related to control kept appearing in his mind. Just as Zichen didn't know what to control to break out of this situation, something suddenly appeared in Zichen's mind. When this thing appeared, Zichen felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck his mind. Although he didn't know what to control, Zichen instantly understood what he had to do. It was as if he was supposed to control this thing after awakening this ability. As he retreated, Zichen's eyes regained their clarity. He looked at Longman, who was gradually going crazy. He threw away the broken sword in his hand and slowly extended his right hand. Judging from this action, he seemed to be asking for something from the charging Longman. A bright light appeared in Zichen's palm and turned into a small knife. The knife was smaller than a palm and as thin as a cicada's wing. When it appeared, it radiated light in all directions. However, after it completely appeared, it returned to its simple and unadorned state. The four people who were watching the battle from afar were surprised to see this scene. First, it was the strange wings, and now it was the strange knife. They were very curious about how many other strange things Zichen had. Longman also saw Zichen abandon the broken blade and take out such a small knife. However, he didn't have much life force left, so he didn't have time to think carefully. Hence, He rushed forward without hesitation in an attempt to kill Zichen directly. The 4 people in the distance stared intently at the knife in Zichen's hand. They were all speculating whether this knife could change Zichen's current situation. Under their gaze, Zichen pinched the knife in his hand with his fingers, exerted force with his wrist, and threw the knife at Longman. The knife was very fast, and it moved forward with a swoosh. However, it brushed past Longman's cheek and failed to kill him. It's over. Seeing this scene, the 4 people sighed in disappointment and threw away the big knife. The small knife failed to kill the enemy, and Zichen had retreated to a huge rock. There was no way out. Now, even if they wanted to rescue him, it was too late. They could only mourn for Zichen in their hearts and pray for a miracle. Go to hell! Longman rushed to the side of Zichen, who had nowhere to retreat. Without any nonsense, he straightened the flexible sword in his hand and directly thrust it at Zichen's glabella. You're the one who should die. Looking at the flexible sword coming at him, Zichen looked at Longman calmly and said. Following Zichen's words, a sharp whistling sound came from afar. For some reason, the small knife that had just been thrown did not fall to the ground. Instead, it spun around in the air and then returned to its original position. The speed of its return this time was much faster than before. It was like a black light. Puff! Unsurprisingly, before the flexible sword could pierce Zichen's glabella, the knife penetrated the back of Longman's head first. Longman's attack stopped, and his ferocious expression froze. The flexible sword trembled like a spirit snake 3 inches in front of his glabella, but it did not move forward. His vitality was quickly fading away. The battle was over. Zichen leaned against the big rock, panting heavily. This battle was really dangerous, and he almost died here. At this moment, his body was already covered in scars. Xiongxian and the other 3 rushed over from afar. Today's battle had been full of twists and turns, and all sorts of dangers. The outcome was even more unexpected. They had previously predicted that Zichen would rely on the tricolored poison mist to eliminate the others, and then join forces with them. If they were lucky, perhaps 1 or 2 out of the 5 would survive, but if they were unlucky, all of them would die. However, Zichen had used an endless stream of methods to eliminate all of them. This both surprised and delighted them. Of course, Zichen had also paid a heavy price. His injuries had become very serious, and the 4 of them were very worried. I'm fine, Zichen weakly said as he leaned against the big rock. Besides his clean face, the rest of his body was either covered in wounds or blood. He looked rather miserable. Hurry up and drink it. Xiuqi quickly came forward, took out a jade bottle, and poured out a drop of sacred Genesis liquid. She handed it to Zichen and indicated for him to drink it. This is sacred Genesis liquid. Of course I know. It's very effective for healing. Seeing that Zichen was about to refuse, Xiuqi said, Don't refuse. This should be your spoils of war. If I'm not wrong, Longman should have quite a bit of this sacred Genesis liquid on him. Using a drop won't be a big deal. Naturally, a level 2 hunter would have some sacred source fluid on him. It was acceptable for him to waste a drop of it to heal himself. Zichen nodded and swallowed it. After entering his stomach, the sacred source fluid began to release energy. This energy naturally circulated throughout his body and began to heal his injuries. While Zichen was healing, Xiongxian began to clean up the battlefield. As a woman, she was more meticulous than others. As for Xiujin, he stood beside Zichen, protecting Zichen as he healed. Tang Piyu, who had nothing to do, suddenly remembered that Zichen had thrown away the broken blade and scabbard during the battle. Hence, he began to search for them. Xiuqi, who had put away the jade bottle, also joined the group cleaning up the battlefield. When the sky was about to brighten, Zichen opened his eyes and swallowed a drop of sacred Genesis liquid. His injuries were already under effective control and were gradually improving. He believed that he would make a full recovery in a few days. When Zichen opened his eyes and saw the 4 of them sizing him up, he asked in astonishment, Is there something on my face? Ignoring Zichen's teasing, Tang Piyu looked at Zichen and said excitedly, Zichen, you've struck gold. Struck gold? Zichen was taken aback. He did not understand what Tang Piyu meant. You killed Longman when you were injured. If you were at your peak, killing Longman would definitely be a piece of cake. Zichen, you're now a powerful second-level hunter. We found quite a bit of sacred Genesis liquid in this battle. You've struck gold. Tang Pu said excitedly. With Zichen's current strength, he was indeed equivalent to a second-level hunter. Moreover, he believed that if he had met Longman at his peak, the battle would not have been so difficult. There were strong and weak second-level hunters, and he was definitely stronger than Longman. Zichen nodded and said, I also believe that even if I'm not a second-level hunter, I have the strength of a second-level hunter. As for striking gold, I'm not the only one who struck gold. We're the ones who struck gold. What do you mean? Tang Pu was stunned. Since it's the spoils of war, it naturally belongs to everyone. How can I strike gold alone? Zichen laughed. Zichen, this is different. That's another matter. We're already embarrassed to share the two-headed tiger. You killed all these people. If we take these resources, we'll feel bad, Shouqi hurriedly said. There's nothing to feel bad about. At most, I'll take the bigger part, and the four of you will split the smaller part. It wasn't that Zichen didn't want to share more with everyone, but he could already tell that they might not be willing to accept 50%. Zichen waved his hand, indicating that they should stop talking. Suddenly, he saw the small knife that had fallen to the side. This small knife was the lightning blade manipulation knife. That unknown senior had spent a lot of resources to forge it. It was definitely one of the best among the heaven-grade weapons. Moreover, there was a knife spirit in this knife. However, just like the broken knife, the knife spirit had mysteriously disappeared after coming to this world. Or rather, it had been sealed. When the first ray of sunlight shone on the originally simple knife, a mottled rust appeared on it. It was as if it had been there for thousands of years, and the rust was still spreading. What's going on? Looking at the small knife that gradually turned from simple to rusty, Zichen's smiling face instantly changed. Chapter 2497. C_T. The knife suddenly became rotten, which made Zichen's expression very nervous. There are almost all the books you want to read. It's much more stable than ordinary websites and updates faster. It's all text with no advertisements. Shouqi sized up the knife and said after a moment, this shouldn't be something that belongs to this world, right? Zichen nodded and said, this is something that belongs to me. I brought it from the world I came from. That's right. For this to happen, it can only mean that the quality of this knife is still a little low. It can withstand the erosion of time for the time being, but it will dissipate soon. The rules of this world didn't recognize things from the outside world, unless it was something of high quality. For example, the broken knife was once a powerful holy weapon, and the rules couldn't destroy it. This knife was known as the best among the heavenly weapons, and it consumed a lot of resources. In the outside world, it was enough to trigger a treasure war in the heavenly realm. However, in this world, such a quality item still couldn't be recognized by the rules, and there were signs of decay. As the decay spread, the knife would eventually turn into dust and disappear. To Zichen, this item wasn't just a weapon, but also a powerful cultivation technique. In this world, he could use his spiritual senses to control it, which was equivalent to using lightning to control the knife in the outside world. To Zichen, this was a new ability and a trump card. Naturally, he couldn't let it disappear just like that. Moreover, if he were to create another one, his spiritual senses might not be able to control it. More importantly, there was a knife spirit inside, a chubby and cute little fairy. Once the knife disappeared, the knife spirit would definitely dissipate. Looking at Shouqi, Zichen asked anxiously, is there any way to protect it? Shouqi thought seriously and said, it's said that to keep something from the outside world, you have to pay a high price. It's far from comparable to creating another one. If you really want to keep it, the best way is to add new materials to forge it. The quality of the material has to be high enough to keep it in this world. Also, I heard that the two need the same forging method, which is even more difficult. Zichen was now a master refiner, but he couldn't see what kind of refining technique was used to condense this knife. If there really was such a prerequisite, then it would be troublesome. As for materials of higher quality, he didn't have to worry about that because he still had a large piece of Saint Black crystal that he hadn't used yet. That was a truly high-grade material. If he added it into the knife, it would definitely increase the quality of the knife. There's not much time left. Let's go back first. As he spoke, Zichen stood up. Regardless of whether it worked or not, he had to go back and try reeds. But, your injuries? Xiuqi looked worriedly at Zichen. I'm fine now. Oh right, where's the sacred origin liquid? Give me another drop. Zichen naturally wouldn't be stingy now that he knew his harvest. Let alone a mere drop of sacred source liquid. It would be worth it even if he had to use 10 drops of sacred source liquid. When the topic of Saint Genesis liquid was brought up again, Xiuqi and the rest no longer argued about how much to distribute. Instead, they handed half of their harvest to Zichen. There were a total of 15 drops of sacred source liquid. In addition, there were still the weapons of the dead cultivators and their night clothes that had yet to be dealt with. Although these items weren't very valuable, there were so many of them. Once they were all sold, it would be a considerable sum. In addition, the two-headed tiger could probably be exchanged for 5 to 6 drops of sacred source liquid. As a second-rank hunter, Longman can't possibly have only these few items on him. When we return, we'll directly search his residence. We'll definitely have a great harvest. On the way back, Tang Pu excitedly said. Going to a second-rank hunter's residence to rob was something he wouldn't even dare to dream of. You guys can go when the time comes. I have to go back and take a look. Zichen's top priority was to repair the knife. Along the way, it had decayed to the point where Zichen could no longer control it. While hurrying along, Zichen suddenly thought of something and said, "How much do you guys know about the Huoti family name?" Huoti? Is it the Huoti family? If there's only one Huoti family, it should be. Why are you asking this? Do you know anyone in the Huoti family? No. Zichen shook his head and said, if I'm not wrong, the reason why Longman targeted me this time should be because of the Huoti family's orders. As for the 4 of you, you've been implicated by me and met with an unexpected calamity. Hearing Zichen's words, the 4 people's expressions clearly changed. Xiuqi said with some disbelief, Zichen, are you kidding? You've offended the Huoti family? That's the case for now. When the 2 sides meet, we'll fight to the death. Looking at the 4 people's expressions, he could tell that the Huoti family was a huge family even in this place. Therefore, he didn't say anything. Perhaps the Doff family was also his enemy. That's not good. The Huoti family doesn't only have extraordinary power in this town. It's said that they can be found in other towns as well. Take this Su Hui town for example. There are less than 10 second-rank hunters in the whole town, but the Huoti family alone has 2 second-rank hunters. Moreover, these 2 are even stronger than Longman. Xiuqi said with a frown. 2 second-rank hunters? Then are there third-rank hunters? How is that possible? The whole Su Hui town doesn't even have a third-rank hunter. That kind of strong person wouldn't stay in this small place. It's good that there are no third-rank hunters. A second-rank hunter stronger than Longman was still a second-rank hunter. Zichen wasn't afraid. After swallowing the second drop of sacred source liquid, Zichen's injuries were quickly recovering. The speed was also getting faster and faster. When he reached Su Hui town, the night had just fallen. After indicating the 4 people to rest first and deal with those things tomorrow, Zichen went straight to old Fat Wei's blacksmith shop. The knife in his hand was already completely covered in decay. Zichen was worried that he wouldn't be able to hold on until the sun rose tomorrow. With regards to Zichen's sudden appearance, the old man was surprised and said, "Didn't you go out to gain experience? Why, you ran back after being beaten up." Ignoring the old man's teasing, Zichen hurriedly pulled the old man into the house and said, "When I was in the outside world, I had a heaven weapon. This time, I took it out, but it's already decayed. Is there any way to preserve it and let it stay in this world for a long time?" Old Fat Wei broke free from Zichen's arm and looked at his body covered in blood with disgust. He said, "I thought it was something big. So it's such a small matter." Zichen turned to look at Old Fat Wei, his eyes lit up. "You have a way," Old Fat Wei said disdainfully, The heaven weapons in the outside world are all trash. Those that can be decayed are better than trash. What's the use of them? Now that you're a master blacksmith, you can just forge one yourself. Looking at old Fart Wei's understated expression, Zichen wanted to go up and slap him a few times. He suppressed his anger and said, "Nonsense, if that's the case, why would I look for you? I just want to keep it. It's a heaven weapon, and it has a spirit." Looking at Zichen's angry words, old Fart Wei said, "Oh, angry? Seems like the weapon spirit must be a girl. You have feelings. If you know, then don't take it out. That broken thing outside, you still." Before the old man could finish his words, Zichen grabbed him by the collar and raised him up high. His head hit the wall above. "Old fart, don't make jokes. My patience is limited. Not bad. I haven't seen you for 2 days, and your strength has grown. You dare to scold me." Old Fart Wei was not afraid of Zichen, but after seeing Zichen's gradually reddened eyes and his heavy breathing, he knew that Zichen was serious. So he stopped teasing him and said directly, "There's no meaning in doing so, and it might not succeed. There are many ways to refine weapons. If you want to keep the weapon, you have to use the same method to fill it with materials. If you don't have the correct method, it's useless. Even if you have the right method, you will need some high-grade materials. In the meantime, to increase the quality of the weapon, a large portion of the high-grade materials will be used. This is a thankless task. It's better to refine a new one, saving time, energy and resources. When you were on the Life Star, were you also a blacksmith?" Hearing old Fart Wei's words, Zichen's heart turned cold. He put him down and asked, "Of course. If not, how could this old man survive in such a big town?" Old Fart Wei said proudly, "All right, don't flatter yourself. You think I don't know? This is a broken town. Even if it's the worst town, it's only slightly better than a village." Zichen turned and walked into the weapon refining room. This time, he did not drag the old man along. "Quickly come in and take a look. Can you see what method I used to refine this weapon? If you can, use the same method to repair it. As for the high-grade materials, use that sacred black crystal." "Brat, are you crazy? That sacred black crystal is such a good material, and you actually used it to repair a heaven-breaking weapon? Stop talking nonsense. Quickly come in and take a look." "I'm not looking. It's useless even if I look." Old Fart Wei waved his hand and said, "Although this old man's eyesight is vicious, my refining methods are all top-notch existences. The same material, when refined by this old man's hands, will raise the quality of the weapon by a large margin. Your weapon's techniques are too low-leveled. Even if this old man can recognize it, I don't know those low-leveled techniques. It's innately lacking. Even if you have heavenly techniques, it's useless. Unless a god stands in front of you now, only then can you solve your problem. Stop bragging. Quickly come and take a look." This heaven-breaking weapon was refined by a true master refiner. You can't find a second one in this Life Star. TSK, when the tiger is not in the mountain, the monkey is king. In the end, old Fart Wei still walked in front of Zichen with disdain. He picked up the already rotten knife beside the stove and sized it up with a disdainful expression. "What kind of broken technique is this? It's too trashy. Is this what you mean by you can't find a second master refiner? It seems to have the shadow of an extreme refiner. But this technique is neither fish nor fowl. It's really too." He disdainfully flipped and looked at it with disdain. His disdainful expression expressed his disdain. But after sizing it up, old Fart Wei's disdainful expression changed. Chapter 2498. C_T, how is it? Can it be repaired? Seeing the change in the old man's expression, and hearing the old man's words being interrupted, Zichen asked nervously, "Advertisement, where did you get this thing from?" Old Fart Wei looked at Zichen and asked with a rare serious expression, "Nonsense, this is mine." "What do you mean where did I get it from?" Zichen said unhappily. "This is the true extreme weapon refining method. In the whole world, there are not more than 3 people who know this method. Tell me, where did you get this thing?" Old Fart Wei's words became strict. "This is mine. I saw the master refining it with my own eyes. It's a top-quality heaven weapon. Nonsense, this extreme weapon refining method, in this world, only 3 people know it. 2 of them are in this world, and 1 of them died long ago. How old are you? How could you see someone using the extreme weapon refining method to refine a weapon? Zichen did not hear the doubt in old Fat Wei's words, but said with surprise, "So, you can repair it? Then don't just stand there, quickly repair it. Before things are clear, don't expect this old man to repair it for you. Now, you have to tell me, who are you, and how did you get this weapon?" Old Fat Wei said coldly. "Old Fat Wei, what do you mean? Don't tell me you think this thing is stolen from someone's grave." Zichen stared at old Fat Wei. "It's possible. This is the complete extreme weapon refining method, without any flaws. In this world, only my master can teach it, and I can't. My master only accepted 2 disciples in his life. You are mine, and my junior brother." Zichen interrupted old Fat Wei and said, "Don't tell me that senior is your master. Impossible. My master is in this world. He's trapped here like me. Then he's your junior brother." "My junior apprentice brother died many years ago," Zichen said. "Then who is the senior who refined the weapon for me?" Zichen looked at old Fat Wei and said, "That senior is very strong, and his weapon refining skills are very high. Furthermore, he took the initiative to help me refine weapons, and during that time, he even had the Thunder Saint Beast to protect him. I saw him before I came here. He can't be a bad person." "Really? The person you're talking about is..." After that, old Fat Wei and Zichen verified whether the 2 of them were talking about the same person, and the final conclusion made old Fat Wei's expression change drastically, as he was unable to determine the credibility of Zichen's words. Because according to what Zichen said, his junior brother was clearly not dead. What's so hard to understand? The Life Star was known as the Land of Miracles. There were stories of people coming back from the dead. You should have heard of the 4 sacred beasts, right? Didn't they fall back then as well? But they came back to life. Don't ask me where I heard this from. We've met before, and our relationship is quite good. Old Fat Wei's expression was still bewildered. You should have heard of the ancestors of the 4 king clans, right? Lightning Ancestor, Moon Ancestor, Yarrow Ancestor, and Star Ancestor. In all the rumors, they are all dead. But I've seen the 4 of them with my own eyes. Although they are just a strand of remnant soul, they have always existed. But now they have really fallen. But they also said that the end of death is life, and that there will be a day where we will meet again. The 4 people that Zichen mentioned, compared to the Thunder Saint Beast, the 4 sacred beasts, were much more famous. Every expert that was born in the Life Star, or even the older generation, who would not have heard of the ancestors of the 4 king clans? They were illustrious existences, real big shot. These big shots, it was usually difficult to meet one, but Zichen had met 4 of them. Seeing that Zichen did not look like he was bragging, old Fat Wei looked at Zichen and asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" Old Fat Wei's expression made Zichen uncomfortable. He straightened his posture and said, "Listen well, I'm afraid I'll scare you if I tell you. It's best to find something to hold on to, so you won't be too frightened and faint." His clothes were tattered and blood-stained, and only his face was considered clean. He looked no different from a beggar, and would scare others. Old Fat Wei looked at Zichen and wanted to laugh. But Zichen's self-introduction made him unable to laugh. "I'm a heaven-defying expert from the Life Star, Zichen." These few words reverberated in old Fat Wei's mind. It was as if his soul had suffered a heavy blow, causing him to feel dizzy. "What did you say? You're a heaven-defying expert?" Old Fat Wei repeated. He did not expect Zichen to answer, but only used a heavier tone to ease his shock. "That's right." But Zichen still answered him. That affirmative tone shocked the old man one more time. However, he was an old man who had seen a lot of things. He was also one of the few people who had the highest refining skills in the Life Star. Soon, he calmed himself down. After sizing up Zichen, he looked at Zichen and said, "So, the reason why old Jean asked you to find me is because of your identity?" "Kind of." But the most important reason is that I've awakened the extreme speed ability. The extreme speed ability doesn't seem to be a rare ability, right? Of course, the extreme speed ability isn't rare. But if it's the extreme speed ability from the extreme speed technique, then it's rare. What technique? 9 lightning strikes. You know the world's #1 extreme speed technique, 9 lightning strikes? I also have the most valuable treasure, heavenly thunder wings. This conversation ended with old Fart Wei suffering a huge blow. Zichen not only had the most powerful skills, but also the most valuable treasures. Even the broken sword, which he usually did not pay attention to, was actually a famous saint weapon in the Life Star. Worthy of being a heaven-defying expert who gathered the fortune of the entire world. Just the equipment on his body is enough to make people jealous. Through the conversation with Zichen, he could now conclude that the junior brother that his master thought was dead was actually not dead. To old Fart Wei, this was something worth being happy about. Heaven-defying expert, I didn't expect that after so many years of waiting, I would meet a heaven-defying expert. With your identity and ability, you don't look like a saint king. How did you get in here? Old Fart Wei looked at Zichen and asked in confusion. I'm a saint. I came in through the Jiao Tu family's passage. This time, I'm here to fulfill my promise to the Jiao Tu family, to bring a saint weapon out. Impossible. After entering here, no one can get out. I saw a saint king in the Jiao Tu family with my own eyes. After that, old Fart Wei sunk into silence. After a while, he muttered to himself, could it be, that year, when I stayed here, there was a layer of meaning? Could it be that those people in the past would encounter such a scene today? I say, old Fart, we've been talking nonsense for half a day. Do you have a way to help me repair my weapon? Seeing old Fart Wei not speaking, Zichen had to remind him. This is the weapon that my junior brother forged. Do you think I have a way to repair it? Furthermore, I found a few flaws. After refining it again, it will definitely be stronger than before. After all, he is my junior brother. His weapon refining skills are still lacking compared to his senior brother. Zichen did not care whether this sentence was true or not. As long as he could repair the small knife, it was fine. As for the material, it was the piece of Saint Black crystal. Old Fart Wei, who originally said that it was a waste to use such a large piece of Saint Black crystal, looked at the small knife mottled with rust and said, yes, my junior brother's masterpiece. Only by using this Saint Black crystal can it show its extraordinariness. After that, he looked at Zichen and said, little brat, if your luck is good enough, you can meet my dead master. He definitely has a collection of good materials. Who knows, he might be able to raise your small knife to another level, and become a real saint weapon. Really? Zichen asked emotionally. In this world, there are only a few people who can refine saint weapons. My dead master is definitely one of them. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have the qualifications to enter the only city. For a big shot like my master, he has always been living in the city, wantonly enjoying the resources of this world. To others, this world is a place of suffering. But to my master, it is a place of freedom and enjoyment. Waving his hand, old Fart Wei said, all right, go and change your clothes. Don't be an eyesore. This thing of yours won't last for long. I have to work through the night. Oh right, when it is about to take shape, you have to let out some blood. It is equivalent to the blood essence of the outside world recognizing you as its master. Zichen thanked him profusely, then returned to his room and started to wash up. The old man did not rest for the entire night. The sound of forging rang out continuously. He was using this world's method to get rid of the impurities in the Saint Black crystal. Other than that, he also used a special method to stabilize the erosion of time on the small knife. On the morning of the second day, Xiu Qi and the other 3 did not go to deal with the spoils of war. Instead, they went straight to Longman's residence and cleaned it up. But the 4 of them obviously went in high spirits and returned in disappointment, their faces full of dejection. This is great. We bragged about it, but ended up with nothing. Tang Pu was obviously not in high spirits. Someone must have beaten us to it. I'm sure Zichen won't blame us. The most important thing now is to quickly deal with those things. Oh right, Tang Pu, your mechanical puppet is damaged this time. You have to change to a better one. Xiao Qi patted Tang Pu's shoulder and said, I also want to change to a better one. But what good things can we have in this broken place? The last time we were able to change to a mechanical bear, we were already lucky. Unless we go to Mingfei Town, it will be difficult to get a good mechanical puppet. Hearing Tang Pu's complaints, Xiao Qi laughed and said, this time, with Zichen's credit, our harvest is not small. Maybe we can really go to Mingfei Town. Hearing that, their eyes lit up, but quickly dimmed down. Tang Pu shook his head and said, forget it. With just the four of us, the chances of dying there are too high. Let's just make do and choose something here. Returning to their residence, the four of them started to deal with the spoils of war. Their harvest was not small. On the third day, the Saint Black crystal was obviously smaller, and became more transparent. After that, Old Fart Wei started to melt the Saint Black crystal. After it was completely melted, he signaled Zichen to drip blood inside. Chapter 2499. C_T, removing the impurities from the sacred black crystal took 3 days. Quick update, the website is clean and refreshing, there are few advertisements, I love this kind of website the most, must give a good review. Using a special method to melt the sacred black crystal into liquid, it took another 10 days. In this period of time, the blacksmith shop was filled with continuous hammering sounds. Xiao Qi and the other three did not want to disturb Zichen, and could only wait. It had to be said, if not for Old Fart Wei's special method, the knife could be preserved in this world for a long time. Even if it had a method to upgrade its quality, the knife itself would not be able to last until the day it was upgraded. Zichen was not idle these few days, he wanted to stir up trouble. This world was different from the outside world, where there were strong earth fire and even heaven fire that could be used. To refine weapons in this world, one needed to make their own fire. Of course, the terrifying degree of the fire was not any weaker than the earth fire and heaven fire in the outside world. If there was someone in this world who could control these flames, their fighting power would naturally be extremely strong. The sacred black crystal melted, turning into a sparkling black liquid, giving off a pure and limpid feeling. Zichen dripped drops of blood into the melted sacred black crystal, causing the pure black liquid to undergo some indescribable changes. The liquid started to tremble slightly, as though there was a hidden energy fluctuation within. All right, you can leave now. Looking at the gradually changing color of the liquid, Old Fart Wei waved his hand. The reason why he wanted Zichen to leave was not because he was worried that Zichen would learn the skills, but because Zichen did not know anything, and staying here would only occupy this space. He actually hoped that Zichen could learn some of his forging skills, but Zichen's ambition was obviously not there. Becoming a master blacksmith was already the limit of Zichen's interest. But there were specializations, and Old Fart Wei did not mind. If he really wanted to train the only heaven-defying person on this lifestar into a master blacksmith, let's not talk about whether Zichen was willing. At the very least, those old fellows would not agree. After Zichen returned to his room, Old Fart Wei took out the knife that he kept, and started to use a special method to decompose it layer by layer. During the decomposition process, he would mix in the liquid of the sacred black crystals. During this period of time, it was extremely challenging. Moreover, this was the most perfect integration. Not only did it improve the quality of the small knife, but it also did not disturb the original patterns of the small knife. Although these patterns were not of much use in this world, in the outside world, these patterns would greatly increase the attack power of the knife. This was a very time-consuming process that required absolute calmness. During this time, no mistakes could be made. There was nothing else for Zichen to do, but he did not go out. Instead, he waited patiently. Once this small knife was formed, it would prove that he would have another great ability, and this ability would be remote control, which was definitely a powerful ability. With Longman's previous attack, he was in no hurry to go out again. While waiting patiently, Zichen didn't stay idle either. He began to consume the remaining sacred origin liquid to strengthen himself. In this world, only by being strong enough could one possess all kinds of abilities. Only then could one's abilities continue to evolve and become stronger step by step. On the way back, he chatted with Shou-Chi, who told him that he had to continuously refine the sacred origin liquid if he wanted his abilities to evolve. Zichen did not know that he had already swallowed dozens of drops of sacred origin liquid while he was forging. This was also the reason why he could suddenly awaken an ability and transform his body. Another half a month passed, and old Fart Wei finally completed the final step. As the final hammer fell, a crisp sound rang out and the small knife was completely formed. The rust on its surface had all been removed, and it emitted a black glow. At first glance, it looked like it was refined from pure sacred black crystals. However, if one looked at it for a long time, one would be able to see other lights flickering within the black glow. These lights were like Xingchen decorating the night sky. The moment the small knife was formed, Zichen sensed the other party's presence. He quickly walked out of his room and into the weapon refining room. Buzz! He looked at the small knife, and with a thought, the small knife began to tremble. After trembling a few times, the small knife flew into the air and flew towards Zichen. After that, under old Fart Wei's astonished expression, the small knife began to revolve around Zichen. Its speed increased from slow to fast, and finally turned into a ray of black light, protecting Zichen within. Is this the Imperial Sword technique? You actually awakened such an ability, how mysterious! Old Fart Wei exclaimed as he looked at Zichen. You can say that. He controlled the small knife to stop and placed it in his palm. Looking at the small thing, Zichen said, "In here, your spirit cannot awaken, so I cannot call you Knife Spirit. I will call you Flying Knife in the future." With a light flick of his wrist, the flying knife slid into Zichen's sleeve. Since it came from old Fart Wei, and it took him nearly a month to successfully evolve, there was naturally no need to doubt its quality. During this period of time, Zichen had used up all the sacred source liquid he had obtained, and it was time for him to go out and reap the rewards. Shou-Chi and the rest still had some resources to sell, and Zichen could still get a share. Other than that, the property in Longman's residence was also a large portion, and there was no reason for him to let it go. After sincerely thanking old Fart Wei, the old man waved his hand and weakly tipped Zichen to scram, then closed the door and went to rest. Old Fart Wei had expended too much energy, but he was fine and only needed to rest. Zichen did not bother with him and went to find the four people next door. Seeing Zichen's arrival, the four people were surprised and happy, and hurriedly gestured for Zichen to come in. After Zichen took a seat, he noticed that the four people's expressions were somewhat unnatural, so he asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Hearing Zichen's words, the four people became even more embarrassed, and in the end, it was Shou-Chi who said, "Zichen, we're really sorry. Didn't we say that Longman's residence would have a lot of sacred source liquid? But when we went there, we found that someone else was one step ahead of us, and we didn't get anything." Shou-Chi took out a jade bottle and said, "This is the sacred source liquid we exchanged for. There's a total of 20 drops, and we didn't touch them." Zichen took the bottle of sacred source liquid, opened it, and said, "If it's gone, then it's gone. It's no big deal." As he spoke, Zichen poured out 8 drops, put one into his mouth, and kept the remaining 7 into his own jade bottle. He gave the remaining 12 drops to Shou-Chi, making it 3 drops each. This. Shou-Chi was slightly hesitant, as this was as expected, and Zichen took 2 fewer drops. "This is easier to split. Let's do this in the future. If you have more, I'll refund you." After keeping the jade bottle, Zichen said, "Do you have any thoughts of going out again?" "Of course. We've already prepared everything. We were worried that you wouldn't want to team up with us after you advanced," Tang Piyu said excitedly. "Since everything is ready, let's set off." Zichen got up, and Tang Piyu quickly took out a package from the room. There were still 2 things inside, the black suit and the 3-colored poison mist. After handing the package to Zichen, Tang Piyu patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, Zichen. This time, I guarantee that no one will have the antidote for the 3-colored poison mist." Zichen took the package and lightly punched Tang Piyu with his fist, smiling. "With you in charge, I'm not worried." Afterwards, the few of them looked at each other and laughed. After leaving the town, Zichen said, Have you found the target this time? No matter what, it can't be weaker than the two-headed tiger. Don't worry, Xiao Jin has already made arrangements for this. It would be a waste not to use such a strong person like you. After walking out of Sohui town, Xiao Qi looked around and didn't find any traces of other people. She lowered her voice and said to Zi Chen beside her, Zi Chen, I've already inquired about the matter you asked me to inquire about. The Hort family did have some interactions with Longman a few days ago. The two second-level hunters of their family are not in Sohui town. It's said that they have been away for a long time. Zi Chen nodded slightly. This could explain why the Hort family, who clearly had second-level hunters, would pay such a price to have outsiders kill Zi Chen. Just the antidote that could resist the three-colored poison mist was not a small expense. Can you be sure that the Hort family only has two second-level hunters? Zi Chen asked. This can be confirmed. The Hort family has always maintained two second-level hunters in Sohui town. Once someone advances, one of them will leave here. Jiao Huangtu once said that his path forward had already been arranged for him by the family. Then, the Hort family had always kept two second-level hunters here to guard those people entering the next town. Can you inquire about some more details? For example, what are the abilities of those two ability users, and what level of combat power they have? Xiao Qi widened her eyes and looked at Zi Chen in disbelief. She said, Why are you asking about this? Don't tell me. We have long been enemies. Since they have the intention to harm me, I have no reason to let them go. Zi Chen's eyes flashed with a cold light. But, that is a family, a huge family. If you go against that family, how will you walk in this world in the future? In this town, they don't have third-level hunters, but other towns do. Not to mention third-level hunters, it is said that they even have fourth-level and fifth-level hunters. If you go against them, it is like hitting a stone with an egg. Because of her loss of self-control, Xiao Qi's voice was slightly raised, attracting the attention of the other three. They are indeed a huge family. But here, they are only a small force with two second-level hunters. I have a lot of experience dealing with them. If I don't say anything this time, there will be more second-level hunters coming, and even third-level hunters. Zi Chen's eyes flashed with a cold light. He said, since they will come sooner or later, before that, we need to teach them a lesson. Chapter 2500. C_T. Seeing that Zi Chen had made up his mind, Xiao Qi stopped persuading him. There are almost all the books you want to read. It's much more stable than the average website and updates faster. It's all text with no advertisements. Although she hadn't known Zi Chen for a long time, Xiao Qi could still see that Zi Chen was a very opinionated existence. Once he made up his mind, no one could persuade him. Next, the group walked for a day and a night. After a short rest and a simple meal, they came to a low mountain range. When they were still some distance away from the mountain range, they heard a series of beastly roars that sounded somewhat panicked. Zi Chen, there are a lot of pseudo-divine beasts here. Among them, there is a violent bear, whose fighting strength is stronger than Longman. Once, Longman led a team to destroy it, but in the end, they were defeated and Longman himself was injured. Xiao Jin, who was walking in front, turned around and said, That's a good opponent. Besides the violent bear, are there any other relatively powerful pseudo-divine beasts here? Zi Chen's eyes flashed with a bright light. There are a lot of other pseudo-divine beasts, but they are not as strong as this violent bear. Once we fight, the movement will definitely scare away the pseudo-divine beasts around. The violent bear is equivalent to the king here, but they are not united. By the way, the mechanical puppet that Tang Pu used before was built according to the prototype of the violent bear. Speaking of mechanical puppets, Zi Chen glanced at Tang Pu again with a strange expression. After losing the mechanical puppet Black Bear, Tang Pu bought a new mechanical puppet in Sohui town, but it was far inferior to the previous one. It was a puppet cow, of a very low grade, which was the main reason why he insisted on walking and refused to enter the puppet. Maybe it was because of the terrain, but along the way, there was little wind. In this dangerous night, if there was no wind, there would naturally be no divine mosquitoes and black ants. The danger factor could be relatively reduced, and the group's speed was relatively fast. Before coming, Xiao Jin had obviously done his homework. He directly led Zi Chen in the direction of the violent bear. Halfway up the mountain, Xiao Jin pointed somewhere and said, "Go around here, there is a black hole. If there is no accident, the violent bear is inside." The group of 5 carefully circled around half of the mountain peak, but they did not see the so-called black hole. "That's not right, there should be a black hole here." Looking at the surroundings, Xiao Jin said puzzledly, "Look over there." In the dark night, a light flashed in Xiong Shen's eyes as she pointed to a boulder tens of meters away. The gazes of the crowd all landed on the enormous boulder. The boulder was slightly black, but there was nothing special about it. However, there were obvious pitch-black cracks all around the boulder. Clearly, there was a hole behind the boulder. He's actually hiding. Seeing such a scene, the crowd was naturally unable to understand why a king needed to hide and rest. Could it be that there were other pseudo-divine beasts that dared to challenge its prestige here? Seems like I'm right. That guy is inside. Xiao Qi's gaze shifted away from the front, looking around to see if there were any other abnormalities. Let's remove that big rock first. Zi Chen's perception could clearly perceive the surrounding situation. Except for the hole, there was nothing abnormal. The occasional beast roar was also very far away from here, so there was no need to worry too much. There was a violent bear in the cave, so no one dared to rashly go forward. Therefore, the matter of removing the boulder could only be done by Tang Piyu's puppet ball. During this period, Zi Chen intentionally tried to control the puppet ball, but he did not succeed. It seemed that his awakened spiritual perception only worked on the broken saber in his hand, and had no effect on other things. The puppet ball stretched out its front hooves and knocked twice on the uneven ground. Then, it lowered its head and charged toward the boulder. The sharp horns flickered with a cold light in the dark night like a weapon, as if they were going to cut the boulder. Boom! The horns hit the boulder, and the ground began to shake. A dull sound spread in all directions. The puppet bull's charging figure came to a halt. Its body swayed visibly, and it almost collapsed. The force of its collision only moved the boulder a little. The weight of the boulder was somewhat beyond imagination. After stabilizing its body, the puppet bull began to retreat. After a certain distance, it lowered its head and charged forward again. Boom! With another blow, the boulder moved a little again. This effect was too slow. It might not even be able to move the boulder dozens of times. Just as they were about to think of other methods, they suddenly heard a strange sound coming from the cave. Faintly, a low roar was emitted from within. One could see that the large rock, which had only moved a little due to the collision of the puppet cow, was now rapidly moving as a thick black claw emerged from the other side. Clearly, the owner was angered and had taken the initiative to appear. Zi Chen threw a look at Tang Piyu. The latter nodded and controlled the puppet bull to retreat. From the boulder blocking the cave, it could be seen that the puppet bull and the violent bear were very different in strength. If it was hit directly, it would probably be destroyed in an instant. Such a sacrifice was meaningless in Zi Chen's eyes. Xiao Qi and the others also began to retreat. They could not interfere in the early stages of the battle. Only after the violent bear was injured would they have a chance to fight. The 4 of them began to retreat, while Zi Chen slowly moved forward with the broken saber. The boulder was completely moved away, and the black bear walked out of the cave. It was close to 3 meters tall and its body naturally emitted a baleful aura. Its black fur was stained with a lot of blood, and there were a few scars that were probably left behind from the previous battle. Its pair of pitch-black eyes gradually became cruel after seeing Zi Chen and the others. Roar! With a roar, the black bear rushed towards Zi Chen. Its paw directly slapped towards Zi Chen's head, bringing with it a strong wind. The wind blew, causing Zi Chen's face to hurt. This attack was full of power, even surpassing that of Longman at his peak. Once Zi Chen was hit, who knew how many of his ribs would be broken? Strong power, slow speed. Looking at the powerful bear paw, Zi Chen shook his head. His body was like a floating feather as he moved with the wind. Swish! Zi Chen's body easily dodged the attack and came to the side of the violent bear. The broken saber in his hand was instantly unsheathed. As a black light flashed, The broken saber swept past the violent bear's body, cutting off the fur on its body and cutting into its body. Zi-Chen's body gently floated down, with the saber in his left hand and the broken saber in his right. There was an additional wound on the violent bear's body, and blood flowed out. Xiu-Qi and the others stood in the distance, not daring to speak at this moment in fear of angering the violent bear. In just one exchange, the violent bear was injured, so it naturally became crazy. Its paw whistled as it slapped towards Zi-Chen, and its attack speed was much faster than before. Zi-Chen easily dodged again and slashed down with his saber. Its needle-like fur offset too much of the saber's power, and by the time it cut into its body, the power was already insufficient. The powerful saber only left a small wound on its opponent's body. In this situation, Zi-Chen had the broken saber and the battle power of a rank 2 hunter. Under normal circumstances, if an ordinary hunter encountered this violent bear, it would be their nightmare. Pu. Zi-Chen's body flashed as he slashed out again and again. Even though he tried to control his attacks to a certain point, the effects were not obvious. Compared to the twin-headed tiger, the violent bear's strength and defense were much stronger. Its only weakness was its speed, and in this aspect, Zi-Chen's speed was his strength. The violent bear's fierce attacks were unable to touch Zi-Chen at all. On the contrary, Zi-Chen constantly attacked a certain spot, causing the wound on the violent bear's body to become bigger and bigger. The violent bear's eyes gradually became red, and the aura around its body suddenly became tyrannical, as if it had gone berserk. It let out an angry and hoarse roar, and with a strong gust of wind, it charged towards Zi-Chen. With this attack, the violent bear's speed and strength had more than doubled. The 4 people who were watching the battle from afar were terrified. They did not dare to provoke an existence of this level. If they were hit, they would die. The last time Longman led a team here, they suffered heavy casualties. It should be because they forced the violent bear to go berserk. Swoosh. Zi-Chen did not underestimate the violent bear's transformation. When he retreated, the heavenly thunder wings on his back immediately appeared. Then, the thunder wings on his back vibrated, and with a tap of his feet, he leaped high into the air. When he quickly dodged the violent bear's attack, he also landed behind it. He turned around in the air and stomped on the violent bear's shoulder. The broken saber in his hand instantly retracted like a dagger. Pu. With a muffled sound, the broken saber directly pierced into the black bear's eyes. It pierced deeply, almost piercing through its brain. Roar. The black bear was in pain, and its aura was tyrannical. Zi-Chen pulled out the broken saber and used the force to leap up. Below him, the violent bear kept waving its paws, attacking in all directions, bringing with it a strong gust of wind. The heavenly thunder wings flapped rapidly, allowing Zi-Chen's body to stay in the air for a short while. Seizing the opportunity, Zi-Chen's body landed again. Just like before, the broken saber pierced into the violent bear's other eye. This time, the broken saber went deeper. Pu. At the same time, Zi-Chen paid a price for this attack. He was hit by the bear's paw. Although most of the force was neutralized, it still shook Zi-Chen until he coughed up blood. Landing on the ground, Zi-Chen retreated again, increasing the distance between him and the violent bear. At this moment, tears of blood gushed out from the violent bear's eyes. One of its eyes was still pierced by the broken saber. The violent bear was struggling before its death. The entire mountain peak was shaking, and all kinds of broken rocks were flying everywhere like hidden weapons, breaking through the air with the sound of breaking wind. Xiu-Qi and the other 3 retreated far away, looking at the violent bear nervously. After about 10 breaths of time, the berserk violent bear suddenly stopped and fell to the ground. Boom! The ground shook again, and smoke and dust rose. The violent bear was dead. This scene was within Zi-Chen's expectations. He appeared very calm. The 4 people who were watching the battle anxiously from afar also heaved a sigh of relief at this moment. Boom! Boom! The violent bear was dead, but the ground was still shaking. Not only did it not stop, but it became more violent. Chapter 2501. C_T. The ground shook without warning, and the whole mountain shook gently as if there was an earthquake. Almost all the books you want to read are here. It's much more stable than the average website, and the updates are faster. It's all text and there are no advertisements. The violent bear was lying on the ground motionless. It was obviously dead, so what was going on with the shaking? Is it an earthquake? The four people's expressions changed. Zi Chen, who was about to pick up the broken sword, sensed the change, and his expression changed slightly. Boom! Boom! The ground began to shake violently, and thunder-like sounds came from afar, mixed with the roars of beasts. The roars of beasts came from some pseudo-divine beasts, who were very powerful. But at this moment, there was some kind of fear and panic in their voices. It's below. Let's go and see what's going on. Xiong Xian and the other three turned around and walked toward the edge of the mountain. The shaking was coming from below. Zi Chen quickly stepped forward and pulled out the broken sword from the violent bear's eye socket. Whoosh! He put the broken sword back into its sheath, and quickly rushed to a high ground and looked down. It was dark now, and his vision was not clear, but he could still see many black shadows running quickly below, with thunder-like vibrations. It's the pseudo-divine beasts, all of them. Seeing those black shadows, Xiao Jin was shocked and cried out in alarm. These powerful pseudo-divine beasts, at this moment, seemed to have met their natural enemy. They were running away madly, and roaring in horror. Seeing this, Zi Chen was also shocked. Could it be the god clan that could make so many different kinds of pseudo-divine beasts run away in fear? Looking at those pseudo-divine beasts running away below, Zi Chen clearly felt a few very powerful auras, which seemed to be not much weaker than the violent bear he had killed. What happened? Zi Chen frowned. They are different kinds. Maybe they are all enemies when they meet, but now they are all running away. Could it be their natural enemy? But in this world, I haven't heard that they have a common natural enemy. Xiong Xian frowned slightly, and her face was full of doubts. Indeed, I've never heard of them having a common natural enemy. Tang Piyu scratched his head, also unable to understand. Xiao Qi frowned, as if she was thinking about something. Xiao Jin, who was also frowning, seemed to think of something. His face instantly changed as he cried out in alarm, could it be them? What? The three of them asked in unison, clearly confused. Xiao Jin's face was completely drained of blood. He raised his hand and pointed in a certain direction, which was the north. Could it be that they're here? In the north, their target had become much smaller. And to be able to make Xiao Jin's face change so much, I believe that they are definitely not nameless existences. You're talking about the moon god wolf in the northern snowy plains. Xiong Xian and the other two instantly guessed Xiao Jin's meaning, and their expressions changed drastically. Is the moon god wolf very strong? Zi Chen came over after hearing the commotion. He stood next to the four people and looked at their shocked expressions as he asked. The divine moon wolves live in the northernmost part of the north. There is a snowy plain there, which is their exclusive territory. In terms of individual battle strength, the divine moon wolves are not strong. They are even weaker than ordinary divine beasts. In a one-on-one battle, they are almost the weakest among the divine beasts. But they never move alone. Every time, they move out in groups, and their numbers are countless. Xiao Jin's face was completely drained of blood. Countless divine moon wolves can defeat any enemy. Now, I should be able to guess why that violent bear put such a big stone at the entrance of the cave. The divine moon wolves live in the northern snowy plains. Every once in a while, they will leave the snowy plains to hunt. This time, they should be hunting, and these divine beasts are their targets. Looking at the four people whose expressions changed drastically and clearly felt fear, but did not intend to run away, Zi Chen asked doubtfully, since they are so dangerous, shouldn't we run away? Xiong Xian and the other two looked bitter. Xiao Jin sighed and said, we can't run away. Since it's a hunt, it's surrounded on all sides. According to the past, there are divine moon wolves in all directions. Zi Chen shrugged and said, so it's really troublesome. Do these divine moon wolves have a leader? There are moon wolf kings. They are hiding in the distance and commanding them, and there are more than one. It's said that the moon wolf kings are very strong. Each of them is equivalent to a second-rank hunter. It's said. Is there no reliable information? Xiao Jin forced a smile and said, Everyone who has seen the divine moon wolves will become a dead man. It's already very rare to have some gossip. But I didn't expect that our luck would be so bad that we would encounter a moon wolf hunt that hasn't been seen in 100 years. Looks like we're doomed this time. Thinking that they might soon be buried in the wolf's belly, the faces of Xiong Xian and the other two turned ugly. Is there any other information? For example, how are we going to beat them back? Zi Chen asked again. He had encountered too many dangers in his life, and it was common for him to have a narrow escape from death. He obviously wouldn't give up so easily, let alone in a situation where he didn't even see the enemy. The divine moon wolves are endless. No one can beat them back. Unless they are willing to retreat after the hunt is over. It seemed that Xiu Jin's knowledge was also very limited. Zi Chen couldn't get any useful information, so Zi Chen asked again, "Are you sure that we are surrounded now?" "It's not us. It's all the living beings in this area. They've all been surrounded. Including the pseudo-divine beast that had just run away, they are also in the encirclement." Zi Chen nodded and said, "Well, it seems that a battle is inevitable. You guys take the violent bear's corpse into the cave first. Since the violent bear has already expected this, we'll use this cave to avoid this crisis." "Right, if we hide in the cave, we might be able to resolve this crisis." The eyes of several people lit up, and they looked at the cave one after another. "Let's take the violent bear's corpse inside first, then we'll push the big rock." While speaking, Zi Chen flew towards the big rock. Xiu Qi and Xiong Xian went to get the violent bear. It wasn't that they were greedy, but if they left the violent bear's corpse there, it would undoubtedly attract more divine moon wolves. Tang Piyu controlled the puppet cow to go to the side of the big rock, and together with Zi Chen and Xiu Jin, they moved the rock together. But the rock only shook slightly, and it moved a little. It had to be said that the violent bear's strength was really great, and in order to save its life, it had deliberately chosen a very heavy rock. "Damn it, this thing is too heavy." Tang Piyu cursed angrily, and he had to use all his strength to control the puppet cow to push the rock back to its original position. But the strength of the three people was limited, and they could only move the rock slowly. At that moment, a cold aura came, and the hearts of everyone couldn't help but shiver. Then, they heard the rhythmic sound of running, as if a well-trained army was moving forward. A cold wind blew, and the surrounding temperature dropped in an instant. It was as if they had entered a cold winter. "Not good, they're coming, hurry up." Xiu Jin's expression changed greatly, and he cried out in alarm. Xiu Qi and Xiong Xian had already dragged the tyrannical bear into the cave. Fortunately, the cave was large enough to accommodate everyone and a puppet bull. The two hurriedly came out of the cave, and the 5 people and the puppet cow worked together to push the rock back to its original position. "Let the puppet cow push from inside first, or it will be useless later," Zi Chen said in a deep voice. Ka. The rock moved forward with the help of everyone, and the surrounding temperature dropped. Moreover, the orderly steps were getting closer and closer to the group. It was unknown if it was because the smell of blood had spread, but the orderly steps suddenly stopped, and then there was a clapping sound. "Hurry up!" Zi Chen shouted, and used all his strength, and the rock moved a little faster. The gap between the rock and the cave was only a person's distance away, and it would be closed soon. Again, Zi Chen roared, and the rock moved forward again. At this moment, in Zi Chen's perception, white figures appeared one after another. Their fur was as soft as snow, and they were less than 2 meters tall. As they leaped, they rushed towards them, and their speed was very fast, and their steps were graceful. These were the moon gods, and in his perception, there were no less than 100 moon wolves on this mountain. Shua. Before the rock could completely block the cave, these moon gods rushed up, and the one in the lead also leaped towards them. It opened its mouth, revealing its sharp fangs. Pu. Zi Chen instantly pulled out his blade and cut the first moon wolf in half, and said in a deep voice, "Hurry up and go in." At this moment, the moon wolves appeared in all directions. If they delayed any longer, they would not have the chance to enter the cave again. At this moment, looking at the cave that was less than a person's height, they couldn't help but feel some regret. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have wasted so much time. Everyone walked in one by one, and then signaled Zi Chen to hurry up. Shua. Shua! Shua! The broken blade in his hand flashed, and after killing 3 moon wolves, Zichen also dodged and entered the cave. As for the remaining gaps, the 4 of them directly used the violent bear's corpse to block them. After killing 4 moon wolves, Zichen entered the cave. This was the first time he had encountered moon wolves, so he had a certain understanding of them. They were very fast, their combat strength was unknown, and their defense was relatively weak. Just as Xiao Jin said, they were easy to kill. However, there were too many of them, and they were all fearless. Zichen, who had never been afraid of being surrounded, felt his scalp go numb when he sensed the moon wolves outside the cave. In this place, there was no endless energy for him to use, and no strong physical defense. Facing these moon wolves, he was somewhat helpless. Before everyone could relax, they heard a low roar and biting sound. Then, they saw the violent bear's corpse swaying, and it was quickly pulled out by the moon wolves. The cave entrance appeared again. After appearing, the moon wolves madly rushed towards the cave entrance. Pu. Xiao Qi guarded the small cave entrance, and with a slash of his sword, he pierced through the head of a moon wolf. Beside him, Xiao Jin also killed another moon wolf. This cave entrance could only allow 2 moon wolves to pass through. Just as the 2 moon wolves died, the other moon wolves pulled out the 2 moon wolves' corpses, and then 2 more moon wolves rushed forward. Pu. With 2 simple slashes, he didn't need to use much strength, and the 2 moon wolves died. Haha, according to this method, even if there are more moon wolves, it won't be enough for us to kill. Seeing this scene, Tang Pu couldn't help but laugh. However, he didn't notice that behind him, Zichen's expression had become very serious. Chapter 2502. C_T, Fut. In the blink of an eye, 6 moon wolves were killed. Their corpses were dragged out by the other moon wolves as 2 new moon wolves charged in. Advertisement: they were like fools, charging forward without any regard for their lives and dying in the process. Xiao Qi and Xiao Jin only needed to make 3 simple moves to kill 6 moon wolves. In this environment and geographical location, the moon wolves' greatest advantage couldn't be displayed and they could only be slaughtered by the 2. 6. Zichen just killed 4, so there are 10 in total. Although we lost a violent bear, we will be rich as long as we last until the end. Tang Pu couldn't help but say after seeing the 7th and 8th moon wolves die, his eyes twinkling brightly. Xiong Xian's deathly pale face revealed a trace of joy at this moment. She gently nodded her head and her mood seemed to have improved a lot. Although the divine moon wolves were powerful and no one dared to go up against them, a few moon wolf corpses had appeared in this world over the years. Every time these corpses appeared, they would be bought at a high price. For this reason, some hunters would even travel to the snowy plains to hunt these divine moon wolves. The most valuable part of their bodies was their pure white, silk-like fur. After some special processing, it not only became beautiful clothes, but also provided decent defense. Of course, such a thing wouldn't appear in a small place like Sohui town. Only people from bigger places could enjoy it. There was a reason for Tang Pu's joy. Based on the price of 1 moon wolf fur per drop of sacred source liquid, they had already earned over a dozen drops of sacred source liquid in a short period of time. Moreover, they hadn't expended much energy. They had originally thought that this was a disaster, but now it seemed like luck. A great fortune had descended from the heavens. Tang Pu excitedly explained the value of the moon wolves to Zichen in detail, but he didn't see any joy on Zichen's face. Zichen, you don't seem happy. Tang Pu turned to look at Zichen in confusion. We're about to die. Should we be happy? Die? How is that possible? Tang Pu said in surprise, as long as the 5 of us work together to defend this place, no moon wolf will be able to attack. As long as we can endure until they retreat, we will be rich. I don't believe that they will continue to die like this. You should know that we have a lot of food on us. At the very least, we can kill the moon wolves and eat their meat. Tang Pu's analysis made some sense, but Zichen, who had used his perception, could see things outside as if he were using his eyes. At this moment, countless moon wolves had gathered around the cave they were in. Some of these moon wolves were responsible for the suicidal attacks, while others were beside the boulder, trying to move it. There were also some that used their sharp claws to dig the ground around the cave. They were like well-trained soldiers, carrying out orders under the command of the general. However, Zichen did not detect any trace of the Moon Wolf King. Right now, they were like turtles in a jar. Zichen pointed above his head and said, "Listen carefully and see what you can hear." Tang Piyu and Xiong Xian leaned against the wall and listened attentively. After a while, the two of them turned pale again. "What's going on?" Xiao Qi, who was still slaughtering the moon wolves, asked in a deep voice. "They are using their claws to dig the ground. It looks like they are trying to dig in." Tang Piyu became somewhat agitated. "It's not just that. Some moon wolves are also trying to move the boulder," Zichen added, causing Tang Piyu to feel even more despair. "It must be the Moon Wolf King secretly commanding them. That damned thing." Xiao Jin gritted his teeth and cursed, his attacks still sharp. "What should we do now? Stay here and wait for death?" Tang Piyu became depressed. Looking at the dead moon wolves being dragged away, the light in his eyes dimmed. "It seems like we can only wait for a miracle," Xiong Xian said as she looked up at the cave. "Miracles are created by oneself. Based on their current speed, they will be able to dig through this place in about 20 hours. Of course, the prerequisite is that they don't have enough strength to move the boulder," Zichen said in a deep voice. Hearing Zichen's calm tone, Xiao Qi, who had killed another moonwolf, asked, "Zichen, do you have any way to help us escape?" "Not at the moment, but we can try." "How?" "First, bring in a moonwolf corpse." Xiao Jin stabbed a moonwolf to death with his sword and grabbed its front paw, dragging it in. At the same time, he also dragged in the moon wolf that was still biting the dead one. Xiao Qi instantly finished off the moon wolf with a sword strike. Throwing the corpse to the side, Xiao Qi asked, "What should we do now? It will definitely be a fierce battle, but I can't guarantee that we will be able to last until the end." However, this was also the only way for them to survive at the moment. "Now, give me all the sacred origin liquid you have. The four of you only need to keep 2 drops. It did not seem like the right time for Zichen to ask for sacred origin liquid. However, due to their absolute trust in each other, the four did not waste any time and quickly gathered all the sacred origin liquid they had. There were a total of 28 drops, and Zichen had obtained 26 drops. Zichen only had 7 drops left, making a total of 30 drops. After placing the 30 drops of sacred source liquid into the 4 jade bottles, Zichen instructed, "The two of you should quickly retreat after killing the moon wolf. Wait for me to come out and block the cave entrance. Remember to conserve your energy after I come out. Don't casually attack." While speaking, Zichen had already walked over to the dead moon wolf. He squatted down and lifted the moon wolf above his head. It looked as if Zichen was using the moon wolf's corpse as a hat. "Zichen, what are you doing?" Xiao Qi, who could vaguely guess what Zichen was doing, had a complicated expression on her face. "This is the only way now. Stop talking nonsense. If you want to live, you need to be alert. All right, you guys retreat." After the two killed the moon wolves, Zichen gave a low shout, and the two immediately retreated. At this moment, the dead moon wolf was also pulled out of the cave. Immediately after, 2 more moon wolves rushed in. Before they could reach the cave entrance, Zichen dashed out with the moon wolf's corpse on his head. Peng! With a loud bang, the 2 moon wolves were sent flying by Zichen. As for the 2 moon wolves that were sent flying, they knocked down the other moon wolves around them. For a moment, a small empty area appeared outside the cave. After Zichen exited, the broken blade appeared in his hand and drew a black arc around him. Within the arc, all the moon wolves were cut in half and fell to the ground. These moon wolves clearly did not expect a human to charge out, and were all stunned. However, at this moment, a whimpering sound could be heard from afar. The moon wolves, who had been dividing up their work, all turned their heads and pounced on Zichen. In the blink of an eye, Zichen was surrounded by moon wolves. There were no moon wolves on the ground, but above his head, there were moon wolves everywhere. They were like an inverted bowl of moon wolves as they rushed towards Zichen. Facing the moon wolves' attack, Zichen's expression did not change. The heavenly thunder wings appeared on his back in an instant and flapped rapidly. Swoosh! The broken blade in Zichen's hand slashed out in an instant. Combined with the extreme speed of the broken blade, Zichen's body was constantly surrounded by circular blade arcs. These circular blade arcs fell in all directions around Zichen. Fart! 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 Wherever the circular blade arcs passed, the sound of weapons being cut apart could be heard. At this moment, the scene of the moon wolves attacking seemed to be frozen. It was as if a body freezing technique had been used on them. The only thing that could be seen was the flickering of the blade arcs. Actually, this was just a visual illusion. The moon wolves were not frozen. It was just that Zichen's speed was too fast, making them look too slow. The black circular blade arcs disappeared, and Zichen's body landed. The moon wolves that were surrounding him suddenly lost their momentum and fell to the ground one by one. They fell around Zichen like raindrops. Looking out from the cave, the 4 people who saw this scene were completely dumbfounded. Zichen had killed more than 20 moon wolves in one move. In an instant, he had cleared out a wide area. The moon wolves that fell to the ground were all dead. Within the range of Zichen's perception, there were still more moon wolves. The ones that had just died were not even 1/20th of them. After these moon wolves fell, the whimpering sound could be heard again. Then, more moon wolves rushed towards Zichen. The moon wolves leaped up from all directions and attacked Zichen. Just like before, Xiuqi and the others could not see Zichen's figure. They could only see the densely packed moon wolves that were close to each other. Immediately after, a black light flashed through the moon wolves. This black light flashed and disappeared. Xiuqi and the others could clearly see it. The scene paused again. Then, popping sounds could be heard. The attacking moon wolves fell to the ground and died just like before. At this moment, the moon wolves around Zichen had already piled up in 2 layers. During the battle, his perception had been covering the surroundings, but he did not find any trace of the moon wolf king. However, just as he had guessed, after he rushed out, the moon wolves' target fell on him. They did not attack the few people in the cave. A new wave of attacks came. With the perfect combination of extreme speed and broken blade, Zichen destroyed these moon wolves without any damage. Just like that, he killed 5 waves. The number of moon wolves that died was close to 100. However, there were still many moon wolves that did not fear death. After killing 5 waves, Zichen could clearly feel the exhaustion. Sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. However, at this moment, the whimpering sound could be heard again. This time, the whimpering sound was even more hurried. Then, even more moon wolves rushed forward. This time, they did not surround Zichen in 1 layer. Instead, they surrounded him in several layers. Xiuqi and the others could not see Zichen again. What they saw was the moon wolves that kept pouncing forward. They did not fear death. Before the first one died, the second one would pounce. In this way, if the first one was not killed by Zichen, it would be killed by the second moonwolf. Chapter 2503. C_T, dauntlessly advancing wave after wave, fearless in the face of death. These 2 words were the most appropriate to describe the current moonwolves. There was no doubt about Zichen's strength. He could kill dozens of moonwolves in an instant. This was a complete massacre. However, those moonwolves knew that they were going to die, yet they continued to charge forward. Charge forward, die. Charge forward, die again. This kind of suicidal behavior seemed meaningless. If it were a human, they would have retreated long ago. Because this was a one-sided massacre, it couldn't be considered a battle at all. However, these moon wolves didn't retreat. Not only that, they sent more moon wolves to their deaths. It was truly dauntlessly advancing wave after wave. These moon wolves pounced on Zichen layer after layer. Every time a moon wolf charged forward, it meant that the moon wolf in the previous layer would die without a doubt. Even if they weren't killed by Zichen, they would be killed by the moon wolves behind them. In terms of human battle techniques, this was called cutting off all means of retreat and staking everything on a single throw. The moon wolves clearly didn't understand human battle techniques. The meaning of their actions was to let the human in front of them exhaust him as much as possible. Only by continuously exhausting him with death could they have a chance to kill this powerful human. It had to be said that this method of exhausting him was very effective. This kind of continuous charging required Chen to continuously attack without stopping. During this time, he needed to sense the position of the moon wolves between the first and second wave, as well as the gap between them and their fatal spots. This wasn't just a test of strength, but also a test of spirit and reaction. Xiu and the others couldn't see anything. They could only see the moon wolves charging forward dauntlessly. They couldn't see the broken blade that quickly turned into a black light. They couldn't see the moon wolves that fell to the ground. They could only see the moon wolves charging forward and hear a series of pu sounds. They couldn't see the arc of the blade. They could only see the moon wolves charging forward without any regard for their lives. If these moon wolves were humans, this kind of behavior would definitely be respectable. Even now, they were constantly charging forward to die without any fear. This was worthy of respect. Xiu, Xiu Jin, Tang Pu, and Xiong Xian were deeply moved by the scene in front of them. As the weakest among the pseudo-divine beasts, it was also the most terrifying existence. This kind of fearless spirit was indeed frightening. Although they admired him in their hearts, they did not want Yu Lang to gain the upper hand in this life-and-death situation. They silently hoped that Chen would win. Through the small hole, they couldn't see anything else other than the moon wolf's corpse. The corpses were piled up like mountains, blocking their line of sight. They didn't know how Chen was doing, but they knew that Chen was still alive. This was because the puffing sounds were still ringing out, and the Moon Wolf King's howls of command could be heard from time to time. Advertisement: after fighting for so long, I'm afraid Chen's energy consumption has reached its limit. We can't go on like this. Why don't we go and help? Tang Pu said anxiously. Xiu smiled bitterly and said, with our strength, going out would just be adding to the chaos. Chen still has to divert his attention to protect us. Are we just going to watch? Then what do you want? Chen must have anticipated this situation when he wanted to leave the sacred origin liquid. He knows that we can't count on him, so he has to hold on. Now, all we can do is watch. If Chen unfortunately dies, we'll be right behind him. Xiu gazed at the mountain of moon wolf corpses and said, now, we can only hope that Chen can last a little longer and that the moon wolves will retreat a little faster. The other three didn't say anything. Looking at the situation before them, hoping that the moon wolves would retreat was undoubtedly a daydream. This seemed to be a hopeless situation. Bang! With a loud sound, a hole appeared in the mountain of moon wolf corpses. A ray of light flew out and arrived near the hole. It's Chen. Xiu and the others were stunned when they saw the ray of light turn into Chen. Their gazes were glued to Chen. Chen was currently covered in blood, as if his entire body was drenched in fresh blood. As for whose blood it was, they still couldn't figure it out for the time being. After appearing, Chen was panting heavily, sweat mixed with blood dripping down his face. After a short battle, Chen had obtained extraordinary results, but he had also consumed a lot of energy. Taking advantage of the fact that the moon wolves hadn't reacted yet, Chen took out a jade bottle and poured a drop of sacred origin liquid into his mouth. Sacred origin liquid was practically the foundation of this world. It could heal injuries, awaken abilities, and even replenish energy. It was practically all-purpose. However, its greatest use was to help awaken abilities. As for other uses, whether it was healing injuries or replenishing energy, it was a bit of a waste. But at this moment, nothing was more important than his life. So what if it was a waste? A drop of Saint Genesis liquid entered Chen's stomach, giving him a refreshing feeling. The energy he had previously expended was rapidly recovering, while his heavy breathing gradually stopped. Woo-woo. The sound that seemed to belong to the Moon Wolf King rang out once again. The moon wolves charging at the pile of moon wolf corpses quickly changed directions. When they saw Chen again, they once again charged forward dauntlessly. BZZ. The broken blade in Chen's hand vibrated. The black blade flashed once again as a new pile of moon wolf corpses appeared. Xiu and the others could only watch, praying that Chen wouldn't fall. They were unable to provide any help to Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen's energy consumption increased again as he continued the slaughter. He left the battlefield once more and quickly swallowed a drop of sacred origin liquid. The howling was still ringing out, but Zi-Chen could only hear it. He couldn't sense the Moon Wolf King's location. The Moon Wolf King was very cunning, perhaps even more so than humans. It only gave out orders from afar, not daring to approach Zi-Chen at all. This was not the only place where the moon wolves were hunting. There were moon wolves everywhere within a radius of several hundred miles. There were countless moon wolves, but they didn't panic. Every pack of moon wolves was followed by a moon wolf king that was over 2 meters tall. The moon wolf king commanded the moon wolves to attack, surround, and hunt. Under their siege, powerful pseudo-divine beasts were killed one after another. The pseudo-divine beasts that had previously fled from Zi-Chen's group had already been separated by the moon wolves' encirclement and were killed one by one. In addition to these pseudo-divine beasts, the moon wolves would also encounter some hunters that had gone out to hunt. So far, apart from Zi-Chen's group, all the other hunters that had entered the moon wolves' sealed area had already been killed by the moon wolves. Now, in this vast area, only Zi-Chen's group of 5 were still alive. It was likely that only Zi-Chen's group of 5 were still alive. Pu. Blade arcs were still rapidly flashing. Zi-Chen's attacks did not show any hesitation, and his power did not decrease in the slightest as moon wolves fell one after another in front of him. The battle had already lasted for 4 hours, and Zi-Chen had used up 4 drops of sacred source liquid, almost 1 drop per hour. There were still 4 hours before daybreak, and Zi-Chen only had 16 drops of sacred source liquid left. During these 4 hours, Zi-Chen could vaguely sense the Moon Wolf King's location, but he did not dare to rashly charge forward to kill it. Woo! Woo! The Moon Wolf King's voice rang out once again. This time, it was relatively far away, and its voice was much clearer. It did not sound like it was giving orders, but rather transmitting some kind of signal to ask for reinforcements. The moment the voice rang out, Zi-Chen was certain of the Moon Wolf King's direction. He said, "Hold on for a while." Then, he charged forward with the broken blade. The sudden change from a passive counterattack to an active attack caused the Moon Wolves to be slightly stunned. Zi-Chen used this opportunity to charge forward like a bolt of lightning. Woo! Woo! The Moon Wolf King's voice rang out once again. This time, it sounded urgent and anxious because it had guessed the human's motive for suddenly attacking. The moon wolves seemed to have gone mad as they pounced towards Zi-Chen. However, their speed could not match up to Zi-Chen's and their attacks all missed. Woo! Woo! A new order was given. The moon wolves from all directions no longer surrounded Zi-Chen and instead charged forward. They were charging in the same direction as Zi-Chen. Evidently, Zi-Chen's guess was right. That direction was where the Moon Wolf King was. Furthermore, the Moon Wolf King had very astutely guessed his intentions. While signaling the Moon Wolves to block him, it had also stealthily changed directions. Zi-Chen still did not sense any trace of the Moon Wolf King. When they heard Zi-Chen's order, Xiu-Qi and the others were on high alert. However, the Moon Wolves did not attack them as they had expected. The moon wolves that were about to charge into the cave suddenly turned and left when they heard the Moon Wolf King's voice. Of course, the 4 of them did not believe that the moon wolves would retreat. They knew that the moon wolves had gone to surround and kill Zi-Chen. Whoosh! The heavenly thunder wings on his back flapped at a high frequency. Zi-Chen's speed was very fast. However, there were many moon wolves, and many of them had been beside the Moon Wolf King. Therefore, when he charged forward, many moon wolves would rush out to stop him. The only thing he could do was to fight his way out. Fart! 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 The black blade swept past and 3 moon wolves were cut in half at the waist. Zi-Chen dodged through the empty space. After passing through the empty space, Zi-Chen saw even more moon wolves pouncing towards him. They were so densely packed that Zi-Chen could not see what was ahead of him clearly. Fortunately, Zi-Chen had the ability to sense things. He did not need his eyes to see what was around him. He could sense that the moon wolves in other directions were charging forward, but the moon wolves in a certain direction were retreating. Zi-Chen instantly changed direction and flew to the side. As he flew past the moon wolves, Zi Chen, who had not killed them, sped up significantly. In the blink of an eye, a very large moon wolf appeared in his perception. It was currently being guarded by a pack of moon wolves as it headed towards the peak. As if it had sensed the abnormality behind it, the moon wolf king leaped a few times and easily reached the peak of the mountain. Its pair of eyes, which were emitting a green glow in the dark night, stared straight at Zi Chen. It opened its mouth, revealing its sharp teeth. Combined with the expression in its spectral eyes, it looked like a human's disdain and mockery. It seemed to be saying to Zi Chen, "What can you do to me?" Zi Chen, who was covered in blood, looked at the moon wolf king above him. He grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth, and replied with the same disdain and mockery. A throwing knife was flying close to the ground. Chapter 2504. C_T. The distance between Zi Chen and the Moonwolf King was not too far. Under normal circumstances, Zi Chen would be able to reach the peak of the mountain and reach the Moonwolf King after a few leaps. Almost all the books you want to read are available. It's much more stable than the average website and updates faster. All the books are written with no advertisements. Moreover, at that moment, there were a lot of moon wolves blocking their path. Furthermore, many of those moon wolves had already launched their attacks. The Moonwolf King deduced that this human could not even take care of himself. It was impossible for him to cross such a long distance to kill it. The Moonwolf King's expression just now was one of mockery and disdain, expressing its disdain for the human. That was because the human had miscalculated and had to pay the price. The Moonwolf King stopped smiling and opened its mouth to issue a new order. Once this order was issued, it was time for the human to pay the price for his miscalculation. Not only would the human not be able to kill it, but he would also cause other humans to lose their lives because of this foolish decision. The Moonwolf King opened its mouth and issued an order to send some of the moonwolves back to kill the other humans in the cave. The Moonwolf King saw the humans smile but did not pay it much attention. With its intelligence, it could not see the human's threat to it at all. Therefore, it thought that the human's smile was a smile of extreme anger. It opened its mouth and was about to issue an order when it suddenly felt a sense of danger. This sense of danger was very strong and came without warning. It was impossible for the Moonwolf King to quickly determine where the threat came from. However, due to its innate sensitivity, it leaped to the side of the mountain peak. This was its body's natural reaction. Swoosh! Just as it left its original spot, a black light appeared where it was standing. It was very fast and disappeared in a flash. A hint of fear flashed through the Moonwolf King's mocking eyes. It was obvious that if it had reacted a little slower, its head would have been pierced by the black light. What was that black light? A human's hidden weapon? The Moonwolf King, who possessed extraordinary intelligence, guessed in its heart. At the same time, it was glad that it reacted quickly. It looked at the human again with fear and even more killing intent. This time, the human did not kill it, so it would kill all the humans here. It looked at the human, who happened to be looking at it at the same time. The human's snow-white teeth were still bared, and the smile on his face did not weaken at all. It could not understand this smile. Its attack had clearly missed. Of course, there was no need to understand it. That was because the black light that had just flashed had changed direction in an instant, and was rapidly approaching him. This time, the Moonwolf King's reaction was not faster than the black light. The black light instantly pierced through the Moonwolf King's head. The doubt in the Moonwolf King's cold and gloomy eyes froze. Its eyes stared blankly at Zi Chen. Bang! It fell from the top of the mountain and lost all signs of life. After tumbling for a while, it stopped not far from Zi Chen. The black light that pierced through the Moonwolf King's head turned into a flying dagger and circled around Zi Chen before returning to his sleeve. With the death of the Moonwolf King, there was a momentary silence. The gazes of the moon wolves were fixed on the dead Moonwolf King. There was no grief, only silence. Zi Chen stood on the spot. Sweat mixed with blood dripped from his body. The broken dagger in his hand was also dripping with blood. He used his indifferent eyes to scan the moon wolves that had lost their leader. These moon wolves, who had shown no fear of death before, now had fear in their eyes. They began to slowly retreat. As expected. Looking at the retreating moon wolves, Zichen's heart skipped a beat. The courage of these moon wolves indeed came from the Moon Wolf King. After seeing this, he turned around and strode towards the cave. As he moved forward, he did not put up any defenses. He just swaggered forward. However, the moon wolves did not dare to take the opportunity to attack. Instead, they kept retreating. Zichen returned to the outside of the cave and sat down cross-legged. Seeing Zichen reappear and sit down cross-legged while the moon wolves disappeared, Shou-Chi and the other three were very surprised. "Where are the moon wolves? Have they all left?" Shou-Chi asked. There was an uncontrollable excitement in his voice. If the moon wolves had really retreated, then they had really struck it rich this time. These moon wolf corpses could be exchanged for a lot of resources. "Come out and take a look," said Zichen, who was sitting cross-legged with his back facing the cave. The excited Shou-Chi immediately scurried out. However, when he walked out of the cave, he was dumbfounded. This was because there was still a dense pack of moon wolves in his line of sight. Although they did not immediately attack, they did not retreat either. Instead, they stood a few hundred meters away from Zichen, facing each other. "What did you do? They seem to be very afraid of you," asked Shou-Jin, who had just walked out. "I just killed the Moon Wolf King." Zichen's words shocked the four of them. However, this was clearly not the time to ask about the details of the battle. Shou-Chi asked, "Since the Moon Wolf King is gone, why haven't they retreated?" "Who knows? Maybe they are waiting for a new Moon Wolf King to arrive." "Get me some food first. I used too much energy just now," said Zichen, who was sitting cross-legged to recover. When Shou-Chi heard this, he immediately turned around and returned to the cave to get the dry rations and water he had prepared. "As for Tang Pu," he said coldly, "these damned bastards want to eat us. Then let's eat their companions first. I want barbecued wolf meat. I want to drink wolf blood. Let's just eat the dry rations. Doing so will only anger them. It won't do us any good. When they retreat, we will be truly safe." Zichen stopped Tang Pu's actions. Doing so would only give him temporary satisfaction. However, it would be very troublesome in the future. Wiping away the blood on his face, Zichen took a piece of biscuit from Shou-Chi's hand. He ignored the blood on his hand and ate it. "What should we do?" Looking at the countless moon wolves, Shou-Chi's expression was bitter. "Replenish our strength and conserve it," said Zichen, who was eating the biscuit and drinking water. If the moon wolves did not retreat, the battle would not end. When the new Wolf King arrived, it was time for the battle to resume. Another 2 hours passed. After resting for 2 hours, Zichen recovered a lot of his strength. At this moment, a wisp of white had appeared on the horizon. It was as if the sky was about to brighten. "I really didn't expect that we would be able to see the sun the next day after encountering the moon wolves." Shou-Jin looked at the wisp of white and could not help but sigh. "This is indeed a miracle, but if we can see the sun rise the day after tomorrow, we might have a chance to survive," said Shou-Chi. The moon wolves' hunting time was very short. Under normal circumstances, they would be able to plunder an area in 1 or 2 days, so they would not stay for too long. Now, they could only hope that the moon wolves would leave quickly after they finished plundering. Of course, this was just pure hope. Perhaps the moon wolves would not leave until they took them down. Before the sky was completely bright, Zichen heard a whimpering sound. The new Moon Wolf King had appeared. These moon wolves, who had always been afraid of Zichen, seemed to have forgotten their fear when they heard the Moon Wolf King's voice. They pounced at Zichen. Another fierce battle began. Shou-Chi and the other three hid in the cave and watched anxiously but helplessly. Just like before, Zichen continued his slaughter, quietly changing his direction in the midst of the slaughter. However, every time he moved slightly further away from the cave, a moon wolf would launch an attack at the cave. At the same time, the whimpering sound would not appear in the same place. It would sometimes appear in the east and sometimes in the west. Clearly, this new Moon Wolf King was more cunning and difficult to deal with. After knowing that the Moon Wolf King was the weakness of the moon wolves, Zichen did not care too much. In any case, these moon wolves were temporarily unable to charge into the cave. Therefore, After guessing the approximate location of the Moon Wolf King, Zichen left once again. This time, the moment Zichen moved, the moon wolves split into two groups. One group attacked Zichen, while the other attacked the cave. During this period, they exerted force to move boulders, while the rest continued to dig. When the sky was completely bright, Zichen changed directions 3 times before he finally sensed the unique Moon Wolf King. However, the Moon Wolf King was surrounded by too many moon wolves, making it impossible for him to charge over. Fortunately, Zichen did not need to charge forward. He only needed to pretend to charge forward. But, while charging forward, Zichen controlled the throwing knife. It was like a beam of light as it shuttled between the moon wolves. In the end, the throwing knife pierced through the Moon Wolf King's eye and came out from the back of its head. The second Moon Wolf King had died. Zichen only had 13 drops of sacred source liquid left. Zichen did not know if it was because the hunt was coming to an end or if they had sensed trouble, but after the second Moon Wolf King died, he saw the moon wolves charging forward again. This time, Zichen barely heard the Moon Wolf King's orders. However, these moon wolves had the courage to face death. This time, Zichen used up 4 drops of sacred source liquid before he found the Moon Wolf King and killed it with the throwing knife. This time, the throwing knife did not go smoothly, as the Moon Wolf King was extremely guarded. During this time, over a dozen moon wolves had sacrificed themselves to save Zichen, causing him a lot of trouble. Now, Zichen only had 9 drops of sacred source liquid left. Inside the cave, Xiuqi and the other 3 only had 1 drop of sacred source liquid left. 30 miles to the south of where Zichen was fighting, there was a plain. The moon wolves that had returned from their hunt had all stopped here. In addition to the countless moon wolves, there were also dozens of moon wolf kings. After returning to this plain, they would involuntarily glance in a certain direction with obvious respect in their eyes. In that direction, there was an even larger moon wolf king. Its eyes were cold and deep, just like a wise man among humans. At this moment, a moon wolf king was crawling in front of it, reporting something to it in wolf language. When the largest moon wolf king heard the report from the moon wolf king beside it, it turned its head to look in a certain direction. A bright and cold glint flashed across its deep, human-like eyes. The Moon Wolf King was looking at the place where Zichen was fighting. At the same time, Zichen heard the voices of 4 Moon Wolf Kings from 4 different directions. 4 Moon Wolf Kings had appeared at once. Chapter 2505. C_T. Whining sounds came from 4 different directions, indicating that 4 Moon Wolf Kings had appeared. Read the whole thing. They still hadn't appeared in Zichen's perception. After killing several Moon Wolf Kings in a row, the newcomers seemed to be able to accurately obtain information about the previous battle and deliberately maintained a distance from Zichen. The moment the 4 sounds were heard, the moon wolves didn't attack as usual. Instead, they rapidly retreated. Are they retreating? Xiuqi and the other 3, who had been nervously watching all this, had obvious changes in their expressions when they saw this scene. Of course they couldn't retreat. If they did, the 4 Moon Wolf Kings wouldn't have come. Zichen was very confident about this. Sure enough, the moon wolves only retreated a short distance before coming to a complete stop. Zichen's pupils involuntarily shrank when he saw the moon wolves stop. This was because the moon wolves had already spread out and stood in 4 directions around Zichen. Moreover, they were arranged in neat rows, like 4 neat formations of soldiers, standing in 4 directions around Zichen. With the addition of the 4 Moon Wolf Kings, they could more effectively distribute the moon wolves and display their strength to the limit. Looks like it's going to be troublesome this time. Zichen, who was covered in blood, said this before turning to glance at the cave entrance. You guys take care. As he spoke, Zichen threw out a jade bottle containing 2 drops of sacred source liquid. He only had 7 drops of sacred origin fluid left. At this moment, with the addition of 4 Moon Wolf Kings, these moon wolves had undoubtedly turned from small fries into brave and skilled soldiers. If they continued to passively defend, they would face an endless number of moon wolves. With insufficient resources, only death would await them. If they wanted to live, they had to take the initiative to attack. This was the first time Zi Chen had ever felt that he was invincible when facing a siege in his cultivation life. In the past, he had never been afraid of being surrounded by a large number of people, but today, these moon wolves had truly made him feel the terror of having an advantage in numbers. Swish! With a flap of his lightning wings, Zi Chen turned and charged in a certain direction. He couldn't see the Moon Wolf King, but he could guess that he was in this direction. Like truly well-trained soldiers, when Zi Chen charged forward, the moon wolves from two adjacent directions sprinted forward in unison to surround and kill Zi Chen. As for Moon Wolf, who was behind Zi Chen, he was heading towards the entrance of the cave. His target was the people in the cave. Pu. 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 Facing the oncoming moon wolves, Zi Chen did not use his saber. Instead, he kept charging forward. His speed was very fast, like a beam of light. Beside him, there was a real beam of black light protecting him. There are almost all the books you want to read. It's much more stable than the average website, and it updates faster. It's all text without advertisements. Blacklight was a flying knife controlled by Zi Chen. It could change its direction according to Zi Chen's will. This should be Zi Chen's greatest trump card, which he only used when he killed the Wolf King. However, facing these well-trained moon wolves, he had no choice but to use it. With this move, Zi Chen did not need to attack personally. Naturally, his speed became faster. Moon wolves fell one after another in his path. Blood flowed like a river on the battlefield. When almost half of his stamina was depleted, Zi Chen finally saw the Moon Wolf King. Unlike the other Moon Wolf Kings, the Moon Wolf King did not choose to run away when it saw him. Instead, it chose to let the other moon wolves protect it. When it saw Zi Chen, the Moon Wolf King stood tall on a large rock. Its eyes were cold and indifferent. Awoo! It roared at the sky, but it was no longer a howl of command. After roaring, it jumped down from the large rock and charged towards Zi Chen. Beside it was a pack of moon wolves. It led the pack of moon wolves and charged towards Zi Chen. Such a scene was like a human general leading his personal soldiers on the battlefield and taking the initiative to charge. It had to be said that among the Moon Wolf Kings that Zi Chen had killed, the one in front of him was the least afraid of death. He saw the Moon Wolf King and also sensed it. As long as he could sense it, he would be in attack range. With a thought, the flying knife turned into a black light and charged forward. Its target was the Moon Wolf King. Seeing the rapidly approaching black light, the Moon Wolf King's eyes remained cold. It continued to charge forward without any intention of dodging. Swoosh! Beside it, one of the Moon Wolf King's personal soldiers rushed forward and blocked the black light. Fart! The black light penetrated its body. The powerful inertia caused its body to fly backward. The black light flew into the distance. It turned in midair and turned back again. This time, the black light attacked from behind. When it was about to reach the Moon Wolf King, another Moon Wolf King's personal soldier jumped up and blocked the black light with his body. Fart! Another Moon Wolf died. The Moon Wolf King did not slow down. It was as if it did not see the fatal black light. Its target was Zi Chen in front. Beside it, the number of Moon Wolf's personal soldiers was dwindling. They were blocking the attacks for the Moon Wolf King. They were dying valiantly. This scene made Zi Chen's expression change. If he had the absolute advantage, Zi Chen believed that he would feel compassion. However, the colder the Moon Wolf King was, the more fearless the Moon Wolves were. This brought Zi Chen closer to death. He could not show any mercy. If he wanted to return to Sohui town alive, he had to kill all the enemies in front of him. The number of Moon Wolves around the Moon Wolf King dwindled. The distance between the two parties was also getting closer. When the last Moon Wolf died for the Moon Wolf King, the man and the Moon Wolf King finally entered their respective attack range. At this moment, the Moon Wolf King's eyes were cold. It was a coldness that showed no fear of death. Zi Chen looked at the Moon Wolf King with a cold gaze. It was a coldness that showed that it was willing to kill all the enemies in front of it for the sake of survival. The Moon Wolf King's front paws stomped on the ground. It leaped up and pounced on Zi Chen. The throwing knife formed by the black light pierced through the Moon Wolf King's body. However, it only hit its afterimage. The Moon Wolf King instantly accelerated. Its speed was unimaginable, and it dodged Zichen's attack. Apart from the Moon Wolf King, there were many more moon wolves around Zichen. There was not much space for him to use his extreme speed. The knife flashed and the moon wolves around him were cut in half. They fell one by one. Zichen turned around in an instant. The Moon Wolf King was already in front of him. Its powerful claws grabbed Zichen's shoulders and pressed him to the ground. At the same time, it extended its fangs and aimed for Zichen's throat. This attack was even faster. Zichen could clearly feel the pain coming from his throat. Fart. However, he was still one step faster. The moment his throat was about to be pierced, the broken knife in his hand pierced through the Moon Wolf King's head from its jaw. The Moon Wolf King's sharp fangs had already pierced Zichen's skin. It only needed a little more force to pierce through Zichen's throat. However, all the strength in his body dissipated in an instant. The Moon Wolf King was dead, but the battle was not over. There were still 3 Moon Wolf Kings. More moon wolves rushed up and bit at Zichen, who was lying on the ground. Pang! The Moon Wolf King's corpse flew up and smashed into a few moon wolves. Zichen, who had fallen to the ground, leaped up. His figure flickered a few times and dodged a wave of attacks. After that, Zichen turned around and charged towards the second Moon Wolf King. He had to kill 4 Moon Wolf Kings as quickly as possible. After swallowing a drop of sacred source liquid, Zichen increased his speed once again. When Zichen swallowed the second drop of sacred source fluid, he encountered a second Moon Wolf King. Just like the first Moon Wolf King, when it saw Zichen, it did not immediately run away, nor did it deliberately delay. Instead, it took the initiative to charge at Zichen. The process was the same as before. The first to die were the moon wolves guarding the Moon Wolf King. The Moon Wolf King ignored their lives and charged forward indifferently. It cooperated with the other moon wolves around it to pounce on Zichen. This time, Zichen was not knocked down. However, the Moon Wolf King's sharp claws tore through his night-traveling clothes, leaving a deep claw mark on his chest. Zichen chopped down with his knife. The Moon Wolf King's head split open and fell in front of Zichen. The other moon wolves swarmed forward and left many wounds on Zichen's body. A black light flashed, and the moon wolves died. Zichen charged towards the third Moon Wolf King. Zichen, who was currently killing the Moon Wolf King, was unaware that even more moon wolves and Moon Wolf Kings were charging in his direction. Among these Moon Wolf Kings, there was an existence similar to a king among kings. All the moon wolves in the area had started to gather. Their target was the mountain range Zichen was in. They were going to carry out a final encirclement before retreating. Fart! Fart! Just as the moon wolf opened its mouth and its sharp teeth were about to bite Xiuqi, the long sword in her hand pierced the moon wolf's head. Xiujin, who was beside her, did the same. Zichen had been gone for some time, so they did not know how things were going. However, they were in a very bad situation. Even though they had already killed many moon wolves, there were still many more standing guard outside. The 4 of them had long exhausted their physical strength. They had also used 2 drops of sacred source liquid and were left with 1 last drop. Zichen had given them 2 drops at the last moment. Otherwise, they would not have been able to hold on. However, the drop of sacred source liquid before their eyes could not change anything. The sounds of digging around the cave were already very clear, as if they could dig out the entrance and charge in at any moment. Pang! Dirt and gravel fell from above. A beam of light shone in, but a wolf's head blocked the beam of light. The appearance of the wolf caused the 4's expressions to change. The cave had already been forcefully dug out. Go there and kill the enemy, Xiuqi ordered loudly. Pang! 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 However, before Tang Piyu could kill the moon wolf, the same sounds came from several other places. Then, large holes rapidly appeared one after another, each large enough for a moon wolf to pass through. The 4's expressions changed drastically when they saw this scene. Despair filled their eyes. The cave had already been captured. What awaited them next was death. Moon wolves drilled in one after another, pouncing towards the 4. The 4 of them were still putting up their final resistance. Xiu Qi and Xiu Jin were already on the ground and could die at any moment. At this moment, a voice came from the outside. The moon wolves were stunned. Then, they gave up on the prey that was about to reach their mouths and crawled out of the cave, leaving behind the 4 people who had survived the disaster. Outside, the 4th Moon Wolf King had been killed by Zichen. Chapter 2506. C_T. The Moon Wolves, who were about to succeed, suddenly left. They didn't even care about the corpses in the cave. Please go to read a book. The densely packed moon wolves outside also retreated like the tide. The surroundings became quiet. Only the corpses of the moon wolves on the ground and the thick smell of blood in the air reminded them of the fierce battle that had just happened. What's going on? Did the moon wolves retreat? Everyone looked at each other with puzzled expressions. Maybe Zichen killed the Wolf King, Xiong Xian said. But even if the Wolf King was killed, the other moon wolves shouldn't have retreated. Because they were afraid of Zichen, not Xiu Qi and the others. Moreover, the moon wolves were about to succeed just now and could easily kill him and Xiu Jin. The 4 of them were puzzled by this scene, so they decided to go out and take a look. Anyway, this cave was no longer sheltering them. It was the same outside or inside. The 4 of them walked out one after another. Outside, the moon wolf corpses were piled up like a mountain. The 4 of them stepped on the moon wolf corpses and came to a high place. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were all stunned. In their line of sight, the surrounding mountains had already turned snow-white, as if they were covered in snow. As far as the eye could see, it was snow-white. There was no other color. The snow-white was not real snow, but caused by the moon wolves filling up the ground. They were all moon wolves. The number was impossible to estimate, but there were at least 10,000 of them. Other than the ordinary moon wolves, there were many larger moon wolves. They had seen the Wolf King's corpse before, so they knew very well that those larger moon wolves were Wolf Kings. There were more than 50 of them. The 4 of them were shocked, and their faces were ashen. So many moon wolves had appeared at once. They should be all the moon wolves hunting in this area. They had gathered together, so they should be retreating for the final battle. How could they survive with so many moon wolves? They looked around and saw Zichen and the corpse of the Moon Wolf King under Zichen's feet. The 4 of them looked at each other and walked towards Zichen. Even if they were to face death, they could choose to die together. Hearing the footsteps, Zichen didn't turn around. He kept looking forward. Please go here to read a book. Xiu Qi and the other 3 came to Zichen's side. Their gazes naturally followed the direction of Zichen's gaze. After that, they bitterly smiled, a smile of despair. At the end of his line of sight stood an even larger Moon Wolf King. Just by looking at its size, one could tell that it was a very powerful existence. However, what made them feel despair was not the other party's size, but the other party's eyes. The moment they saw each other's eyes, they felt like they were not looking at a wolf, but a person. He was the leader of an army, a cold general, and an emperor who held their lives in his hands. The other party's eyes were wise, cold, and merciless. The moment they saw each other, the 4 of them knew very well that there was no chance of survival this time. Using his knowledge, Xiu Qi said to Zichen, "It's at least a rank 3 pseudo-divine beast, which is equivalent to a rank 3 hunter. But usually, a pseudo-divine beast is much more powerful than a hunter of the same level." His meaning was clear. Even without the countless moon wolves, the commander of the moon wolf in front of them could kill 5 of them. On the other side, Xiu Jin said, "It should be the commander of this hunt, the president." In the face of impending death, they were unwilling to accept it, but their emotions did not collapse. In fact, they had already expected this day to come. If not for Zichen, they would not have been able to hold on for so long. Zichen did not speak, his gaze fixed on the strongest Moon Wolf King. After killing the 4th Moon Wolf King, he had seen the other party and had been staring at it. In front of it, the other Moon Wolf Kings had to bow and bend their knees. Without its orders, no matter how much the other Moon Wolf Kings wanted to kill Zichen, they still did not dare to move an inch. The other Moon Wolves left enough space for the 4 of them. Within that space, the numerous Moon Wolf corpses were a ghastly sight. Zichen, who was covered in blood, was also a ghastly sight. The last 4 powerful moon wolf kings had dealt him quite a bit of damage. Not only was he injured, but he had also expended a lot of energy. There was only a single drop of sacred Genesis fluid left on him. For some unknown reason, the moon wolf commander did not give the order to surround and kill them. Instead, it stood there, indifferently looking in their direction, or rather, indifferently looking at Zichen. The lack of attack made the atmosphere very stifling. Xiu Qi and the other 3 did not dare to move, afraid that any slight movement would anger the other party. Their eyes were filled with confusion, clearly unable to understand the situation before them. On the other side of the mountain range was a plain. At this moment, the moon wolf appeared on the plain once again. However, the moon wolves that appeared this time were all very large. Vines wrapped around their bodies, and on the other end of the vines was a kind of metal cart. The cart was very large, and it was currently filled with the corpses of various pseudo-divine beasts. There were even some human corpses among them. This was the meaning of the moon wolf hunt, to bring the food back to the snowy plains. They stopped when they were about to approach the mountain. The cart was unable to climb the mountain. Could it be waiting for them? Now that they're all here, are they ready to attack? Xiu Qi and the other 3 guessed. However, they did not attack, and continued to stay where they were. Time passed second by second, and the tense atmosphere gradually relaxed. Xiu Qi and the others began to look puzzled. There were so many moon wolves, and a single charge would be enough to wipe them out. However, the other party did not attack. What were they waiting for? Were they waiting for the other moon wolves? No one knew the answer, so they could only wait. However, the taste of waiting for death was clearly not pleasant. Zichen, what's going on? After another 15 minutes, Xiongxian couldn't help but ask when she saw that the moon wolves still hadn't made a move. Zichen shook his head. I'm not sure. He had also ended his exchange of glances with the unique moon wolf king, and was very puzzled as to why it had not given the order. From the looks of it, there shouldn't be any living creatures left in this area. If we're lucky enough to return alive, there's no need for us to come out. Xiu Qi sighed. If we can return alive, there's no need for us to come out. Just these moon wolves alone are enough to make us a fortune. We don't even need to stay in Sohui town. We can go to other towns. Tang Pu said. Under such circumstances, it was not realistic to want to return alive. Unless these moon wolves were willing to let them go. However, this was even more unrealistic. They would not let go of a murderer who had massacred their companions. This stalemate lasted for about 2 hours, and finally, there was a new change. At the end of their line of sight, traces of moon wolves appeared again. Following the appearance of these moon wolves, the moon wolves that had stopped there turned around and prostrated themselves on the ground, like subjects welcoming their emperor. At the end of their line of sight, there were more than 10 moon wolves, and each of them was similar in size to the commander in front of them. In the middle of them, there was a pure white moon wolf guarding it. This moon wolf was relatively small, about the same size as an ordinary moon wolf. However, looking at the moon wolf that was being guarded, everyone felt as if they were looking at a person. Whether it was its demeanor or the way it walked, it was extremely similar to a real human. These moon wolves came quickly, and wherever they passed, the other moon wolves would take the initiative to make way. Soon, they arrived in front of Zichen and met with the moon wolf commander. After that, the moon wolf commander prostrated itself on the ground and bowed like a subject. The moon wolf that was not large in size, but its fur was white as snow. It nodded lightly and walked past the moon wolf commander, its eyes landing on Zichen. It was a pair of bright and intelligent eyes that were extremely pure. At this moment, these eyes were sizing up Zichen, and Zichen was also sizing up the other party. At this moment, a shocking scene occurred. The moon wolf's body actually began to change. It transformed from a moon wolf into a young girl wearing a white fur coat. She was about 16 to 17 years old. Her hands were as slender as jade, and her 10 fingers wrapped around the fur coat. Her clear eyes stared at Zichen. Seeing this scene, Zichen was very surprised, and his gaze fluctuated. Beside him, Xiu Qi and the others were so shocked that they could not say anything. In actuality, it was not appropriate to say that they were shocked, they were horrified. In this world, there were pseudo-divine beasts that could take human form, but they were all legendary existences. Ridiculously powerful existences only existed in legends. They had never thought that they would see such an existence today, and one that was in the form of a moon wolf. Although she had taken the form of a harmless young girl, that was just her appearance. As long as she had the power to take human form, she would be an extremely terrifying existence. She would be able to kill the 5 of them with just a flick of her finger. Evidently, the reason why the moon wolves had not acted yet was because of this person. However, what was this expert doing here? Could it be that she was thinking of a way to kill them? That was unlikely, as existences at their level were like ants in the eyes of the other party. Sizing up Zi Chen, the young girl blinked her bright eyes. She looked at Zi Chen and said, "According to the promise from back then, I will spare your life today." Her voice was clear and light, just like her appearance at this moment, as pure as a snow lotus. These words were directed at Zi Chen, because the young girl did not even look at Xiu Qi and the others. "Promise? What promise?" Zi Chen asked, puzzlement in his eyes. The young girl looked at Zi Chen and said, "You don't need to know, and you don't have the qualifications to know. You are too weak. It's hard to imagine that you have a relationship." Hearing her words, Zi Chen was even more puzzled. He guessed that it was because of Yi Qian, because Yi Qian was known as a goddess, but he had not seen her after coming here. In this world, the only person who was willing to help him was Yi Qian. But this young girl was talking about back then, which was clearly something from a long time ago. However, it had not even been a year since he came here. "Is the person you're talking about a man or a woman?" Zi Chen asked again. "You are too weak. Although the promise has been fulfilled, it will be a disgrace to the Moon Empress bloodline." The young girl was very serious. Her eyes were still clear, and she did not mean to belittle Zi Chen, but her words were very hurtful. After that, she turned and left. Chapter 2507. C_T. After saying this, the moon wolf girl turned around and left, not sparing another glance at Zi Chen. Zi Chen was baffled by her words. He wondered why she was willing to let him go, and who was the person she had made a promise to. Xiu Qi and the others didn't care about this. As long as they could return alive, the reason didn't matter at all. Of course, they were still very grateful to Zi Chen. He had saved them several times already. This time, it was even more dangerous than the last time. They had even seen a mythical beast that could only appear in legends, which made their hearts tremble. After the moon wolf girl left, the other moon wolves followed her. However, when they left, they took away the corpses of 4 moon wolf kings. In addition, the moon wolf bodyguards that had protected the 4 moon wolf kings were also taken away by the other moon wolves. However, the corpses of the moon wolf kings that Zi Chen had killed weren't taken away. They were left here with the other moon wolf corpses. "We're rich. We're rich." The moon wolves had already left, looking like a moving cloud. Seeing the moon wolf corpses, Tang Piyu's expression was very excited. This time, not only did they survive a calamity, but they also encountered a huge opportunity. With so many moon wolf corpses, once they brought them back, it would be a huge fortune. While Zi Chen was still thinking about the reason, the other 4 were already thinking about how to bring the moon wolf corpses back. "It's definitely unrealistic to take all of them. We can only take a portion," said Xiu Qi. "A portion? Then what about the rest? These are all sacred origin liquids that Zi Chen risked his life to obtain. Are we going to let others take advantage of them?" Tang Piyu said unhappily. "Then what should we do?" asked Xiu Qi. "Send them back in batches and leave someone here to guard them. Can you guarantee that you'll return alive, and then arrive here alive?" Repeatedly, Tang Piyu was stunned, but he didn't say anything else. So many corpses represented a lot of sacred origin liquids. Who wouldn't be tempted and go crazy for them? "It seems that we can only skin them here. After all, the only valuable part of the moon wolf is its skin." The moon wolf's skin was the most valuable, but that didn't mean that the other parts weren't valuable. However, it seemed that this was the only choice in the current situation of insufficient manpower. Only this way could they maximize their harvest and benefits. But if he only took away the moon wolf pelt, it would be much easier. This time, the four of them did not suffer any injuries. Thus, while Zichen sat cross-legged to heal himself, they personally began to collect the moon wolf pelts. If it weren't for the fact that he had to fight 4 moon wolf kings in the end, Zichen wouldn't have been injured. However, the last 4 moon wolf kings, who were not afraid of death, gave Zichen quite a bit of trouble. Due to the moon wolf hunt, no one would set foot in this area for a short period of time, and no one would dare to set foot in this area. Therefore, no one would come here to snatch the spoils of war, and Zichen could rest assured and recover from his injuries. Collecting fur should only be a small matter for Xiuqi and the others. Although they didn't dare to say that they were very skilled, they were still considered skilled. They could finish one in a few minutes. When they were harvesting, they chose the relatively complete hides of the moon wolves. Among them, the hides of the moon wolf kings were the first to be harvested. Because the price of this kind of wolf king skin was relatively higher, they had to be very careful when harvesting it, and it was all done by the more meticulous Xiongxian. We're rich, we're really rich this time. Tang Pu was happily collecting the moon wolf pelts, and his mood was very high. Facing the moon wolf hunt, not only did they not die, but they also obtained hundreds of moon wolf corpses. This was simply a blessing in disguise. Xiongxian and Xiujin were the same when they were harvesting. The harvest this time was really too great. Even if Zichen took 90%, the remaining 10% was still a huge harvest for the 4 of them. Let's speed up a little. After we're done harvesting, we have to adjust ourselves to our best condition, Xiuqi instructed from the side. In the face of such a great harvest, no one wouldn't be jealous, so it was necessary to make the necessary preparations. The prerequisite for them to return was that Zichen had to recover. Only he could protect these moon wolf pelts. Zichen didn't need to worry about the harvesting. The 4 of them could handle it. What Zichen needed to do was to recover from his injuries as soon as possible. Whether they could bring these moon wolf pelts back this time would depend on Zichen. 3 days later, after using the last drop of sacred source liquid, Zichen's injuries were completely healed. During this time, Xiongxian had finished harvesting all the moon wolf pelts of various sizes and tallied up a total of 872 moon wolf pelts. Even at the lowest price, this represented 872 drops of sacred source liquid, which could be considered a huge fortune. Tang Pu cut down a few big trees nearby and made a simple handcart. He tied one end of the handcart to the body of the puppet cow with a vine. Fortunately, the cow puppet hadn't directly participated in the battle and had survived. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to take away all the moon wolf pelts. After recovering from his injuries, Zichen stood up and looked at the 4 people beside him with a strange expression. Their bodies were covered in blood just like his, and their night clothes looked as if they had been soaked in blood. This is... Zichen looked at the 4 in astonishment. Although he knew that the 4 of them had also participated in the battle, he didn't remember seeing such serious bloodstains on their bodies. This is the only way to strike fear into their hearts and allow us to successfully enter the town. Zichen, you don't understand. The people here are greedy by nature, so it's necessary to intimidate them. Tang Pu turned around with a bundle of moon wolf pelts in his arms and walked down the mountain. Before leaving, Zichen glanced at the mountain of moon wolf corpses and sighed. If they had enough manpower to transport these corpses back, they would also be able to exchange them for a sizable amount of sacred source liquid. After transporting all the moon wolf pelts to the flat road at the foot of the mountain, they used tree branches to protect them from divine ants and tied them tightly with vines before the group of 5 began their journey back. On the way back, they could occasionally see bloodstains, but not a single corpse or living creature could be seen. News of the moon wolf hunt must have spread, so no hunter in Sohui town would dare to come out at this time. Along the way, they didn't have to worry about ambushes. The only thing they had to be careful of was the divine mosquitoes and divine ants at night. Thus, they deliberately avoided them and spent an extra day before they finally arrived at Sohui town. Sohui town's gates were closed at night, so they had to return during the day. At dusk, the cart pulled by the puppet cow headed toward Sohui town. News of the moon wolf hunt had spread long ago, so the people nearby all returned to Sohui town and didn't dare to go out again. During this time, there were some who saw the moon wolves with their own eyes. They were lucky to escape because they ran fast enough and weren't surrounded. Ma Nan was one of the best among them. As a hunter with a pretty good reputation, his luck was undoubtedly extremely good this time. He and his 4 companions had left the hunting ground first when they heard the sound of the earth shaking. Then, they were extremely frightened and ran away quickly. After running for some distance, they saw the moving Snow White between heaven and earth. They were shocked to the extreme. Then, they saw the moon wolves surround the pseudo-divine beasts and begin hunting them. They were lucky to be outside the encirclement. After knowing that the moon god wolves had left the snowfield to hunt, they didn't hesitate and rushed toward Sohui town. When they arrived at Sohui town, they spread the news. Then, they boasted about their methods and how they escaped from death. At the same time, in order to show that they were special, they waited here to see if there were any others who could come back alive. However, after waiting for a few days, they didn't see anyone come back alive. Thus, the 5 of them became more and more proud. However, today, they suddenly found traces of other people. Moreover, they were 5 people who had obviously participated in the fierce battle. Not only did they come back alive, but they also pulled a cart full of things. The things on the cart were tightly covered with a layer of leaves that were specially used to deal with divine ants. Although they didn't know what was inside, it was definitely something valuable. Thus, the 5 of them left the town in advance. When they were 1 kilometer away from the town's gate, they stopped the team. At the town's gate, there were other people who were in charge of monitoring. They also saw the team of 5 and immediately reported it. Almost at the same time that Ma Nan's team stopped the 5 people, more than 10 ability users appeared at the town's gate. After that, more and more ability users appeared and walked out of the town. When Zi Chen's team of 5 returned, they didn't encounter any trouble. They didn't even meet the natural enemies of all creatures in the night. However, when they were 1 kilometer away from Sohui town, they were stopped. "Trouble is here," Zi Chen said indifferently. His mood didn't change much. This was within their expectations. The 5 people, 1 cow, and 1 cart stopped. They looked at the 5 people in front of them. Xiu Qi whispered to Zi Chen, "The leader is called Ma Nan. He is a level 1 hunter. The 4 beside him are also level 1 hunters." This explanation was enough. Zi Chen had a history of killing level 2 hunters. He was definitely not weaker than a normal level 2 hunter. No matter how strong a level 1 hunter was, he was still a level 1 hunter. "What's on there? Let's take a look." When they were 10 meters away from the 5 people, Ma Nan pointed at the thing on the cart and said, "Ma Nan, if you don't want to die, hurry up and back off." Tang Piyu said in a deep voice. "I was wondering who it was. So it's Tang Piyu. You must be the famous 4th demon hunter cultivator. Looking at you guys, I didn't recognize you. What's wrong? Weren't there 4 of you before? How come there are 5 now?" Ma Nan said casually. He didn't stop at all and went straight to the cart. "Those who come close will die." Zi Chen's indifferent voice sounded. "Oh my, what a tough one. Those who come close will die. What a big mouth." Ma Nan looked at Zi Chen and laughed mockingly. He signaled the person beside him to come forward. The person held a weapon in his hand and strode towards the cart. Seeing the person coming, Zi Chen put his right hand on the hilt of his sword. Chapter 2508. C_T. The other party held a weapon in his hand and casually stepped forward, as if he was sure that Zi Chen would not dare to make a move. Zi Chen placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword. This simple action caused the other party's expression to become vigilant. He stretched out one hand and grabbed the branches covering the cart, while the other hand held the weapon tightly. It seemed like he was grabbing the branches, but in fact, 90% of his attention was on Zi Chen. 90% of a level 1 hunter's attention was nothing to Zi Chen. Swish. The broken sword was unsheathed and flashed with a flash of a blade. The broken sword was sheathed again. The other party's hand stopped grabbing the branches and raised the weapon in his right hand. His expression changed drastically. His mouth opened as if he was about to shout. However, all these expressions and movements stopped as the saber arc disappeared. Ma Nan's expression froze. A powerful level 1 hunter had died in front of him just like that. That slash was too fast, so fast that no one could react in time. Everything was already over. With the broken sword sheathed, Zichen did not say a word and looked indifferently at Ma Nan in front of him. The latter felt a chill in his heart, and the mocking expression from before had disappeared. The hunters who were following behind were also stunned. Their footsteps slowed down slightly as they thought to themselves that they had encountered a tough opponent. But they had the absolute advantage in numbers. After a slight pause, they quickly came over. However, these people did not walk to the position next to Ma Nan. Instead, they cleverly stood behind Ma Nan and maintained a distance. The meaning was obvious. Now that this was a grudge between them, they should settle it first. Ma Nan looked at Zichen and nodded, then his gaze fell on Xiu Qi and the other three. Not bad, you actually found such a strong assistant. Sun San's reaction was fast in our team, but unexpectedly, he couldn't even last a single exchange. You can go. Xiu Qi looked at Ma Nan and said in a deep voice. Looking at the situation in front of them, it would be difficult for them to enter the town without blood today, so Xiu Qi did not remind them that Longman was killed by Zichen. Go, you want us to go after killing our people. But you can leave, but you have to leave behind half of the things in the car. Ma Nan said coldly. Then there's no room for discussion. Xiu Qi sighed. Of course. Ma Nan said coldly, what happened today has nothing to do with the four of you. This is a grudge between us. Step back if you know what's good for you. This was the lowest level of sowing discord. Under normal circumstances, it would not have any effect. Because in front of so many people, if the four of them stepped aside, it would make others think that the four of them were not loyal, which would have a negative impact on the four of them. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, after hearing Ma Nan's words, the four of them actually took a few steps back. Behind them, the hunters who had come forward were stunned. Jiao Tu and Huang Tu, who were in the crowd, saw this scene and secretly scolded them for being shameless. There were other ability users beside him watching, so he couldn't go forward at all. You better stay away from this troublemaker, Katu Kello said to Katu Huang Tu in dissatisfaction. When Ma Nan saw the four of them retreat, his expression was slightly startled. Then, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. In his opinion, the four of them were afraid of him, which was why they chose to give up. He gently waved his hand and motioned for the three people beside him to step forward. He also stepped forward and said, I'd like to see what exactly is in your car. The three of them responded and rushed towards Zichen. 1 blade and 2 swords, their attacks sharp. Ma Nan was a little slower and directly walked toward the handcart. Zichen stood in place without moving. Just as the blade and 2 swords were in front of him, the broken blade in his hand was unsheathed once again. Whoosh! 2 sword lights came and brushed past Zichen's body. Black blade arcs flashed. In everyone's eyes, Zichen's figure only swayed slightly. The 2 sword-wielding men swept past him and stopped behind him. Clang! The 2 blades collided and burst into sparks. The broken blade in Zichen's hand moved quickly on the opponent's blade and swept toward the opponent's neck. The aptitude user leaned back and dodged Zichen's attack. He retracted the long blade in his hand and stabbed it toward Zichen's chest. Zichen, who was motionless, dodged to the side without moving his feet. The broken blade in his hand swept out again. The black blade arc flashed and disappeared. The 3 people who were attacking stopped. The first wave of attacks ended in a daze. Zichen blocked the attacks of the 3 people and stood in place without moving. The scene suddenly became extremely quiet. Even Ma Nan, who was moving forward, stopped. He was originally full of confidence, but at this moment, his expression became extremely solemn. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead and then dripped down. Those who hadn't realized what was going on had a great change in their expressions when they saw the 5 motionless people. In just one move, the 3 people beside Ma Nan were all killed. This was different from the battle with Bamboo Shoot San. This time, it was a 1 versus 3 confrontation. However, the opponent didn't even move a step and killed the 3 people. Cold sweat dripped down. Ma Nan stared at Xiu Qi with a venomous gaze. He wanted to kill the opponent. To be able to kill 3 people in an instant, it was obvious that the opponent was very strong. He was definitely not a rank 1 hunter. However, the opponent didn't say anything and acted like he didn't have any sense of loyalty. In fact, it was all done on purpose. His handcart was definitely carrying something very valuable. What he wanted to do now was to kill the chicken to warn the monkey and establish his prestige. After thinking this through, Ma Nan was very regretful. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have taken the lead. The opponent obviously wouldn't let him go. Now, he only had 2 choices. One was to kill the opponent, and the other was to be killed by the opponent. Therefore, he chose to kill the opponent. "You're courting death." Ma Nan raised the long sword in his hand and slashed at the opponent with his fastest attack speed. Whoosh! Zichen didn't need to spend too much energy to deal with such a person. The blade flashed again, sweeping past the opponent's arm and landing on the opponent's chest. The blade moved up and swept past Ma Nan's neck. It was another slash. Ma Nan first lost an arm, then died. However, his broken arm was still tightly gripping the long sword. Due to inertia, he moved forward, bypassing Zichen and brushing past the handcart. He cut off some of the tightly wrapped branches and leaves, revealing a patch of snow white on the handcart. The astonished crowd were all able to see that snow-white color. However, no one knew exactly what that snow-white color was. Ma Nan's 5-man team was destroyed just like that. Such a relaxed appearance caused everyone to be unable to help but guess in their hearts exactly how powerful the person in front of them was. How long has it been since we last met? He's actually become stronger again. Just as Gato Huangtu was happy about Zichen's strength, Gato Kello, who was beside him, frowned. Obviously, Zichen had become a lot stronger in just a few months. He killed 5 aptitude users in a matter of seconds. It was so fast that the others didn't even notice Zichen's ability. For a moment, fear appeared in everyone's hearts. At this moment, a bang sound suddenly came from the handcart behind them. The vines that had been tightly entwined earlier suddenly burst apart at this moment. Pieces of branches and leaves fell, revealing even more snow-white skin. Everyone saw that the snow-white skin was a kind of fur. It looked very soft, and they guessed that the entire handcart was made of that kind of fur. The moon wolf had only come out to hunt a few days ago, so after seeing the fur, everyone quickly guessed what it was. They were shocked and involuntarily cried out, "That's the fur of the moon god wolf." Their words stirred up 1,000 waves, causing a great shock in the surroundings. The 5 people's bodies were stained with blood, as if they had been drenched in fresh blood. It was obvious that they had gone through a long and fierce battle. At this moment, after seeing the fur, everyone naturally guessed that they had fought a great battle with the moonwolf and were lucky enough to survive. More importantly, the fur had been harvested and not from corpses. How many furs were there in the handcart that had been harvested? At a glance, the number was at least over 100. For a small town like this, these furs could definitely be considered a huge sum of money. It was enough to make everyone in the town green with envy and go crazy. There was a strong commotion in the crowd. Even Gato Kello, who had never wanted to have anything to do with Zichen, had a strong change in expression at this moment. This guy actually got so many furs. How did he do it? Everyone wanted to know how the 5 of them had done it. The divine moon wolves were known to be the strongest. Everywhere they went, there would be scenes of slaughter. Who could actually kill them? Even if there were some special occasions where moonwolf furs were circulated, there would only be 1 or 2 of them. They were obtained by hunters who risked their lives to go to the snowy plains and kill the divine moonwolves that were alone. When the moonwolves were hunting, no one dared to touch them. Even the ridiculously powerful hunters did not dare. In all of history, no one had ever heard of anyone being able to obtain such a huge harvest during a moonwolf hunt. Speaking of which, not dying during a moonwolf hunt was already a great blessing for many people. However, this previously impossible situation had become possible at this moment. Not only had someone survived a moonwolf hunt, but they had also pulled a cart full of harvested furs. The value of this was immeasurable. Among the chaotic crowd, the sound of heavy breathing gradually rang out. This was due to greed causing the heart to beat faster, as well as excessive nervousness. The eyes of the people who had been standing behind Ma Nan changed as they breathed heavily. Their greedy gazes reluctantly moved away from the cart and landed on Zi Chen. Zi Chen, who was wearing dried-up blood-stained clothes, still had a cold expression on his face. The broken blade in his hand had not been sheathed, and fresh blood was dripping from the broken part. There were no excessive words or useless threats. When these people's gazes landed on Zi Chen, they rushed towards Zi Chen. They knew that if they wanted to obtain the items on the cart, they would have to kill the person in front of them first.